Alrighty. Well, it is May 2nd, 2022. That is when this live stream is starting. If you are watching this after the fact, I highly recommend you click on my channel and you find a video or a live stream that is more current so that you may be up to date with all the latest weather information. Otherwise, we have a pretty significant day here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another severe weather live stream here, where we are going to be covering significant weather across the United States, and eventually, hopefully, even into Canada, to where we'll be able to cover that as well. But today, our main concern here purely exists in the central United States, the Central Plains specifically. And ladies and gentlemen, if I may say, you know, just kind of as an official, decree, more or less, the Central Plains is back. All right, the Central Plains is back, and people were trying to figure out, well, what happened to traditional Tornado Alley? It's back. All right, it's back. It's back with a vengeance, and we're going to have consistent activity throughout much of the week for severe weather across much of the United States, but most of it is going to be localized here in the central United States. We had the activity earlier on. We had it on Friday, the severe weather event that occurred with the Andover tornado next to Wichita that we caught live on stream. And now here we are. This is May 2nd, 2022. We have another severe weather event that is moving on through. We also are forecasting another event to transpire on Wednesday as well as Thursday. And then we're also forecasting another event to take place sometime around Sunday to next Monday. So we're going to be having some consistent activity, and we might as well take it one event at a time. So here we go. Here today, we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale that has been indicated in the dark red. This is for northeastern portions of Oklahoma, as well as extreme southern portions and southeastern portions of Kansas. So it is going to be one of those things to where if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to really monitor the weather here today. There has not been any tornado watches issued yet, but they will be issued here within the next few minutes, more than likely, as the mesoscale discussions have indicated that that will more than likely be the case. But you see, we have a very expansive area here of our red and northeastern Oklahoma. We also have our orange, which is our 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Over here, we'll take the radar off so that you guys may be able to see it. You also have our 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale indicated within this yellow right here. And then we have our giant 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale indicated in this dark green as well. So something to note here is that most of the localized activity is located over here into portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. And those are the main areas that we are going to be watching here today. The tornado risk is as follows: 2% chance for tornadoes in green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow, 15% in red. And you notice this is right over here, a very small 15%, but there is a high probability, a high confidence from the Storm Prediction Center that there is going to be some sort of tornadic activity north of Oklahoma City, south of Wichita, near the Ponca City, Enid, and Stillwater areas over here in Oklahoma, as well as extreme southern Kansas, south of Winfield, near the Caldwell areas along I-35. So this is going to be something to watch out for, especially as this continues to progress. But other than that, besides the small 15%, we have a giant 10% that extends from portions of Pratt and Wichita in Kansas, all the way over to Joplin, Missouri, down to Fayetteville, Arkansas, and then extending all the way back around towards the Ada and Lawton, Oklahoma areas, including portions of Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Muskogee here into portions of Oklahoma. So this is going to be something to watch out for, is that even outside of the 15% chance for tornadoes, there is an expansive 10% that could mean that there could be some severe weather, some tornadic activity, localized within your area. We also have a pretty expansive 5% as well, an expansive 5% chance for tornadoes, extending even further than that to portions of Dodge City, all the way through to Great Bend, north of Wichita to the Springfield areas, and then extending down to places like Fort Smith, and all the way down towards the Ardmore and Lawton areas. So definitely something to watch out for with that, and of course the 2% surrounding those general areas as well. We also have a concern for strong damaging winds even after this risk. As you can see here, we do have a very expansive risk here for severe weather, with a 5% chance for strong damaging winds in the brown, 15% in yellow, 30% in red, and the 45% chance in the pink right here. And you notice how this is after the tornado risk. This is more towards the east of the tornado risk. These storms are going to be moving from the west to the east. And so after the peak tornado threat, you can see as we go back to the 15% chance for tornadoes, it starts to merge into more of a giant wind threat here. And you can see how it includes the metropolitan area of Tulsa, Oklahoma. So this is going to be something to watch out for, especially as this continues to progress over time. And there is going to be expected, well, I should say, very strong damaging winds expected within this storm, including the threat for hurricane force winds. So something to basically note as this continues to move on through, and it is expected to increase here with activity. We are expected to see a dual threat of tornadoes and hurricane force winds with these showers and thunderstorms as this progresses through this entire event. So that's the reason why I'm going to ask you guys this, and I'm going to continue to ask this over and over again all the way up into the lead of this event. We need to spread this information out to as many people as possible, because this event looks to be significant if thunderstorms can form, all right? And that usually, we always say before every single event, if these thunderstorms can form, if these thunderstorms can form. And we saw last week, specifically last Friday, how when the thunderstorms did form, they produced significant tornadoes. And the one that is over in Andover is still being monitored right now, still being I should say surveyed, more or less, to the point to where that could even potentially be stronger than an EF3 to maybe even an EF4 tornado. So the thing of it is that it's a very similar environment to that day on Friday. And we need to get the information out to as many people as possible. If you know anyone that lives in the yellows, the oranges, or the reds, I highly recommend telling them that they need to be weather aware here today. Copy the link to the live stream, send it to them, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And, you know, just any way possible. Look at that. You just saw the new tornado watch that just got issued. You know, we need to spread this with as many people as possible so that people may know that this stuff is coming for them. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So the new tornado watch has been issued. This is for southern Kansas, northern and central Oklahoma. This is in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All right. Several tornadoes, including a couple of tornadoes likely, as well as widespread large hail events with isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter likely, and widespread damaging wind gusts and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour likely. The probability, oh wow. That is absolutely insane. I'm kind of surprised that this is the probability. It is a 90-70 probability for tornadoes. 90-70. And what people, you know, for the people who don't know, what the probability of that is, all right, this is not a PDS. It doesn't look like it's a PDS. Thank God. But the probabilities here for 90 and 70, what that means is there is a probability of 2 or more tornadoes being a 90% chance, and the probability of 1 or more strong tornado being a 70% chance. And that is a very high chance for significant tornadoes today, let alone just tornadoes. Their confidence in seeing 2 tornadoes is exceptionally high, and they're, you know, the threat for strong tornadoes, at least one of them, is very high as well. It may not be up to the 90% threshold, but usually when you get above 60%, all right, so when it starts to get to the 70%, 80%, 90%, that is when their confidence is high to the point of them saying that they are confident that this is going to happen. And in this instance, we just had the tornado watch that has been issued that tells me that this is a very concerning situation here for today. This is not a PDS tornado watch. But this is a very concerning day here that we are anticipating, more or less. I'm going to... interesting thing about this is that we'll pull up a graphic. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center will have a graphic specifically as to what this thing all comes down to, but still, it's really interesting to say the least as to what all this event could potentially bring. So let's take a look a little bit before we go into how everything comes out. And that's not really surprising, to be completely honest with you. It's not surprising to me, at least. You need 90-80 for PDS 9 times out of 10. 90-80. Or 95-70. Or 90... Yeah, you get the point. Let's take a look. I want to pull up the models, and we're going to show you what the makeup of this event here is today so that people can understand why this event can be as significant as it is. And so we're going to go over here. We're going to go to U.S. states. We're going to go to Oklahoma, and we're going to take a look at precipitation and take a look at the timings of this event first off. So let's do that. You can see my screensaver at the top right. That's my background. So that's very nice. Amazing start to the live stream. Nate got caught on 4K. Let's go to United States. Boom. Should be all right, right? Maybe? I'm hoping we should be all right. Yeah, I think that's fine. And I think we should do true color. I think that would look a lot cooler. Yeah, there we go. We got our low pressure system there. All right, we're pretty good. All right, so let us start it out. Of course, the timing is above me in Eastern, and we're going to show you how these storms are expected to continue to move on through. So we already have some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are over into portions of eastern Oklahoma, as well as much of Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas. But then you also note how we have a bit of clearing right here within this environment, and even some clearing up here into portions of Kansas. We are expecting some showers and thunderstorms to form somewhere within this clearing, and you can see by 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern, we are expecting to see some thunderstorms to form over here in the northwestern portions of Kansas, or of Oklahoma, I'm sorry, southwestern portions of Kansas. I was looking at the stuff over here in Kansas, and I was like, there you go. Kansas forms over there too, because that's kind of my hot zone right now. But then these thunderstorms continue to elongate. Notice these supercells continue to move off through northern portions of Oklahoma, and that will continue to elongate further and further, and then eventually become a bit of a linear threat as we go into the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock hours here, Central Daylight Time, into which this will then become a very substantial, severe wind event with an upwards of hurricane force to even 80-mile-per-hour winds likely as this continues to move on through. And then by the time we get towards the midnight time frame, that's when stuff really starts to move out through our area. But the reason why they think that tornadoes are so probable within this area is you notice how we have these supercells here that have already developed, and within the model here, the simulated radar. And I want to show you guys the helicity tracks. This is the tornado tracks, more or less, as to where the tornadoes could track over, or at least where the thunderstorms or the supercells could track over. And you notice how we have a lot of them, and even large ones over here in the portions of northern Oklahoma. And you notice how they are relatively high. You notice they're on the higher end of the helicity tracks, and that is something to note as this continues to move on through, is that will these thunderstorms become what the models say they will be? Will they have very high helicity tracks that move on through in the northern portions of Oklahoma? That is what we are going to try and figure out here today as we continue to get the information out. Here's the significant tornado parameter. I don't really use this all too often, but just to give you an idea as to what the parameter for significant tornadoes is, the higher end you are on the significant tornado parameter you are, there's chance for, well, not really the chance, but the more favorable the environment is to produce significant tornadoes. And you can see here, as this continues to progress, we are in some of the pinks, bright pinks, and you can see how this expands rather vastly, more or less, and so that the parameter for significant tornadoes is possible across this entire area, especially where these little discrete storms actually form over here in the northwestern portions of Oklahoma. So that is going to be something that we are going to have to watch out for very, very closely. I am anticipating this to be more of the area to watch, or either into portions of southern Kansas. If these thunderstorms can move up just a little bit further north and there aren't any thunderstorms below it, it could be in a better environment in the wind shear aspect of this. So this is going to be something to monitor. But over here, in general, we have northern portions of Oklahoma, southern portions of Kansas. That is the bullseye here for today, and how we have some very high values of significant tornado parameter within this area. Very high amounts of helicity too. This is the wind veering with height. If you have more veering, you typically have stronger storms, or stronger supercells to produce tornadoes. We have some localized areas of high helicity over here in the portions of northern Oklahoma, and that is going to be the something to watch, or the one thing to watch here as this continues to progress, because there is anticipated to be some very significant activity as this continues to move on through. So something to note here is that there is some localized heavy amounts of helicity here, or wind veering with height, that is favorable for significant tornadoes to form. And then last but not least, we also have our convective available potential energy numbers here. Of course, the higher the energy you have, the higher the chance for thunderstorms to either form or sustain and even become significant. And we do have along the line here, very congealed over here in the portions of northwestern Oklahoma, to where you have over 3,000 to almost 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE over there. And you can even see it elongates further south and further east as well. So that is going to be something to note as this continues to progress further along with time. Now, I want to show you guys the current meso-analysis. I want to show you all the current significant tornado parameter. This takes all the current factors right now that we just talked about, and how this is all unfolding right now. And you can see the significant tornado parameter, very different from what you saw on the screen, but we do have a scale on the left-hand side, barring that it works. And there you go. You can see the scale on the left-hand side. Note how if you're in the reds, you're in the kind of middle part of it. Maybe even purples, you're in the middle part of it. But then as it goes up higher and higher, that's when it gets into a relatively high value of significant tornado parameter. And so that we do have a decent environment already unfolding right in front of us. And we're just going to have to continue to monitor as to how this thing continues to progress. I also want to take a look at the satellite imagery to try and see if we can already identify as to where some of these showers and thunderstorms could be forming. And the quicker we can identify this, the quicker we may be able to try and get information out to more and more people. So that way they may be able to be informed ahead of time. And I notice here that we have a band of cumulus clouds that are already starting to kind of fire up here. This is something to note as this continues to progress, because this is starting to become a lot more widespread. You notice how these clouds are now starting to rise more and more in different directions. I hate how the satellite is kind of bringing this blue image here, and it's kind of messing up with my screen a little bit, but it is still the general idea. You can notice how we have a lot of rising clouds that are starting to kind of break through the general environment and start to root. So that way we probably could be seeing some showers and thunderstorms here soon. Speaking of which, I look at the closest radar over here in Vance Air Force Base, other known as KVNX, here in northern Oklahoma, and we do have that over here near the Woodward areas. There are some showers and thunderstorms that are starting to develop, and whether or not these things can get discrete, I should say, is the big question here. Whether or not these things can actually form across the board, that is going to be something to note as this continues to move on through. This is not a PDS. Yeah, this is borderline PDS. All right, you need higher parameters on either or. So whether it was a 95 or whether it would be an 80, that would be a PDS. But yeah, these are the storms right now, showing you guys what's currently happening with them, because we can be able to identify them from beginning to end, try and figure out what these things are currently doing. We're looking at the ZDR right now. This is the differential reflectivity. The Z is silent, ironically. And the higher you are on the ZDR, the higher or the faster the rising motion is in the atmosphere within these showers and thunderstorms, indicating that there is some stronger updrafts. And we do have that. You see a lot of these reds and pinks within some of these areas, indicating that there is some rising motion within these showers and thunderstorms, meaning that these storms are trying to get stronger and stronger. So that is something to try and note here as this continues to progress, because these storms are going to try and continue to amplify over time. So something to make a note of here is that they are starting to form. They already have very strong updrafts. You need strong updrafts for showers and thunderstorms to to strengthen or even sustain and stuff like that. And that is the case here right now. We do have a plethora of very high updrafts, more or less, very strong updrafts within these showers and thunderstorms that are trying to allow this to continue to amplify over time. So this is something to monitor with this as well. We also have some very strong downdraft proportions over here, north and east of Moreland, and that would be over here along the main portion of this this main cell that is in the middle of all this kind of precipitation. So I would watch out for that cell right there. This one over here, just to the north and east of Moreland, heading towards the Belva, the Quinlan, and the Waynoka areas over here in Oklahoma. That would be the area to watch if I were, if I were trying to figure out as to where tornadic activity could exist. I also want to go over here to Dodge City, because Dodge City is currently getting slammed by a shower and thunderstorm. This actually has, believe it or not, some pretty large hail on it. You can take a look at the maximum expected hail size indicator with this, and you notice how we do have pretty large amounts of hail, and upwards of an inch to maybe even an inch and a half possible within this. So this is something to make a note of as this continues to progress. Areas towards the Ford and the Buckland areas of Kansas, you guys could potentially see some large hail, and I would not be surprised if there actually was a tornado that formed within this, because there actually seems to be a bit of a left flank velocity enhancement, which is an air current that streams directly towards where rotation would be, and that could potentially produce a tornado, I would say, near the forward areas here in about 10 to 15 minutes. So something to watch out for as that continues to move off towards the east. But yeah, very strong storm here over into the Dodge City area. There's also some other showers and thunderstorms that are trying to develop along the dry line here. You can see the extensive bowing right within here in this area. And that is kind of where the area to watch is, more or less, along this giant line that'll begin to form here over the next hour, more or less. How this line continues to progress will be the big question as to how, what type of weather we will get. But otherwise, this is going to be something to watch out for as this moves on through. I want to take a look as well at the current environment here. I'm going to take off Storm Prediction Center. There it is. I'm going to take off Significant Tornado Parameter, put on our Cape Values, and oh boy. Oh wow. Alrighty. Well, that is not good. That is not good. We have high amounts of Cape. Very high amounts of Cape congealed along this dry line area here where the showers and thunderstorms could form. I'll put the current radar over the Cape, and you can see those thunderstorms that are near Woodward are in some of these purples, indicating the potential of there being up to 4,000 joules per kilogram of Cape or higher within this environment. And that is very, very volatile. Very volatile within this environment, and pretty concerning as well. As this continues to progress on through. So this is going to be something to watch out for. This is going to be something to watch out for as to whether or not these storms can take advantage of this. But this is very high, higher than what most models are saying. That is crazy. I want to take a look at the storm relative helicity. It hasn't amplified quite yet, although it's going to get into the environment to do so here soon, so that's going to be something to watch out for. I want to take a look at the low cloud level. Oh, boy. That is... Yeah, that's in a good environment here. That's in a good environment. That's in a really good environment in Dodge City for tornadoes, maybe some spin-ups and whatnot over near Ford, so that kind of supports my thesis a little bit more. That there could be something near Ford, Kansas here soon. So I would watch out for that. I would definitely watch out for that. But right over here near Waynoka, that is really interesting here. If it can get into these blues here, which is just basically just a lower cloud level. So LCL basically is the lower condensation level, right? And basically what that means is you can tell, depending upon the environment, as to how high the clouds are going to be above the ground. And so obviously the lower to the ground you are, the shorter the distance the tornado and the storm has to travel down towards the ground. And so these areas over here in the blues and even into the non-colors is what you do not want it to be in. You want it to be in these kind of pinks, reds, and oranges and whatnot, because that'll mean that the tornado would have to travel a longer distance from the air to the ground, and it would be a much more trivial, path, more or less, to get towards the ground. So it won't be, won't be as clear cut as to whether or not you'll have a tornado within that environment. So that's what we're looking out for here with the LCL, but unfortunately, these storms are starting to form over here in some of these yellows and blues, and that tells me that there could potentially be an easy pathway for tornadoes to form towards the ground, so that is going to be something to watch out for. I want to take a look at one more thing here. I want to take a look at the surface-based capping inversion. And it's non-existent. What about the most unstable capping inversion? Wow. So yeah, the capping inversion is non-existent here. Non-existent along the dry line. Out in front of it, yeah, there's a lot of capping inversion. But what that basically means with this capping inversion is this is the only thing that's holding this environment back. All right, for showers and thunderstorms to form or sustain, you need no capping inversion. And if you see any of these blues or these dark blues, purples and whatnot, that is capping inversion, and that limits these showers and thunderstorms from forming. But because we don't have that where these thunderstorms are currently firing off right now, there is some cause to concern as to how significant these storms could potentially be if the capping inversion doesn't hold it back. And that is kind of the case. It's not holding it back. So interesting enough. Oh, wow. All right. So yeah, these 2 showers and thunderstorms now. So actually 3 now. So we have the one that's north and east of Moreland, the one that's due east of Moreland, and the one that's due south of Moreland. These are now starting to kind of really ramp up a bit more. We're starting to get some more of the process here to where things are starting to kind of fire up. And it's going to be it's going to keep going up and down and up and down. It's going to keep trying to form. And it's going to go through its process here. So yeah, right now, it looks like there's some more showers and thunderstorms that are trying to develop and become a lot more mature. We also have another shower and thunderstorm over here near the Freedom area. So that is going to be something to note here as well as to whether or not things can form right within that environment. Do I think Woodward is in a bad place? No, I think Woodward, as of right now, is out of the risk because the storms have already passed them. I think areas over near Cherokee and Medford and Enid, they are in the cause for concern right now. It's very concerning for what they could potentially get. So that's the reason why I keep asking you guys to please share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, we're trying to get this out to more and more people because we are expecting this day to be a volatile day if showers and thunderstorms can form, and they are expected to form. And so that is going to be something to watch out for very, very closely. And once again, if you know anyone, all right, if you know anyone who lives here in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you need to tell them to watch out for the weather here today. We have a very high probability of tornadoes to form here within this environment here today. Very high probability. And we are expecting some of those tornadoes to, in fact, be strong. Be very strong as well. So that's the reason why we're trying to share the information. We're trying to get it out to as many people as possible. Because this is going to be very concerning as this continues to progress over time. My mouse is failing me. People are telling me to check soundings. There aren't really any soundings over here within this environment that I can take that are observed. Maybe Dodge City, but that wouldn't really be all too helpful. But yeah, as I said, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. I also want to note here real quickly, because we have a little bit of time before those thunderstorms really start to fire off. I want to show you guys here this graphic from the Storm Prediction Center, okay? Because believe it or not, we actually have severe weather after this too. All right, so we're expected to see severe weather not just today, but also tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and maybe even this coming weekend on Sunday. And you notice here, this is the outlook for Tuesday. You can see the arrows that indicate it. You have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for portions of the Ohio River Valley. You also have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale over here for portions of the Central Plains in Oklahoma as well. You see that right there. And then on Thursday, you see a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for portions of Little Rock and Jonesboro, Memphis, all the way through to portions near Greenville, Mississippi. So this is going to be something to watch out for very, very closely. And we're just going to have to continue to monitor this to the best of our ability. So let's go back to these storms over here. Go back to the Advanced Air Force Base. Wow, so the algorithm's already picking up on some lightning that's starting to form, especially on the southern cell. High amounts of CAPE, decent amounts of helicity. That helicity will begin to increase over time, so I'm not really too concerned with that. Wow, and this thing is, from the looks of it, it's already trying to develop a mid-level cyclone. That is very interesting. Real quickly, I'm going to take storm motion from the storm and try to be able to determine what this thing is currently doing. Let's go up into the atmosphere. Yeah, this thing is trying to develop a mid-level cyclone. This thing is trying to develop a mesocyclone. Wow. So these thunderstorms are already starting to form, and they're already starting to kind of rotate a little bit more. This is very interesting. Where am I looking at on Sunday? Same exact day that we're dealing with right now. Ugh. Also, hopefully I won't be sniffling as much as I was in my last stream. Hopefully I won't be sniffling as much as I was in my last stream. I'm not suffering from allergies here today, so I should be all right. Keyword should be. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? So, one final thing before we really fire things off and really, you know, start to get into our main activity. If you guys have any pictures that you would like to send in, please be sure to share it with me on Twitter at Nate_Snyder. Here is my Twitter. We are growing a lot, actually. Growing quite a bit here. I will unpin the... actually, I'm going to copy and paste this and then unpin it. And then we're going to post it on Twitter and whatnot. But if you have any pictures, please at me at Nate_Snyder. I'll put a link to my Twitter in the chat so that you guys may be able to get there. Put that right there for right now. I want to, I'm going to create the tweet right now. I'm going to create the tweet. Unironically, I'm not very bright. I'm not very bright. That's okay. We'll find it again. We're going to try and promote this here so that way we can continue to get our outreach out to more and more people. Do that. Tweet that. There we go. We'll get the stream here, post it there on Twitter, so that way everyone may be able to retweet it and whatnot. All right, there we go. Got all the stuff that we need. Boom. Posted that right now. Got that out. We're going to pin it to the profile. And there you go. So if you have a Twitter, please be sure to like and retweet that. Like and retweet that. That way we may be able to get that information out to more and more people on Twitter and whatnot. I'm also going to promote this, get started. We're going to increase more link links. Yep. Alright, we only want 1 day. And we're gonna create the promotion. There we go. Boom, promotion. Got it. Already gone. Alrighty. There we go. We've done our job. We've done our job. We've been trying to get all the information out. Good stuff, good stuff. So as I said, like and retweet that so that we may be able to get this out to more and more people. How's everyone's day going so far? I know today, you know, may not exactly want severe weather, but how's everyone's day so far? This thing is already rotating, as I knew it would. That is classic. All right, well, left flank velocity enhancement never fails. Never fails. And this thing is trying to rotate. But yeah, we do have some rotation. I mean, look at that. Glad everyone's been doing good so far. Glad everyone's just been doing good so far. We do have our rotation here south of Dodge City. I said it was probably going to approach the forward areas, maybe Kingsdown, Buckland. You have our reds moving away, greens moving towards, so we do have our showers and thunderstorms that are starting to rotate within this area south of Dodge City. From radar, from a reflectivity perspective, it may not look like it. Looks pretty weird. But there is a little bit of a hook right here. You can see the little hook. Inflow coming in unimpeded. So yeah, there is a little thunderstorm here. Let's see if I can get it better. Yeah, there you go. So right within there, you can see how things are starting to rotate. And once again, this thing also has some pretty large hail with it too. So if you're in Buckland, Kingsdown, Ford here in Kansas, you probably should seek some form of shelter, so that way you may be able to dodge the large hail and very strong damaging winds that are approaching this area. But yeah, we do have a left flank velocity enhancement. Wow, so yeah, this thing is rotating. And for people who don't know what a left flank velocity enhancement is, it's basically an air current that allows storms to rotate. And we've identified one. We have indeed identified one, so we're going to continue to watch out for it very, very closely. Is it going to head Jefferson City? Yeah, but it'll be late tonight. It'll be pretty late tonight. So if you were going to bake your bread, I'd do it probably now. Because the longer you wait, the closer you're going to get to these showers and thunderstorms actually form and move over your area. Other thing that I want to note here, looking at ZDR, so once again, if you find reds, that's some very high values of updraft characteristics. We do have that over forward right now, so that tells me this thing is trying to become a supercell. But on the other hand, we also have some grays here, and this indicates some hail for me. This tells me that there's a lot of hail dropping over into this area. If we take a look at the maximum expected hail size, it actually tells me exactly what I need to know. Exactly what I need to know. Look at all that hail. We got some of the oranges and even reds now. So over 2-inch sized hail within this area. Over 2.5-inch sized hail. Over 2.5-inch sized hail, which is pretty crazy. So if I was the severe or if I was the National Weather Service and I was looking at this severe thunderstorm warning, I probably would want to upgrade this to a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable tag on it. Probably would. Do I think a chaser convergence could happen today? Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of chasers out here today, and you can already see that there's a lot of chasers. Look at this. We have so many chasers across the board now. So many of them. And there's a lot of chaser convergence. There's going to be a lot of chaser convergence to the point where there's going to be a lot of traffic. A lot of traffic. And there's going to be a lot of it too. But yeah, every single one of these little green dots is a person. Every single one of these green dots is a person. And that's a lot of people. It's a lot of people chasing. Yeah, this thing is trying to rotate. This thing is trying. Look at that. A lot more well-defined now with its hook. It's a lot more well-defined. Look at that, guys. Very much so. More well-defined. You can also see an outflow boundary here. So that is basically the remnants of the rear flank downdraft wrapping around. So if you have a lot of rain that shoots out like that, there's some times where the rain just kind of shoots off like that, and then sometimes where it shoots into the inflow notch, and that's kind of what we got here. That outflow boundary is the indication of that rain being kind of left behind, and other showers and thunderstorms can even form along it too. But this is a storm that's already trying to wrap around now, and this is going to be something to watch out for as this continues to move off towards Buckland. Little concerned, especially with the type of environment it's in. Yeah, the odds are 90-70. So it's just borderline PDS. It's a borderline PDS watch. Wow. So here is the here's the sounding from Norman, Oklahoma. All right. So this is what we're looking at here today. Looking at the environment here. And this basically takes a look, as I said, at the environment of what's the environment of these showers and thunderstorms here in Oklahoma. This is specifically for Oklahoma City. This is where their weather balloon was launched. And obviously, it doesn't look like there's a lot of CAPE here. Doesn't look like there is, but it is forecasted to have over 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, so it's not not expected to be all that big of a deal. The one thing I'm more concerned about is that up there, this hodograph. And the hodographs can represent as to what the supercells actually look like when they actually form and sustain. And because we have that red that is arcing off to the right, we have the classic hook signature, more or less, indicating some very favorable wind shear here, especially at the lower levels, about 400 meters squared per second squared of storm relative helicity from surface to 1 kilometer. That is very significant lower level shear, and a lot of streamwise vorticity there from 0 to 1 kilometer as well. So that is going to be really interesting to note. Very powerful storms are expected to sustain if they form. All right, keyword if they form. So that is going to be something to note. Yeah, wow. It's already is in a good environment with lapse rates. Already is in a good environment. Wow. The ones in Oklahoma have lapse rates in upwards of 7. That's very good. Very good. And that's only expected to continue to increase. Wow. So here is the tornado watch that has been issued. All right, look at the the actual graphic here. You can see the graphic. And you can see this here. Lot of places that are in this tornado watch. Anywhere that is inside this red box with the yellow fill, that is where a tornado watch currently exists. You see Dodge City, places like Dodge City, Pratt, Kingman, Anthony, Arkansas City, Coffeyville. They're in it, as well as areas near Alva, Enid, Woodward, Ponca City, Stillwater, OKC, Chickasha, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Miami, Muskogee, all the way to McAllister. They're all in it. So this is a pretty expansive tornado watch. And remember, all right, the probabilities for the tornadoes here today, is that there is a 90% chance, for 2 or more tornadoes to form. All right, we'll pull up the probabilities here, show you all yourselves. All right. Look, probability of 2 or more tornadoes to form, 90% chance. That is a high chance for tornadoes. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, that's within the EF2 to EF5 range. All right, it could be an EF2, could be a 3, 4, or 5. 70%, very high, especially for 1 or more strong tornadoes. Usually you see a lot of 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. All right, 70s are very rare for the most part. That's right, it is Miami. It is Miami. Or Miami. I do remember that. Or I do remember someone telling me that. But Miami. But yeah, very high probability for tornadoes here today. Very high probability for tornadoes here today. And let me just read here for you guys what they are thinking. All right, so tornado watch once again for southern Kansas and northern and central Oklahoma. Northern and central Oklahoma. This is in effect from Monday afternoon to the evening from 2 p.m. Central, which we've already passed that, all the way to 10 p.m. Central. So this tornado watch expires at 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. They might change that to make it so that it expires at 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, but they do have the threat for tornadoes here extending all the way to 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time within this tornado watch. The primary threats include several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. Notice how they didn't say possible. Notice how they didn't say possible. They said likely. Likely. And that is very concerning, especially for wording like that. Usually there isn't wording like that. Usually it says possible. But now, here we go. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center do think that there could be a few strong tornadoes here today. Widespread large hail events. I'm talking to Morgan on my side screen here too. Widespread large hail expected with isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter likely. And then, of course, your 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well with that. Here's the summary. Thunderstorms are beginning to form in northwestern Oklahoma and southwestern Kansas. These storms will track eastward across the watch area this afternoon and evening, posing a risk of tornadoes, some strong and very large hail. Storms will become more numerous by late this afternoon with an increasing threat of widespread damaging winds. Now it says, remember, this is the big thing here for tornado watches, okay? That does not mean that a tornado is going to form every single, everywhere. That's not what that means, okay? A tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Persons in these areas should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings, okay? So if you are in this area, once again, all right, we're going to zoom back out we're going to go back over to our graphic that we just pulled up. All right, we're going to go back to the graphic that we just pulled up. If you are in these areas, in Kansas or Oklahoma, you need to have some sort of way to get warnings from the National Weather Service. And if you don't have those warnings, okay, stay here. Stay on this stream, all right? I will be on throughout the entire tornado watch. I will be here for hours, okay? I will talk about these storms. I will talk about which ones can produce tornadoes. I will talk about when they will produce tornadoes. Everything that you need to know about this significant weather will all be provided on this stream right here. So, if you don't have a way of getting warnings, let's say you don't have a way to get in contact with the National Weather Service, you don't have cable or whatnot, or if you know anyone who's like that, all right, this stream may be helpful to you if you need that information, all right? And that's the reason why I keep saying we need to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to spread this with more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below where, you know, that helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, you know, all that stuff, you know. That's why I keep trying to ask, you know, just to keep spreading this information because of this day right here, the wording from the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center. This day says, or this day tells us that we could have a significant event somewhere here within this tornado watch. And it's all about trying, you know, us trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. Let's take a look here. Dodge City. Jeez, yeah, this supercell's still going. Still has a left flank velocity enhancement, surprisingly. Yeah, surprisingly. Little linear, but it's not terrible. Columbus, Kansas. Let me take a look. Yeah, this storm, as I said, this storm over here in Kansas, this is south of Dodge City. This is a supercell that is already starting to materialize. The National Weather Service has already upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable tag, which is a 2 out of 5 on your severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, so it's now a 2 out of, well, not a 2 out of 5, but 2 out of 3 on the severe thunderstorm warning scale. And this already has the looks of it to potentially become tornadic. This looks like this thing could potentially try and wrap up further and further. We already have a bunch of lightning with this cell, a lot of helicity and a lot of cape. This is a volatile environment, as I've mentioned, and we are expecting to continue to see this increase as well. So what about Columbus, Kansas? Well, you guys are going to be in the risk here later on this evening. It'll be on the latter stages, though, and luckily, all right, luckily, from the looks of it, it looks like you guys are just barely outside of the tornado watch. I would foresee that you guys sometime late this evening into the overnight hours could see potentially a, I would say potentially a severe thunderstorm watch or maybe even a tornado watch. But as of right now, I would think your activity would probably exist more towards the evening hours and later on than that. But you guys are in a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, so definitely that would be something to watch out for. As I said, also, one more thing, guys, one more thing. If you see anybody new in the chat, please be sure to tell them the same exact things that I told you about sharing the information and whatnot, all right? That way, if there's any serious situations, if there's any, like, actual tornadoes that are in progress and whatnot, I may be able to continue to focus on that rather than, you know, sounding insensitive and saying, hey, please share this, you know, share this because the tornadoes, you know, please subscribe, well, because there's a tornado or whatnot, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sound too insensitive, although I am going to keep saying, you know, share it whenever situations are going to be dire. But, you know, I don't want to sound insensitive here and whatnot. Man, this thing has a heck of a ZDR arc. Oh my goodness, this is SVC. This SVC. This is a heck of a storm. This is a heck of a supercell. I am so surprised. I am so surprised by this. This is textbook here. I mean, oh my goodness. You already have a ZDR arc or an SVC. That is, wow. And basically what this does is this basically tells me that this thing is constantly trying to intensify. Whenever you see a little arc like that, this tells me that this thing is trying to intensify further and further because it is a lot of rising motion in the atmosphere that goes up to the updraft. And I mean, look at that. Wow, look at that turbulence inside the inflow notch. Look at this here. It's not elevated. Bro, the temps and dues are 61 on top of 59. That thing is not elevated, Chief. That thing is not elevated, Chief. That thing is going and going and going. But yeah, this thing is really firing off across the board. I actually want to take a 3D. I want to take a 3D. I'm going to take a 3D of this storm. And we're going to see what this thing looks like, right? Oh! Look at that. Wow. So this is a 3D of the supercell we just took. And this is a tornadic supercell from the looks of it. This is a tornadic supercell from the looks of it. Wow. It's just whether or not things can congeal towards the ground. But I mean, this is a heck of a 3D. What we got here, guys, is we have an inflow notch that is starting to develop more and more right within here. All right, so this is where the moisture comes into the thunderstorm to allow it for, you know, itself to continue to form or sustain, allow it to continue to basically feed on the environment. If you can imagine the inflow notch is a bit of a mouth, kind of like Pac-Man, and Pac-Man eats all the different dots and whatnot to gain more points. And that's kind of the same thing here. We are starting to see this thing starting to eat the dots of moisture that is out in front of it, and it is going to continue to intensify more and more and get stronger. So this is a very powerful storm. Very powerful storm. Let's see. I want to take a look at velocities real quickly. Actually, it's not terribly. It's just the elf is not there yet, but there it is. You do have your rotation right within there. Very hard to tell, very weak at this time, but it's there. It is definitely there. And then, oh my goodness, look at all that turbulence. Look at all that turbulence, guys. Wow. As you guys know, if you've been on this channel for quite some time, turbulence usually results into something tornadic, or could potentially indicate that there is some lowering there, maybe some indication of some a volatile storm, volatile atmosphere. And spectrum width indicates that. Spectrum width indicates that turbulence. You see the scale on the left-hand side there? The higher end you are on the turbulence, well, the more intense the shower and thunderstorm really is. And we have that here. Oh, and this thing's producing a tornado. This thing is producing a tornado. Gone. 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 This thing is at least trying to produce a tornado, but this thing is gone. Wow. All right. Well, there you go. It's trying. It's definitely intensifying more and more. This is in Buckland. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Very heavy amounts of hail regardless, so you need to not be in you need to not be outside. Don't be outside. I would highly recommend getting in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. What is spectrum width? Spectrum width is turbulence. All right, so the higher the spectrum width, the higher the turbulence, basically. But yeah, this is a new storm right here. Probably is going to be tornado warned here in a second. Buckland, you need to get in your safe space right now. Need to go. Need to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, Tay, just stay in your safe spaces of right now until this storm passes on through. Stay in your safe space until this storm passes on through. If you guys have any pictures that you would like to share, please be sure to share it with me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. That way we may be able to get perspectives out. And also, we need to continue to share the information to as many people as possible. So you can either A, copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or retweet and like this tweet that I posted here. So if you would like to do so, that would be greatly appreciated so that we can continue to spread this out to more and more people. Or by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. But yeah, this thing is starting to rotate more and more. Very well pronounced hook echo with this. Very well pronounced hook echo with this. What's the environment right now? Yeah, Helicity is starting to spike. Cape is starting to go up. This is starting to go. Welcome to the event. This is the beginning. Yeah, there's some very strong damaging winds. And very large hail, too. Very large hail, over 2-inch size hail with this storm. Very large hail. I'm waiting for the next... Oh, wow. Yeah. Yep. This thing is going. This thing is definitely trying. Velocities are starting to increase with this significantly. I'm going to take a look at storm relative velocities. Yeah, this is textbook. This is textbook. This is textbook, guys. This is very textbook. You have your left flank velocity enhancement that is streaming in just like that. You have your inflow that's streaming in. This is a textbook supercell that is probably going to produce a tornado here within the next few minutes. Already has a spectrum width drop. Already has a spectrum width drop. Already has a turbulence indicator. Right there where the rotation is. Right there. Yep. 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 Yeah, this thing is trying to go. So once again, if you are in Buckland, Kansas, or if you're in Mullinville, Kansas, or in the surrounding areas around over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this is big time left flank velocity enhancement with the RFD surge right within there. This is as textbook of a cell you can get it. Yeah, it hasn't been elevated, Sam. It hasn't been elevated. When you have temps on top of dews of 61 over 59, the LCL, that's ground scraping. That's literal ground scraper. Actually, I'm curious. I'm really curious here, chat. I'm going to take a look at the LCL. That's 680 meters. Gone. That is gone. LCLs are 680 meters. That thing ain't elevated, Chief. That thing ain't elevated. That thing is gone. I mean, this is a big time supercell. ZDR arc still in place. This thing is still going. I don't foresee it to weaken anytime soon. Don't foresee it to weaken based off of the ZDR arc. KDP, very high amounts of KDP. Very high amounts of KDP right within there. And some very heavy amounts of turbulence in the inflow notch. Usually when I see turbulence in the inflow notch like that, I know this thing is sucking in everything. This thing is taking in all the moisture that it can. This thing is trying to intensify very quickly. When I've seen this before, you know, the instances where I have seen stuff like this, I have usually seen tornadoes, if not strong tornadoes, on the other end of this. That's the pattern that I have noticed. I'm not implying that this thing can produce or is going to produce a significant tornado. I mean, it definitely can. But I'm not implying that it will. I'm just saying that with the same style of storm like this, with a very deep CC here in the inflow notch, the ZDR with a ZDR arc, very strong still. What in the world? Oh, it's slinging hail. It's wrapping hail around the RFD. Wow. It's wrapping hail around. It's wrapping a lot of hail around. This thing is slinging hail into where the rotation would be, where the tornado would be. That's what this thing is currently doing right now. All right, this thing is currently wrapping it around. We're getting a new scan here with the velocities here in a second. We're going to get a new scan. Yeah, this thing is still rotating. I want to take a look at the upper levels, see if this thing is still... Yeah, it doesn't look like it's super strong in the upper levels, so that's kind of the good news here. So it might take a little bit of time, but oh my goodness. I mean, that is a very heavy reflectivity ball right within there. You can see a lot of rain being wrapped around where the tornado could potentially be. That is some very heavy amounts of hail. Very heavy. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is as classic as you can get it. You have the bird wing wrapping around just like this. Little inflow band right on the backside too. Actually, this would probably be where... What is this? Hold up. I think I remember. Let me go to the diagram, the supercell again. Because I'm trying to put in the latest research and whatnot. I'm trying to see if my thesis is correct. STP, no, I want the SU. Where is the supercell diagram? I'm trying to find it. There it is, tornado diagram. So that's the convergence. That's convergence along right within the RFDB. So, interesting thing enough, I wonder if there is any sort of surging characteristic on the backside in between that convergence and the RFDB. I'm actually curious. Because this is where the convergence would be, right on the side. That would be the convergence area. But I want to know... Wow, and you can even see that convergence. That's crazy. That's crazy. NROT scares me a little bit. You can see the S shape, so that's classic. That's still there. Mike, this ZDR arc still continues to tell me that this thing is trying to go more. This thing is trying to continue to amplify more and more. So, long story short here, guys. Long story short, all right? If you know anyone that lives south and east of Dodge City, near the Buckland, the Mullinville area, or the Greensburg area, south of US Highway 54, near US Highway 183, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Buckland, you guys are out of the tornado risk as of this moment, but the thing of it is that you're not out completely of the storm, all right? Wait another, I would say, probably 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes, wait another 10 minutes, and then you guys should be fine. You guys should be out of the risk. KTLX is out right now. That's not okay. Luckily, though, the radar of KVNX is there. Which, speaking of which, I want to check on those storms here real quickly. Oh wow, Cell and Chester's really interesting. Yeah, the Cell and Chester is very interesting. Cell near Belva and Waynoka is very interesting too. Yeah, it has some mid-level rotation. So that is starting to be really interesting as well. We're not completely there with these storms here in Oklahoma quite yet, though. Not there yet. It is trying. It is trying. Got a lot of heavy updraft characteristics with this at this time. But it is not completely there yet. So not there yet. What is probably there is this tornado. This thing is probably producing a tornado here. This thing is probably producing a tornado. Yeah, spectrum width drop. Spectrum width drop right here. That indicates turbulence. So if you're looking at the product of spectrum width on radar, all right, so whether you're on radar scope, whether you're on radar omega, whether you're on GR2, all right, all those right there. If you're on spectrum width, that indicates turbulence. And the more turbulence there is under a rotation, the higher the chance of a tornado actually being on the ground. And in this instance, that seems to be the case. This thing is starting to go more and more. Our left flank velocity enhancement is starting to amplify rather significantly. And yeah, this tells me that this is probably on the ground. Is there anybody that lives within these areas? Luckily, no. Not anywhere south of 54. Well, actually, it does seem like there's 1 or 2 people that live here within the farmland. It seems as if the people... Seems as if the people over here along US Highway 183, there's a lot more people over there. So that's going to be a higher concern. Jeez, there's so much hail being slung around this thing too. Wow. Did that storm just form? No, it looks like it just developed a new... It doesn't look like it even merged. It looks like it developed a new SVC out in front of it. Either that or that is another storm, but it looks like... I mean, there could have been another storm right within there. Hold up. Let's take a look at the previous scan. Yeah, there could have been a new storm. Could have. Just weakened a little bit, though. So maybe a brief tornado or some sort of tornado that formed on through here. Relatively weak at the moment. But the good news here is that the rotation is weakening a bit. I think it's trying to develop a new SVC. But if that's the case, the SVC with this one here is linear and it's clogging up the inflow notch. That could be a limiting factor here. Could be a little bit of a limiting factor within this storm because the hail is starting to get shot up more and thrown out. So it's kind of prohibiting the downdraft cooling air around the backside. Watch for a new cycle. Watch for a new cycle, north side. Watch for a new cycle on the north side of this near Mullinville. Watch for a new cycle. What is an SVC? SVC is basically, if the best way I can describe an SVC is the connection point between the inflow and the moisture being pulled up by the updraft. So the in between those two, when the moisture gets pulled up, it's kind of like a bridge, the SVC. So it takes that moisture and brings it up to the updraft, more or less. Other known as four-flank downdraft. But right now, this thing tells me that this thing is trying to go through a pattern a bit, trying to go through a recycling process. Because I think it is developing a new forward flank downdraft, or SVC, on the northern side. And if that's the case, a little south of Greensburg near US Highway 183. That is the area to watch. That is the area to watch. But I think it is developing a new area here. Huh. New scan came in. Yeah, it is developing a new SVC. Yeah, it is starting to reform. It is starting to recycle. It is starting to recycle. So that is exactly what I thought it kind of would do. So the old rotation is fanned off with the rear flank downdraft. A new area of rotation is going to be developing a little bit further to the north. And yeah, this thing is starting to develop a new ZDR arc. It is starting to develop a new SVC, which means that this storm could probably recycle. Tornado on the ground north of Olive. What? Yeah, there's been a bunch of people that have been doing fake reports. Bunch of people that have been doing fake reports, and it's kind of just, why? You know? Like, why? You know, it's just... There's no reason for you to do fake reports. All these reports are trying to help the National Weather Service. Because they're trying to save lives and whatnot. And if there's people doing fake ones... Jeez. I mean, that's terrible. Those false reports and whatnot. So it looks like as of right now, as I said, it is under a recycling process. It is under a recycling process. Still some very heavy amounts of ZDR. It looks like the old portion of the storm is trying to recycle within this. It is trying to develop. You can see a new area of rear flank downdraft right within here. But I think that's going to get killed off here soon. I think there's going to be a new area that tries to develop a little bit further than that. So I think we might see probably a good 5 to 10 minutes of this thing trying to recycle. And then we'll have an answer of whether or not this thing is going to recycle or not. I would say within, 5 to 10 minutes as well. But yeah, I mean, right now, this thing is on the struggle bus. Small CC drop, but you're not sure. That would not be tornadic debris. That would not be tornadic debris at this time. That's the good news. See ya, Caden. Thanks for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Of course, I'll still be live streaming because the event's it hasn't even started yet officially. Oh, wow. What? Is it trying to develop 2 areas now? One up there, one down there? What? It's developing 2 areas of rotation. Wait a minute. So why? That makes so much sense. The southern one is the new SVC. The southern one is the new storm. The northern one is the older one. Wow. Okay, that is very interesting. That is very interesting of what just came out. And if that's the case, I want to take a look at something here real quickly. This is just for future reference, just for me to realize as to what's going on here within this environment. That does not make any sense. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense, and that makes a lot more sense too. Wow. Yeah, it's very elongated at this moment, and I doubt it will actually produce two, all right? I doubt it will actually produce two tornadoes. If my best guess was, all right, for right now, because it's trying to develop two, I'm starting to think it's starting to become a little bit more linear. I think it's starting to become a little bit more linear. That could change, however, within, I'd say, probably 10 minutes. Probably 10 minutes. Once again, going through a recycling phase. But right now, it seems to be jutting out. It seems to be gusting out on the southern side. So besides the instant shock of the fact that this thing is trying to produce two tornadoes, it looks like it's starting to become a little bit more linear. And I'm assuming the reason for that is because of the storm that formed within the other storm, if that was what happened. But otherwise, it may have tried to develop a new SVC or a new area to where the moisture can get from the inflow notch to the updraft. And kind of failed doing so, so everything just kind of collapsed on itself. Now, I wonder if that'll be the case now. I wonder if now that happened, the other storm in Mineola has caught up with the other supercell. So it's caught up there now. So I wonder if this is the beginning of the linear threat behind the supercells. So maybe a brief spin up there. Buckland, you guys are in the clear now. If you're in Buckland, you can get out now. You guys probably have a lot of hailstones over there. We had some reports of golf ball sized hail. A lot of golf ball sized hail reports from this storm in your area. But the storm has passed you, Buckland, so you are now in the clear. Which is the good news. Mullinville, you are not out of the clear. If you're in Mullinville, if you're in Greensburg, if your area is south of Greensburg on 183, Highway 183, I highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure. I highly recommend you get into the lowest, innermost part of your building and stay away from windows. That would probably be the best. That'd probably be the best thing to do here in this instance, in this scenario. New severe thunderstorm warning for the south of that. Wow. So yeah, this is the linear threat. Now. It'll be more of a hail and wind threat here within this line. As soon as this line, guys, catches up to this other line over here, then the threat for the significant tornadoes is done and over with. Do I think storms will go all along the dry line? Not all along the dry line, but they will go along the dry line. There will be storms. So the northern storms will. That's really interesting. Cell near Orion needs to be watched out for very closely. Cell near Orion needs to be watched out for very closely. If this thing can get away from the dry line, this thing's going to be our significant tornado. And that might not be good, because the area it could be heading towards is a populous area. So if it roots, yeah, that's not good. But I'm going to keep my mouth shut in regards to where I think that storm could go for right now. Yeah, these storms right now, all right, so we have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings with damage threat considerable tags in Kansas. That's near the Greensburg and the Coldwater areas, south and east of Dodge City. We also have these new severe thunderstorms that are trying to develop and even become tornadic over here in northwestern portions of Oklahoma. So I'm going to actually say this out ahead of time right now. If you know anyone who lives in Enid or Pond Creek or anywhere near the area of Vance Air Force Base, Oklahoma, and that would be on the northern side of Oklahoma, I highly recommend telling them right now that severe weather is going to be heading off into their area very soon. Very soon. And it is more and more likely now that these storms could be strong with large hail, maybe even the threat for tornadoes. Because that is what I am noticing right now with this recent development. But yes, if you know anyone who lives in Enid, in Kremlin, in Pond Creek, in Helena, Jet, Ringwood, or Ringwood here in Oklahoma, now would probably be a good time to tell them to watch out for this very closely. Jeez. I want to pull this up here on the side. Okay, so the dry line has already passed through Woodward. Not a very steep, there you go, steep dry line. That's kind of what I figured. But once the outflow boundary is already kind of developed, it's already gone. Yeah, Selin Orion still tells me that this thing is trying to develop more and more. Yeah, that's the cell. I'm already identifying this right now. This right here in Orion, that is going to be the stuff to watch. Already has a 81% chance of severe hail, 81% chance of strong winds. It is about 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. Not a huge amount of helicity, but if it just keeps moving out in front of that environment, it'll fix it. Storm relative velocity from 0 to 1. Yeah, it's starting to approach that environment. Starting to get there. So that's going to be something to watch very closely. Tim Baker's live streaming from southwestern Kansas. So he's on that cell that was from the Buckland area. He was on that cell right there. That kind of makes sense. Let's go back on this cell over here south of Mullinville. Yeah, this thing is still trying to produce areas of rotation, trying to produce tornadoes. But right now, from the looks of it, it's kind of gusting out on the southern side. It is trying to rotate. It is trying to rotate and trying to produce a tornado. There's just 2 areas of rotation. Once again, 2 areas of rotation here, and it's kind of on the struggle bus because of it. So it's not strong enough to sustain both. But there is a heck of a ZDR arc here still. Oh my goodness. Heck of a ZDR arc still. Excuse me. All right, so once again, all right, real quickly, while we are watching over this, I want to reinforce the narrative of who all can be impacted and who all needs to watch out. So I'm going to turn this off, turn that off, and I'm going to turn that off too. This is our convective outlook. This is the outlook here for today. Our severe weather outlook, which dictates as to what type of severe weather and the intensity of the severe weather that we can get here today. We have our light green, which is just a general thunderstorm risk. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, or a marginal risk. We have a 2 out of 5 in the yellow, or a slight risk, a 3 out of 5, or an enhanced risk, and a 4 out of 5, other known as a moderate risk. All right, so if you know anyone that lives in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you need to tell them that this significant weather is possible here today. Significant weather is possible here today. Especially if you live in portions of central and northern Oklahoma, as well as southern Kansas, specifically northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. All right, I am very concerned for the areas near Enid and Ponca City, as well as Anthony and Medford. I am very concerned for those areas. And, there's already a cell that is over near Orion that is very concerning to me right now. But I highly recommend telling them that this stuff is going to be happening in their general area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them if they don't have a way of getting information out, all right? Please be sure to, or getting the information that there could be tornadoes and whatnot, please be sure to share this live stream with them, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can get this information out to as many people as possible who may not be able to get warnings, all right? Because if they don't have service, if they don't have power, they're going to go to social media. They're going to go to social media to find it. And so, if you guys were to be able to spread this onto as many social media platforms as possible, that would be greatly appreciated. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. All right, that's the big thing there. We're trying to get this out to more and more people. Yeah, that storm in Orion is starting to go. That storm in Orion is starting to go. Not fully there yet, but that is the storm to watch very closely. Yep, it is Miami. Yeah, we got a week-long tornado event here, too. Yeah, that's the other thing to notice here, guys. Beyond what's happening right now, there's also the risk for severe weather. For tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, as well as on Sunday, too. All right, there's the risk for severe weather for days, okay? So there's the risk for today, very similar to what we saw. Here we go, there's tomorrow. You can see there is a risk for a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the Ohio River Valley. Here is Wednesday. There's a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale that could easily be upgraded to a 4 out of 5. That's pretty crazy. And this is more of a classic. This is even more of a classic Plains event than today is. All right, that one could probably do a lot more damage. And then that is on Thursday. Now we don't have, as you can see, don't have anything beyond that. I do believe that Sunday, however, Sunday or Monday, we could potentially get another event that could occur in the central portions of the United States. So that is, this is a whole entire week-long event here, and the Central Plains are in the middle of it. And it's that time of year now. It's that time of year for Oklahoma and Kansas to really start to get their tornado numbers up, because it's just favorable that way. Tornadoes are just favorable that way. So that is the thing to note here. That is the thing to watch. But yeah, these supercells are trying to go. They are trying to develop. A little bit of a ZDR arc now developing with that southern cell. A little bit of a ZDR arc starting to develop. That's kind of concerning. Heavy amounts of rain in the downdraft. Yeah, that is very concerning. That is a new tornado warning. That's for the cell.
Tornado warning for South Central Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, Major County in northwestern Oklahoma.
So that is a new tornado warning for this cell right here, heading towards Orienta. And there seems to be some people that live here near Clio Springs and Orienta. So if you live here in Clio Springs or Orienta, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this thing can easily ramp up. There's the new tornado warning. You can see the giant red box that has been plopped over here, more or less. Giant red box. And it's heading straight for the Orienta areas in the Clio Springs general vicinity. You need to get in your safe space right now. Need to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So let's get some timings out here for you all. Orienta, the US Highway 60 area. You guys are going to get your get the storm where the actual tornado is going to move over in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. All right, 20 minutes is the most amount of time that you guys have in order for this thing to literally be right on top of you all. So need to get in your safe space right now. Orienta or Clio Springs need to get in your safe space. Where's Fairview? Fairview just produced on, yeah, I don't know where Fairview is. Wow. Yeah, and this storm looks very, very... Oh, that's this Fairview. So this Fairview. So yeah, I'm not sure if this thing is producing a tornado right now. Yeah, Orienta Fairview. Which makes sense. But it looks like this thing is trying to go. And I do see from a screen on the side, that could be a tornado. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. But this thing, yeah, there's a reason why this thing is tornado warned, 100%. Very well pronounced wall cloud. Very well pronounced wall cloud with this. This was sent to me over here by Dawn. And this was near the Buckland, Kansas cell that we were looking at. Look at the wall cloud. Look at how low it is to the ground. So there is definitely something right there. Would not be surprised if there was something tornadic within that environment. That is something to watch out for. If you guys have any pictures that you want to send in to me, please be sure to do so. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is NATOcast. That's NATOcast right there. And NATOcast thinks that there's going to be a high chance for tornadoes over here in northern Oklahoma. And I wouldn't be surprised either. Would not be surprised. But there is definitely some crazy activity over there that is anticipated. 100%. Yeah, it hasn't fully congealed quite yet. It's not fully there. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are reporting large wall cloud within that area, and I'm not really too surprised. I'm going to pull up Omega. I'm going to pull up Omega. I was tracking the severe weather last night, ironically. Does not look like Vince is there. Yeah, Vince seems to be kind of considering. Whew. I mean, that's crazy. But yeah, this storm continues to show a bit of rotation here. Little teeny bits, though. It's not fully ready yet. It's also showing clockwise rotation, which is kind of funny. It's very funny. But if you think of it this way, greens are moving towards, reds moving away, so that would not be it. That would not be how the rotation forms. It would have to be here on the southern side. So this is kind of a really interesting scenario here. Very interesting scenario at this time with this storm. But it does, just from a radar perspective, things have not really congealed quite yet. Except for the act of these storms that are about to merge here together. You see that storm and that storm that are about to merge together. That is kind of the case here. Left split near Watonga. I'd have to take a look at that from the OKC radar. That'd be easier. Yeah, that kind of does look like a left split there. That kind of does look like a left split. Yep. So Kingfisher and Dover and Hennessy is something to watch out for as well. Let's go back to the cell. The current tornado warning cell. Orion's out of the clear. All right, so they're in the clear, I should say. There's no way this thing is producing a tornado clockwise. If this thing, it looks like this thing is trying to produce a tornado that's spinning clockwise. It looks like it's trying to. It is trying to. And if that's the case, that's going to be, that'll kind of make sense a little bit. Sometimes when storms merge together, they end up producing a spin up. But yeah, this thing might be trying to develop a tornado that is spinning clockwise, which is not how you typically see tornadoes here in the United States. Usually they spin counterclockwise. And this thing is considering. Speaking of considering, we have over 3-inch size hail with this storm. So beyond the fact that it could potentially produce a tornado, it can produce damaging, very heavy hail, large hail. National Weather Service actually notes that along with the potential of a tornado forming, you could actually have 2-inch sized hail that could fall with this. And the radar here actually tells us that we could even have 3-inch sized hail. And that is very large. That is going to do damage across the board, break windshields, break windows, which is the reason why we keep telling people to stay away from windows when they're indoors, because that hail can shoot through the window and can actually break it and could injure people that way. So that's kind of what we are trying to get the word out towards, more or less, is that if you're in Orienta or Clio Springs, all right, if you know anyone who lives over there in Oklahoma, you need to tell them that we got some very heavy amounts of activity over within this area. All right, so I'm going to put this at the top part of our screen. There you go. Now we know where this is at. Now we know exactly where this is at. But yeah, Orienta, Fairview, Clio Springs, and Oklahoma. You need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. ZDR arc is starting to kind of fan out. That's only because these storms are starting to merge. These storms are starting to collide with each other, so maybe the longevity of this Orienta cell is going to be coming into question. Jeez. Hitchcock. Hitchcock needs to be watched very closely. ZDR arc. Very well pronounced ZDR arc. Yeah, that storm near Hitchcock. That might root here soon. I think that might actually root here soon. And I head towards the Lacey, Okeechobee, and the Okeechobee areas, as well as Hennessy and Bison. That's going to be something to watch very, very closely. Rotation west to Greensburg. Yeah, let's go back to that real quickly. Looks like it's organized itself now, finally. After a little bit of time. My thought process is that this can either produce a little skinny tornado if the RFD doesn't surge around quick enough, or this is going to produce a large one. I think it's going to produce a skinny one. This one over here, south of Greensburg. Along the linear threat. There isn't really a well-defined SVC anymore, so yeah, I think it could probably produce a little skinny tornado. I'll watch out for that very closely. But that's kind of... it's kind of meh. Yeah, Enid, Lahoma, Bison, Hennessy. Anywhere along US Highway 81, US Highway 60. Pond Creek, Tonkawa, Perry, I-35, north of OKC. You guys need to watch very closely. Very closely. Yep, we'll be watching Edmond. We'll be watching all these areas very closely. Because we do think this is going to increase in activity very quickly. I'm going to go back to, not Dodge City. I'm going to go back to Oklahoma City. Look at this Watonga cell. Yeah, it is still trying to rotate. It actually does have some pretty good rotation. Good cape, good helicity. Good cape, good helicity. Cape, good helicity. It's not bad. It's not bad. Weak growth rate. Strong growth rate. Strong growth rate. So both of these storms in Hitchcock and Watonga. I want to take a look. Lapse rates. Wow. Yeah, they're in the higher lapse rates over here, these southern cells. Yeah, these southern cells are the one to watch. New mesoscale discussion has been issued. That's a new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kiowa County in south-central Kansas, northwestern Barber County in south-central Kansas, southwestern Pratt County in south-central Kansas.
So why they issue the tornado warning now, I don't know. I mean, we've been looking at this thing ever since Kingdom Come. Probably did produce a tornado near Buckland, but now here you go. Another threat for another tornado here. Another threat for another tornado here. South of Greensburg, south of Haviland. And if you guys live over here near the Croft and the Sun City areas over here, in Kansas. This is not in Oklahoma. This is in Kansas. All right, so if you live in Croft or in Sun City, Kansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, there is a new tornado warning with this cell. New tornado warning. And areas out in front of this, near the Croft area, Sun City, areas north of Wilmore in Kansas, you need to be in your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This red box here is the tornado warning, but you guys might be looking at the radar aspect and you're trying to figure out where the tornado is. This is where it's at right here. All right, so you see how this thing starts to hook down just like that? Things start to wrap around just like this. Right about there is where the actual rotation would be. I know it's a large circle, but it would be right about there specifically. And it seems to be heading off more towards the Croft area. The Croft, a little north of Sun City. But like just in case if this thing veers off to the left or to the right, that's the reason why the polygon is so large. So if you know anyone that lives in Croft, Sun City, Lake City, even eventually, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Take away my mouse real quickly, unplug, and then replug it in. There we go. Yeah, it looks like this storm is trying to cycle a little bit more, but it's also on the struggle bus right now, so that's kind of the good news here. But once again, if you're in these areas, you need to take shelter. Here's a picture right here from the wall cloud in Fairview. This is from Andrew Justin. Andrew Justin, look at this. Looks very scuddy. If you don't know what scuddy means, is scud is the type of cloud that we look for that doesn't really mean a whole lot. All right, a lot of just irrelevant cloud for the most part, and you can see how low these clouds are. Very scuddy, very not very strong, more or less. But that's kind of what we're looking at with the Fairview cell. This was uploaded 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. So this is kind of giving us an idea as to what's going on with this cell right within there. But yeah. That's what's going on with that cell in Fairview. And as I said, if you guys have any pictures, please be sure to send them to me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. Or you can just send them to me on Discord. Either or is fine. And if you find anything on Twitter too, like if someone has like a tornado on the ground, it's like a picture of a tornado, please be sure to send those to me as well. That way we may be able to get perspectives out. We're trying to get information out about these storms. And so if we can just, show people that, hey, this storm has a tornado, we may be able to get this information out to more and more people and convince them more. Because that's what we're trying to do. I'm trying to tell people that there is going to be tornadoes, and some people may not believe me. And so we're going to try and do that. KOCO reporting bad chaser convergence? Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why. Not, I don't wonder why. I know exactly why. And people are trying to figure out, what do they mean by chaser convergence? What do they mean by that? It just basically means that it's a huge area to where storm chasers are at, and it creates traffic. And you see all these little red dots here? See all these little red dots? All right. Those are all chasers. That's an individual person. An individual person within all these, within this entire area. And if you can imagine how all these dots are lining up next to each other in cars. All right, that is what we got here as chaser convergence. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, that cell in Watonga's going to be something to watch out for. Once again, very closely. I'm going to use OKC's radar for this. It should be about 6,000. It's about 4,000. So yeah, it might actually be easier to use this one. Advanced Air Force Base. But yeah, this thing has some very strong upper level rotation. Very strong upper level rotation. I wonder if we can actually see that on OKC's radar. Yeah, that does seem to be the case as well. This thing seems to have some pretty strong upper level rotation with this thing too. So yeah. Yeah, Watonga is the cell to go. Watonga is the cell to go. Already getting a mesocyclone indicator with this. Nearby thunderstorm. Wow, dew points are 68 in this area. Dew point is 68 with a temperature of 79. Wow. Relative humidity at 70%. So that is very... Wow. Law enforcement will eventually ban unlicensed chasing. That kind of sounds stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Similar to the storm in Kansas. Similar to the storm in Kansas. Look at this. Heavy amounts of turbulence. Heavy amounts of turbulence in the inflow notch. And this thing is trying to go. So if I were watching out, if I were trying to find rotation here, it'd be right back in here. If this rain can wrap around just a little bit more, you're going to get this thing. It's going to go. It's going to probably produce a tornado. But yeah, it would be over here just to the east of Watonga, Oklahoma. Just to the east. Probably by about a mile or two. And this thing's also producing some spotty hail as well. So let that be known for the general public. Wow. But yeah, this thing is trying to go here. Gonna listen to something here real quickly. Someone on Twitter. Jeez. That's really interesting. Sam, yeah, it is starting to do a little bit of a left split. You said that, what, 15 minutes ago? I think it probably did a new left split, I'm assuming is what that is. So yeah, we're probably going to see a new tornado here soon. Wow.
Tornado warning for northwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, east central Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma.
They really pulled the trigger on that one very closely. I can't believe how fast they issued that tornado warning. They just straight up said, you know what? Don't care if this thing doesn't produce a tornado. Or the type of day that we have today, we're going to try and warn out ahead of time. And I mean, my goodness. So yeah, there's your new tornado warning. This is for Kingfisher and Blaine counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, luckily, it looks like this storm is heading north of Kingfisher. All right, but the only issue is that north of Kingfisher, there's areas like Dover and Hennessy. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, Highly recommend telling them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, they issued this thing very early, very quickly. And I'm just like, whew. Yeah, that is a new mesoscale discussion they have issued. Greatest threat for tornadoes and very large hails should focus around across portions of southern Kansas and northwestern Oklahoma through 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. North central Oklahoma. That's what they're saying is the highest chance for a strong tornado. North central Oklahoma. Yeah, for real. Better safe than sorry. That's all you can say with that. And I fully agree. 100%. Yeah, this thing is rotating. This thing is rotating quite quickly. This is starting to get very close to where Matt chased last year. You guys remember where Matt chased in Oklahoma and caught the tornado? Warning alerts on desktop. It's GR Earth. But yeah, this thing is starting to materialize more and more, and it looks like to me that this is where the hook is at right here. That's where it looks like to me. But then again, you know, you also have your SVC that's starting to kind of try and wrap around here as well. It's the latest scan that just came in. But to me, it looks like you would probably try and get something to spin up, wrap around right in here somewhere. Right in there. So maybe not right there. That's not exactly the case. I would say somewhere like right in here is what we could potentially see here in the next 10 minutes. So once again, this is a tornado warning. We have 3 tornado warnings issued right now. Let's move off to the north to try and get an update as to what's happening with this one. The one near Croft is very broad at this time, so I'm not really anticipating too much. A lot of lightning, a lot of large hail too, but there's not really too much for me to say in regards to what this thing is doing at the moment. So right now, I would say it's more of a wind and hail threat if you're in Croft and Sun City as well as Coates. But if you're over there, if you're near Sawyer, Kansas, highly recommend you watch out, as there could potentially be something tornadic within your area. And they could issue a new tornado warning if things do, you know, intensify. Let's go back over. Let's go to the tornado warning over here near Orienta. Orienta and Cleo Springs, you guys are in the clear. You guys are in the clear as of right now. I'm going to turn on my fan real quickly. There we go. But if you are in Alfalfa and major counties in Oklahoma, near Ringwood, Mino, and Isabella, you probably should be in your safe space as well, because there is some tornadic activity in this general vicinity, at least according to the National Weather Service. There is a little bit of rotation near the Isabella area, but there's just so many showers and thunderstorms that are congealing with it that's not allowing these storms to be, you know, discrete. So they, you know, unless if those storms end up becoming discrete, being out by themselves, I don't foresee them being too much of an issue here in the future. But the area that I'm watching out for the most is probably this Isabella cell right here, the one on the southern side. That one could potentially be semi-discrete and could potentially produce the tornadoes and stuff like that. So that'll be something to note, something to watch out for. Then the area near Hitchcock, Watonga. Watonga's in the clear right now, but if you're near Loyal, Dover, and Hennessy, All right, if you're in any of those areas over here in Oklahoma, I highly recommend telling people to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if they haven't already, because they probably are going to get some sort of activity from this storm as this continues to progress. And this is in an environment to where these storms could amplify significantly. So that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for this area. That's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for this area. So Loyal, Dover, Hennessy, areas near Kingfisher, need to watch out very, very closely. Luckily, from the looks of it, there isn't really a whole lot of areas in between Watonga and Hennessy besides Loyal. And even then, Loyal isn't like a very major populace, so that's the good news there. But there are quite a few people that live in Loyal. I wouldn't say like, thousands of people. I'd say 100 or 2. But, on the off chance that they are watching my stream here, if you know anyone that lives over there, we're trying to get that information out to them. So please be sure. Please be sure to get this information out to as many people as possible. It'd be very helpful. Geez, now Cape has climbed over 4,000. Yeah, that's not good. Hmm. $21 on the dot. That's also 21 on the dot. That doesn't make any sense. Jeez, look at that upper level rotation. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good if that translates to the ground. Yeah, this might be the one that produces the significant tornado, guys. This one might be the one. I'm gonna put this over here real quickly. Whenever I do have the munchies, I can just take some. Do a 3D? Not a bad idea, actually. Not a bad idea. Ugh. Right now, it's not fully tornadic at the moment. Too linear with its updraft, so too straight up and down. If this thing fully wraps around, you'll see it start to tilt. That'll be a tornadic storm, so it's not there yet. It is not there yet. Definitely has got its inflow. Definitely has its inflow. And it is pretty elevated at this time. Little elevated, but yeah. Definitely has its rotation. Goes up with height as well. So that is something to note. Something to watch out for. Little bit of a hook. Little bit of a hook now. This thing is trying to wrap around. As soon as we see this thing wrap around just like this, then we can expect the tornado. But right now, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting how this thing is not wrapping around quite yet. Actually, very interested. It's still producing very large hail, though. Very large hail. Golf ball sized hail. That's what the National Weather Service is saying. What app do I use for my tornado warning alerts? GR Earth. This app. Right here. That's very nice. Yeah, that's very nice. Very nice mesoscale discussion and a severe weather event over there in Idaho. And then we also have that. 5%. Watch issuance. We have this casual cell over here near Hot Springs. That's nice. Lowering on the Watonga cell. Interesting. I wonder where. Because on radar, I mean, obviously, you know, it's kind of not showing up, but... Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation displaced from the actual supercell. Seems to be out in front of it, and it's kind of weird how that is the case. I wonder if we're going to be able to see something up here soon. Really interested as to the structure of the storm. Very interested. Yeah, I don't see too much on like other Storm Chasers feeds. You have forewarn? No, forewarn's not that bad. You should be good. Excuse me? That's something to watch. Very close to the radar, so it's hard to say, but right next to the Air Force Base, that's something to watch very closely. Vance Air Force Base. Yeah, it's trying to rotate. It's trying. Starting to spin around. Oh, there it is. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I just watched another, I just took a look at another Chaser's feed. Yeah, there is... That is a wall cloud. It is pretty elevated right now from the looks of it. But yeah, there is a lowering. Tornado is trying to form there. But yeah, the hook is starting to wrap around more. Look at that. Rain starting to wrap around. Just a little teeny bit more. Little teeny bit more. I want to take a look at Vance Air Force Bases one more time. It looks like Vance Air Force Base is completely displaced with where the actual storm is. So I think Norman is probably the best way to go. Even though they're looking up a whole, few hundred feet above the ground. That is definitely not a tornado from Channel 9. It is definitely not. That's a lot of scud. Yeah, look at that. That might be what they were watching earlier. That might be what they were watching earlier, but the picture that I was just sent didn't look like that. Did not look like that. Yeah, that could be a funnel. Where is he at right now? That's the Watonga cell. So he's on Watonga. And that makes sense. Jeez. Oh, now they're starting to shoot the, what's its face? The helicopter footage. They're starting to get the helicopter in it. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit more convincing. The helicopter. That's from News 9, Channel 9. You can see that's the wall cloud. All this stuff right here, that's Scud. Alright, so that's not a part of the tornado. I'm only looking at this part right here. Or let alone just anywhere under this. Alright, because that's the wall cloud right there. Alright. That's what I just got sent from the side. But yeah, that's a heck of a view with this cell. Heck of a view with this cell right now. And we still have some pretty strong rotation from a velocity standpoint as well. Take a look at velocities. You have greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. A lot of hail falling with this storm too. It is starting to try to wrap rain around the side. Is there a link to News 9 that I can watch on the side screen? Is there a link to News 9 that I can watch on the side screen? That's a ZDR column right there. Oh my goodness. Yep, that extends up to 21,000 feet. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, if there is a News 9 feed that I can watch on the side screen, if anyone has News 9. I don't know if it's free or not. If it isn't free, then oh well. It is what it is. News 9 YouTube, that's all it is. News 9. Oh, wow. Bunch of noodles. That thing is touching. That thing might be on the ground now. Yeah, oh boy. Alright, so here's News 9's feed. And that thing might be on the ground. That thing might be on the ground now. That is on the ground right now. On the ground. Rope tornado. Maybe a larger tornado. But that is a tornado that is extending to the ground. That is on the ground. Holy. Yeah, that's a heck of a tornado. Nice little rope. Pretty weak at this time from the looks of it. But yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. So Loyal, Dover, Hennessy, if you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas and Loyal, can't show you guys because I'm going to get copyrighted. My channel's going to get taken down. All right? You're going to have to take my word for it here. And if you want to watch the tornado yourself, the link is in the chat right there. That is where the news source is. All right? We just watched, or at least I just watched, a rope that extended all the way down to the ground. But that was a tornado on the ground right there. And that is a well pronounced wall cloud there too. But yeah, that was from Channel 9 right there. Channel 9 had a well-pronounced funnel to tornado at that point. Tornado extended down to the ground. And we're starting to get some more significant rotation here now that's developing towards Loyal. So if you live anywhere near Loyal in Oklahoma, now is the time to go. Now is the time to go to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Oh my goodness, that's a heck of a shot. I'm going to show you guys a quick peek real quickly. Look at that. That's the wall cloud that we're looking at there on the side. That is a huge wall cloud. Huge wall cloud from the helicopter footage that they're getting. And that might be multi-vortex. That could be, this could be a large tornado here. Because there's so many areas of rotation that I'm seeing within that wall cloud. I mean, that's well defined. That's well defined. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, east central Blaine County
there it is.
in northwestern Oklahoma.
Confirmed tornado, right there. Yep, there's the picture that I just saw. That was from Channel 9. Look at that. That was the tornado right there. You can see the noodle that extended all the way to the ground in Kingfisher County. That's where it was. But yeah, this is now a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado here, heading straight for Loyal. This is very low to the ground, too. We might be seeing a large tornado here coming out with this. Once again, if you want to watch it live, if you want to watch the tornado live, all right, we have the news correspondents from Sky News 9 in Oklahoma. All right, the link to their stream is right there in the chat. That's the way to watch it, okay? But there is some very low, that might be on the ground again. That's very close to the ground. Very close to the ground. And that is a large rotation, too. There's a large area of rotation. It's spinning rapidly. That is as close to the ground as we have seen one here so far. With as large as it's been. So yeah, I would not be surprised if this thing produced a tornado here soon. Loyal, Dover, Hennessy. Need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is not a debris signature. CC is not showing a debris signature yet. Not a debris signature. But this thing is starting to ramp up significantly. But yeah, Loyal, Dover, Hennessy, and Oklahoma. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Because this is a heck of a storm that is starting to rotate. Let's go back to reflectivity. You can see the hook that is starting to congeal more and more, starting to become a lot more evident. Would not be surprised if this thing actually really fired off. So guys, once again, we need to get this information out to as many people as possible, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, because the more people we spread this information to, the better. All right, that's how we're going to be able to get this information out. We need to continue to try and get it out to more and more people. So be sure to copy the link to the live stream, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. All right, that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it, is by hitting that thumbs up button, because we do have a heck of a storm here. Once again, I'm watching on the side screen from the chopper, the helicopter that's over from Sky News 9 in Oklahoma. If you want to watch it, if you want to watch the tornado, it is right there on the side, or not on the side screen. It's right there in the chat right there. Click that link, you'll be able to see the tornado and or rotations right within that area. But otherwise, from a reflectivity perspective, you can see the big hook right within here, inflow coming in unimpeded. So right about there, approaching the town of Loyal, or the little area, little community of Loyal. You need to get in your safe space right now, because it's about to go right over you guys. All right? It's about to go right over Loyal, Oklahoma. About to go right over Loyal. Velocities, there might actually be two areas of rotation here. One just to the east, one right here that's about to go right over Loyal. So that is something interesting here to note. There is two areas of rotation that I am picking up here. Two areas of rotation. Very interesting. Very interesting. I wonder if this could potentially be trying to produce two tornadoes. I wonder if this thing could be trying to produce two. It's hard to tell, especially with the fact that there is an outflow boundary right here, so it's not really determined as to whether or not that's a new rotation under the same mesocyclone. But I wonder, because there is a very large... Oh my goodness, that is... I'm going to just show you all real quickly. News 9, look at that. Look at what he's looking at, guys. Look at how low that funnel is to the ground. Very low to the ground. That could be on the ground. But look at how intense that thing looks. Wow. That is absolutely insane there. That might be multi-vortex. Yeah, that's on the ground. Another tornado on the ground. That's multi-vortex. Big time tornado. Big tornado. Big tornado that is formed here. That's multi-vortex. Multi-vortex tornado. If you know anyone who lives in Loyal, they need to get in their safe space right now. They need to go. If you want to watch the live stream once again to the big tornado, right there. Be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to get this information out to as many people as possible, because there's a big tornado right there. Multi-vortex. Wow. From a velocity standpoint, this thing is huge. There might even be two areas of rotation. I'm scanning Twitter to try and give you guys pictures. Other pictures. Wow. This is from the Watonga cell. So this is the same storm that's more than likely producing a big tornado, or at least here soon. Look at this here, guys. Look at this. Look at this picture here that we're getting right now. Yeah, that's extending to the ground. That's going. That's going down towards the ground. And yep, it's kicking up dust. It's on the ground right now. It's swirling. That's huge. That's the picture that we're seeing right now. And guys, once again, got to continue to share this information. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, because that's what we're taking a look at right now. Huge amounts of activity. But yeah, that's a tornado on the ground right now. Tornado on the ground. And it just spun up. Just spun up. So once again, if you're in Loyal, Dover, or Hennessy, Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space right now. The time is now to go. The time is now to go into your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, so here's the actual radar. Here's what we're watching right now. All right, you can clearly see there's a lot of rotation with this. You have reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Looks like it is trying to recycle just a smidge. Looks like it is trying to recycle just a little bit. But yeah, this is a heck of a storm. ZDR, there is a ZDR arc right within there. Tells me this thing does not seem to be, or will not die anytime soon. That's what it tells me. We also have storms that are forming in behind this, so the line is starting to form in behind. You can see this massive line of storms here. And that kind of tells me that this could potentially swallow up the supercell. So we might have potentially, I would say, 45-minute window? 45-minute window for this thing to potentially produce a tornado before this thing doesn't do it anymore. Yeah, there's numerous weather spotters. That is a very low... Look at this here, guys. Look at this real quickly from Channel 9. Look at that from Channel 9. Look at how fast that thing is spinning. Look at how fast that thing is going. Credit to Channel 9 right there. As I said, Channel 9. That's pretty close to being on the ground. That's very close to being on the ground. That is huge. That is very low to the ground. Very low to the ground. That is crazy. So if you know anyone who lives near Loyal, Oneida, areas near Hennessy, Jax, Dover, areas near County Road E0720, that is where the storm is currently at. This thing is probably producing a tornado. Yep, it's swirling. Back on the ground. It's on the ground again. Another spin up. This thing has been doing it over and over and over again, guys. It's been doing it over and over and over again. And it's only a matter of time before this thing sits on the ground forever. It's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time before this thing spins up completely. Guys, also, what I want you all to do is the live stream that this thing has the tornado on. All right, so this is the local news, Channel 9. All right, the link is in the chat. Go over there, and if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button on that channel. Hit that thumbs up button on that channel so that they can get that information out to more and more people. Yep, it's extending down to the ground. Big noodle. Big noodle extending to the ground. That thing might be going completely. But go hit that thumbs up button in that stream and tell other people in that stream to hit that thumbs up button too. So that way they may be able to get information out to more and more people, because they have an amazing shot of that right there. And that's their local news source. But this thing is trying to produce tornadoes all over the place. And this thing is just going over and over and over again. It's trying to produce these little noodles, these little tornadoes across. Oh, wow. Look at that. Hold up. This is what he's looking at right now. This is what the live news source... There's 2 funnels right here. Look at that. So he's trying to see if there's any sort of debris on the ground, any sort of dust cloud. Look at the 2 funnels right there. That's multi-vortex. That is an insane shot right there. So once again, if you're in Dover, if you're in Hennessy, you need to get in your safe space right now in Oklahoma. All right? Need to go. The time for you to go is now. You get in your safe space. underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, so let's take a look back at the radar here. You can see the reds that are wrapping around just like this. Inflow coming in around, so you have the outflow wrapping around the rain-cooled outflow, warm, moist inflow coming into the supercell. So right about here, right near Loyal, is where the tornadic rotation would be. Heck of an updraft ZDR column. Yeah, that tells me that this thing still has a tornadic updraft, and it is still sustaining itself, or at least it's trying to. The other thing I want to note here is that this line behind it is also catching up to it. So hopefully this line will swallow up this thunderstorm, and not allow it to produce another tornado. That's kind of the hope here right now, that this line hopefully, catches the storm and, more or less just kill it more or less. That's what we are trying to get right now. But that is a heck of a shot that they were looking at. Looks like there's a new area of convergence on the northern side of where the rotation would be. That would be near the Loyal area. So a new area of convergence back in this area. Maybe a little brief tornado that could be trying to form here. And that actually does look like the case. There's a bunch of funnels that are forming all across the board. Using the closest radar may not be the best option here because KVNX has to go through all sorts of rain to get to the actual supercell. So OKC is the best way to go. Norman. Today isn't supposed to be significant anymore. Why? It's anywhere out in front of the line that can get, that can still be significant. If it's still within the line, then it's not that, not expected to be all too much anymore. I want to take a look at Vance Air Force Base because there's a storm further north that I'm really interested in. Drummond. Yeah, there could be a new tornado that can try and form near Wakamis. Wakamis, Oklahoma, as well as Douglas and Covington need to watch out for this very closely. Could be something tornadic right within there. Could be something tornadic south of Enid near Wakamis. And then, of course, you have very strong damaging winds approaching Kremlin and Hunter and Garber right now. But you have a huge bow echo here. Look at this bow echo here embedded within the line. We'll go back to reflectivity, and you could see the giant bow echo, the strong, surging, damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force near Kremlin and Hunter in Oklahoma. So if you're in the areas that I just called out for, Salt Fork areas near State Highway 74 in Oklahoma, need to get in your safe space over there as well. Stay away from windows with that. But Drummond might be something over here near Drummond to watch out for as this continues to extend. Because I do believe there could be something tornadic within that area. I would not be surprised if that actually was the case, to where there could be something tornadic within that area. Let's go back over to OKC. And it still has rotation. Still has rotation as it spans up in the atmosphere. This thing might be... Interestingly enough, I think the helicity may not be good enough for this thing to really form, for this thing to really put something down on the ground. That's really interesting. Why is Radar Omega not functioning at the moment? Radar Omega is definitely not functioning at the moment. Can I check the storm near Anadarko? Yeah, I can. I can. Anadarko, Oklahoma. That is south and west of OKC. So luckily I'm in the right spot. Cell near Anadarko still has a long ways to go because it just formed. Just formed along the dry line down there. But it still has a long way to go. It's not in the best helicity value. Its growth rate is strong, though, so this thing is probably bound to become a supercell. Probably bound to become a supercell. High amounts of cape. Interestingly enough. P-watt values is 1.4, so it's kind of... It's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not good either. So... Not anticipating too much stuff with that. I'm more anticipating the stuff near Loyal, heading towards Dover. Which, by the way, Hennessy and Dover. If you're near Hennessy and Dover in Oklahoma, now is your time to go. Now is your time to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them that. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. We're trying to continue to try and get information out to more and more people. So if you know anyone on Twitter, all right, and they may want to view this, put this on Twitter, put this on Facebook. If you have a Twitter and you haven't already, the link that I just sent in the chat is me telling people that I'm live right now. If you retweet it, like it, and stuff like that, the analytics on Twitter will say, hey, we need to spread this to more and more people. So we may be able to get this information out to more and more people. That is not just on YouTube. This is Acne. Acne is what? Oh, it's back there. So this was 15 minutes ago. In Acne. Look at this. Look at that wall cloud here, guys. So we can see practically everything here. All right, we have the huge wall cloud here where the tornado could potentially lie. That's actually right where it could be. Then you have the big bubbling cumulus, that huge updraft. Look at that. So all the moisture and whatnot gets put up into the storm. This might actually be one of my favorite pictures I've seen from this year. That looks absolutely insane. But I just retweeted that. If you guys want to see that, it's also on the Twitter. Yeah, News 9. That is pretty interesting over there. Yeah, this thing still has rotation. It's just fumbling over itself right now. I wonder if it's elevated. I wonder if it's elevated. The cell near Enid and Wacomus is not. The cell near Enid and Wacomus is not. I'm pretty sure that thing could try and produce a tornado. May have actually tried to produce a tornado already. It's actually going to go right over the weather station here. So if you're north of Wacomus, or if you're in Wacomus, you need to get in your safe space, because that could probably produce here in a second some sort of bookend vortex. There actually is a consolidation of spectrum width here, a spectrum width ball. So that might actually be, there could be the potential of a tornado there south of Enid along the line. That is going to be something to note. Pond Creek. And there might be something over there, but I see more of a bow echo once again moving through Hunter. Could be something on the northern end of that, but not really too much. So that's kind of the good news here, is that there aren't really as many storms that have formed out in front as there usually would be. Yeah, the supercell is going to die when the line catches it. That is true. 100% factual. When this line back here, all right, so you see this big line of showers and thunderstorms move on through. When this catches up with the supercell, it's going to kill it. And then you're going to have the strong damaging wind risk that could push on through. Yeah, we still have a lot of rotation with that. I kind of want to go... does Dodge City have anything else that I can use? No. So I'm going to go to KFDR. KFDR. Pratt County, Kansas. Let me take a look at that real quickly as this loads. Pratt County, Kansas. That is over there. In Pratt County. Alright, so Pratt is currently getting out of the risk. If you're along 281 in Pratt County, you're starting to get out of the risk. Wait another 5 minutes, and you should be fine. But if you are east of Pratt, highly recommend you guys stay indoors. I don't foresee anything severe in your area to answer your question, but other than that, not really too much. Yeah, south of Enid, there might be a tornado that's starting to develop here. I'm very concerned now for the potential of a tornado forming here. I'm very concerned now. Huh. South of Enid. Jeez. On your way back to Tahlequah? Hoping it melts into linear mode by the time the storms make it here? Yeah. Yeah, south of Enid, near the Wacomas area. There is something right here. There is something. There is something indeed that probably could spin up a tornado. Interestingly enough, this thing also has a ZDR arc. It's just inverted. That's actually really interesting. Wow. Wow, so this thing actually has a ZDR arc on the backside of this thing. Wow. Wow. Yeah, this thing can probably produce a tornado. And this is not a bust, people. We're not even done with this event. You guys really think that we're done? Who did you watch but you can't comment in? If you're talking about News 9, then that makes sense. I just subscribed today, so I'm not able to see. Dude, guys, all I gotta say here real quickly, though, alright? On a separate note, my room, my weather room and whatnot, I'm almost done with kind of constructing the plans of where to put everything. All I need to do is just put everything together, and we're going to work on that here soon. So it should be done within the next, I don't know, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, something like that. I'm so excited for that weather room. Dude, the studio is going to be insane. I love this. I have so many ideas for it. What is a CER? ZDR. So ZDR. ZDR is a product, other known as Differential Reflectivity. The Z is silent, surprisingly. And it basically tells me as to whether or not a storm could be trying to get stronger or not. So whenever you see it, unsurprisingly...
Tornado warning for East Central Garfield County in northern Oklahoma.
Unsurprisingly, knew that was going to happen. So there is the new tornado warning for Garfield County, Oklahoma. South of Enid. So if you're in Enid, all right, you guys are in the clear. But if you're south of Enid, or if you're near U.S. Highway 6481, you need to get in your safe space right now. Let me see if I can get... yeah, so if you're near the Enid Woodring Municipal Airport. So if you're near the Enid Municipal Airport, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're near Vance Air Force Base, you need to get in your safe space right now. I actually did not know. Wow. Interesting. But that actually is Vance Air Force Base, and the radar is a lot further north, so that's weird. But yeah, if you're near the Air Force Base, if you're near Fairmont, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. But yeah, there's a new tornado warning here, and it's actually about to parallel US Highway 64. In the field, it looks like a clear slot. So if you look at ZDR here, okay, and you draw along the line of where the ZDR arc would be, because it has to like kind of curl, kind of like that. And you can also see it curl just like that too. And then go to reflectivity. You actually notice that it's right along the borders of the clear slot, right within here. All right, and that's just basically the updraft characteristics. So it's a good tool to use if you're trying to figure out if storms are going to intensify further or not. But yeah, there's the new tornado warning. And by the way, if you want to learn about radar analysis and whatnot, all right, if you want to try and get better, you know, at just weather in general, I have weather classes in my Discord server. Even though we just started a week ago, all right, you can still catch up because I've recorded one of the classes already, okay? So if you want to take part of the classes, the weather classes, and you know, enhance your knowledge in meteorology, or if you just want to talk to me in general, join the Discord server. I love it in there. I talk to everyone in there. You know, you'll even see me make an appearance and talk about all sorts of stuff. So, you know, if you want, take the next step in weather, look at radar analysis, models, whatnot, play games, because you actually can play games. There you go. Yeah, cell near Fairmont still is trying to go. It is still indeed trying to go. Look at this here. This is near Dover. All right, so this is the southernmost tornado warning here, near Hennessy. This is the Dover and Hennessy tornado warning. Look at this, guys. Look at this massive wall cloud here. Good for him and Vortex Chasing, Zachary Hall. Look at this, guys. Look at that. Yeah, and if you want to take part of classes, make sure you message me. Message me too. That way I can give you the role. But look at this, guys. I mean, look at that. Absolutely insane. Looks otherworldly, doesn't it? Looks like an actual UFO. An actual UFO. Trying to see if I can find any other pictures here for you all. Here's a video. This was from Rob Hall. This was the tornado that was over near Dover and Loyal. And look at that. That right there. Man, oh man. So interesting stuff from Rob Hall. This is another one over here. This is from Brandon Payne. All right, Brandon Payne. Same storm. Look at this. You can even see the noodle that extends all the way to the ground. Wow. Thank God this happened over, you know, just farmland, right? Man, oh man, that's crazy. Trying to see if I can find anything else. A lot of hail that I see. Trees down from Parkersburg. Jeez, that's crazy. Am I going to be live on Wednesday? Yep, more than likely. I'll be live on Wednesday and Thursday, and then probably on Sunday. Joshy boy with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to Joshy if you haven't already. Glad to be here for today. Currently in the 2% risk in Mena, Arkansas. Yeah, I do remember that you live over in those areas. Alright, you guys should be fine, but I'll possibly still be live while the storms are approaching your area. So who knows? But we'll be live more than likely until midnight Eastern, so 11 Central. The oversell ramping up again? I find it unlikely. I mean, it does look like it is trying, but it is very close to the line, so I would kind of find it more unlikely that it is than it isn't. But who knows? Baseball size tail report. Baseball. Or as Reed Timmer would yell, baseballs! Baseballs! Yeah, baseball size hail report over there. From Dover, from a National Weather Service employee. Interesting. Looks like the cell in Fairmont has kind of deteriorated a little bit. Maybe a brief spin up that occurred within that line, but other than that, not really too much. Watching for the cell near Salt Fork and Lamont, though. Heading towards the Tonkawa area. That could be something to watch out for. Maybe even Billings, Oklahoma. That is going to be something to note. Because I think what's going to happen now, all right, is besides these storms that are over here that are approaching the Chickasha areas, the storms that are up north in northern Oklahoma, they've all formed into a line because the dry line has started to move on through. And so the dry line and the cold front are starting to move on through. It's creating a strong, damaging wind threat. And you might get some brief spin-ups along the line, some tornadoes and stuff like that. But the cells that are out by itself, the cells that are out by itself are going to be the ones that are going to produce the strong tornadoes. And we still have a threat of that. And as a matter of fact, we already have a supercell down here near Apache that is trying to spin up. It is trying to spin up here in and along the I-44 corridor north of Lawton. So that is going to be something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. That looks like to be heading off towards the Chickasha area. So that's something to watch very closely. We do have some rotation here near Apache, and you can see the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you look up in the atmosphere, look higher in the storm, there is rotation with this still. So this is something to watch very closely. Apache tornado on the ground. What? That is, I don't see a debris signature. Don't see a debris signature. It would have to be from, something else. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Well, I have to listen to something. Interesting. Actually, I wanted to just listen to that just real quickly. That isn't a debris signature, chat. That is not a debris signature. This is inflow. So you circle this, guys. Which, by the way, if you're going to say debris signature, make sure you double check yourself twice. Not once, twice. Okay? Trust me. If you do it twice, you'll be able to notice. All right, but you circle this area, and then you go to reflectivity. There's no high reflectivity within it, so you're fine. It is not a tornado at this time. Yeah, that's not a tornado. That's not a tornado on the ground, even though News 9 says it. It's not. But this is approaching the Chickasha, and then eventually, yes, it will head towards Moore and Norman. The only thing about it is that this storm, it would take about an hour and a half to 2 hours to get there. So, it's still, you know, Oklahoma City Metro still has a lot of time on their hands. And that means that anything can happen with this thunderstorm. It can continue to intensify, strengthen as a worst case scenario, or as a best case scenario. The line here that's a lot further to the north develops and continues to extend further down south, which it won't. You can see this boundary right here, so that's where the showers and thunderstorms would be. This thing could potentially deteriorate. That would be the best case scenario. So that's another thing that we're trying to, I guess, put together in retrospect for all this. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. That's what I'm thinking right now as our base. Once again, this storm right here, the severe thunderstorm warning for Grady and Caddo County here in Oklahoma, approaching the Chickasha area. This thing could potentially produce a tornado in the future. So I would watch out for it very closely. Very closely. I'm going to look through. Man, oh man. I don't see any other good pictures. Ooh, Aaron J. Jack. Look at that. So this is from Aaron J. Jack. Look at this here, guys. Look at the debris. Look at all the chasers, too. All the chaser convergence. Man. Yeah, the Apache storm is starting to consolidate. Now is when I would start to issue the tornado warning. Probably could be producing a tornado here soon. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually was the case, too. But yeah, this thing is starting to rotate a lot more significantly. And as soon as I say that, it went poof. It went poof. That's the good news. The more that happens, the easier my job is. Oh my gosh. That's one of the craziest shots I've ever seen. Oh my. All right, I'm not making any money from this. I'm going to put a link to this video in the chat. This is James Birch. James Birch on Twitter, right? Well, not right now, but before. He intercepted the tornado. Tornado literally went right in front of him. Look at that.
Close range tornado.
There's the tornado right there. Look at how insane that is. It's right there, right on top of him. And you can see the tornado. Look at the vortices spinning across. And it kicking up stuff down there. Look at that. Kicked up the dust. Look at that. I'm going to put the link. I'm going to put the link to that in the chat here. And I want you guys to like it, retweet it, what stuff. That is absolutely insane footage. Absolutely insane footage that I just saw with that tornado. Went right in front of him. Jeez. Yeah, that storm is crazy. Check environment on the Apache storm. Let's do it with this. It's in a very high lapse rate. 8 degrees per kilometer. Very high cape. Storm relative velocity from 0 to 1. Pretty meh, actually. But if it continues to move off to the north and east, it'll fix itself. Effective storm relative velocity, it's not bad. Jeez, that violent tornado parameter is crazy. Holy. Yeah, that was some crazy footage right there. But yeah, it looks like the Apache cell is kind of considering the following. Does have some pretty strong rotation in the upper levels, but in the lower levels, towards the ground, when it really counts, it's, from what I would like to say, meh. I'm gonna move this radar over to Fort Smith. Nothing on traffic cameras yet? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think there would be. Cell near Dover might be trying to rotate again, but it's congealed along the line now, so it's so rain-wrapped, it's not even funny. Yeah, don't worry about the fact that the storm is heading towards more, all right? It's gonna be an hour and a half to 2 hours until it gets there. It's one of those things to where Oklahoma City Metro, specifically Moore, Norman, Southern OKC, Central OKC, and the lead up along I-44, all right? They just need to watch out for this. They need to monitor the storm as this continues to progress further towards the north and east. It's not that big of a deal right now. But, you know, anything can happen within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. It could intensify, produce a tornado or whatnot, or it could weaken. It could weaken, deteriorate, and not do anything at all. All right, so that's kind of the game that we're playing right now. We're trying to figure out as to what this storm can do. It looks like it's heading into a better environment, but at the same time, it's not. Not doing an extraordinary amount. Severe in Idaho? Consider the following. Let's go take a look at that said severe thunderstorm warning in Idaho. It's right next to a winter weather advisory. This is stupid. Why does this thing have a little bit of rotation? Go away. This thing even has lightning too. And it's going over nowhere, so it's fine. Although there is a crater here. I'm not sure what this crater is for. But yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for it, so. Consider. What is Vince doing? Vince is also considering the following in Oklahoma. Sorry, my hat just hit microphone. Oh, what? Excuse me? Excuse me? That is stupid. What? Excuse me? Okay, if you're in Howe, Oklahoma, or in Monroe, Oklahoma, or anywhere south of Fort Smith in Arkansas, north of Mena, way north of Mena, near the Hartford area. If you're near Hartford, Arkansas, if you're near Monroe, Oklahoma, if you're near Howe, Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but this thing probably can produce a tornado. I'm curious. What environment is this thing in with its lower level lapse rate? That should not be a thing. That should not be a thing. The LCL height. Okay, that kind of makes a lot more sense. It's very low to the ground. Yeah, that thing probably could try and produce a tornado here soon. Look at that hook. Look at the hook. Jeez. Yeah, my goodness. An inflow coming in. You know what? I think we actually might be close enough. Yeah, we are close enough. Let's take a 3D of this bad boy. Let's see what's going on. Hasn't fully wrapped around its RFD, so it's pretty weak on that regard. Yeah, it's pretty weak in that regard. Look at the inflow notch. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Dude, look at that cave. Look at that inflow notch. Look at how insane that is. Right there at the bottom left-hand part of your screen. That's where the moisture goes, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. That's where the storm eats the energy in the environment. This thing is going crazy. About normalized rotation. What? This thing even has rotation that spans up to 30,000 feet. This thing is gone. This thing also has a huge amounts of precipitation in the atmosphere. This thing's gonna dump hail. But yeah, that's a heck of a rotation over here in eastern Oklahoma. Look at that. And that thing's still rotating too. That thing is still going. That thing is still trying. Yeah, this is such a surface-based cell. This is surface-based. ZDR arc is as weak as it possibly can get. But it is trying. And it is pretty funny. This is from Tim. He's in Mustang, Oklahoma, and Mustang is just to the southwest of OKC. Look at the view that he's got. The storms in the distance. Now, assuming that those storms continue on its trajectory, he'll be able to see these storms probably in about, what I'd say, hour or two, probably 2 hours. So, he's got a pretty nice view of these storms moving on through. Thanks, Tim. Keep me updated. Stay safe as well. Remember, no picture is worth your life. So if you're in like a serious situation, choose your life over a picture. All right, that's what they tell storm chasers and myself all the time. Don't be an idiot. As much as you want to be an idiot, don't be an idiot. All right, you gotta value your life. But yeah, if you guys have any pictures that you want to send in, please be sure to do so. At me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. So that way we may be able to get perspectives out to people who may not know what's going on. Or even could be impacted. This is really interesting here. All right. So this is from Catnip Evergreen. Took a screenshot of jokes. And this is around 9 or 10 a.m. So this is them in Pittsburgh. And they were a jester, quarter death. The king is still a prey. Bubble tea. I can't see on the side over there. But yeah, this storm looks like a jester. It really does. Because I can kind of tell. There's the leg, arm. It's a weird deformed jester, but you guys get what I mean. I was really interested in what it was saying on the side there, too, because I was like, I wonder if it could tell me a funny joke. Funny joke. Speaking of a funny joke, this thing is funny. This thing is a funny joke. This thing in Howie is a funny joke. Very funny joke. I want to listen to something here real quickly, chat. That's pretty funny. Good helicity values, good cape values. It's just it's not in a good good lapse rate environment. So that'll be something to note. Dover cell, there is a new Dover cell, I should say. New supercell is trying to develop. That'll be something interesting to note. You can see the supercell here embedded within the line, so maybe there could try to be an attempt for a tornado within that. Watch out for that very closely. The Apache cell and the cement cell is kind of making like cement. It's really turning into bleh. So not really doing a whole lot with that. Vance Air Force Base got a 63 mile per hour wind gust report. So that's interesting. So let's go back to the cell over in Fort Smith near Howie, or Howe. Is it Howie or How, chat? Howie or How? I think it's Howie, because they wouldn't just put an E at the end and just be like, hey, it's How. But then again, Oklahoma pronounces its version of Miami, Miama. So weird stuff. But yeah, How or Howie. That is that's the storm to watch at the moment. So if you know anyone that lives near Monroe in Oklahoma or in Hartford, Arkansas, I highly recommend you tell them to go ahead and get indoors. Stay away from this. Stay away from the storm. So it's Miami. Miami. See, here's the thing. That all just reinforces what I just said. Alright. Oklahoma pronounces their towns weirdly compared to how I see it. Alright. So, Miami. Crazy stuff. Speaking of crazy stuff. Excuse me. There you go. It's pronounced how. Okay. I was just saying, there's no way. Oh, this thing is trying to spin. This thing is trying to produce a tornado. All right. Well, yeah. I would not be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning. But yeah, there's a heck of a storm here, heck of a rotation. If it can clear its inflow notch, this thing probably could produce a tornado. No idea, Nisha. I'm the wrong person to ask that question to. I am the wrong person. Wrong. Wrong. Is it Poteo? Or is it Poteo? I think it's Poteo. I'm pretty sure it's Poteo. Alright? Don't bully me. I don't know how to say these towns. Oh boy. This is the reason why I ask you guys to correct me every single time. Every single time I say a town incorrectly, you guys are allowed to say, hey, it's not that, it's this. As long as it's right, of course. What? Excuse me? There's a new Mesos discussion. That's not funny. Oh my, that's hilarious. That's pretty funny. All right, well, there's the mesoscale. Polio? Yeah, there it is. Podio? You guys are like all making me lose my mind. Oto. Okay, cool. Ato. Everyone's saying all sorts of weird stuff. All right, well, here's the mesoscale discussion. You guys can see, consider the following. It says storms may interact favorably with the northward lifting warm front. Tornado potential may increase, and it just so happens to be right where our storm is at, so. That'll be something to note. Felicity, with the 10 months of the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. Says, thanks for what you do and teaching us how to read radar. Yep, no problem. Everyone says Poto. Everyone says Poto. I know how to say Padua. I know that because I've heard, you know, like Potawatomi and Ottawa and all sorts of stuff like that over and over again. We're going to get another round of storms in Arkansas. Depends upon where you live in Arkansas. For instance, if you're in Greenwood and Fort Smith and Hartford, you could possibly get a tornado. Good chance you probably could get a tornado too. Rolling Thunder, that's amazing. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Yeah, thank you so much for the 10 months. I really do. I really do mean it. That's the best way to support my channel too. The memberships and the memberships for the YouTube channel, just by clicking that join button. All right, that is the best way to support my channel. Best way to support my channel there. So if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that join button next to the subscribe button that you hopefully have already pressed. And there's the Weather Watcher, which is $5 a month, and then there's the Tornado Tracker, which is $10 a month. So whatever way you want to go for, it's up to you. Yeah, there's a little storm near Okarchi, but other than that, oh, what is this? Near Cyril. It looks like it's trying to recycle. New supercell that's approaching the Chickasha, so that's going to be something to watch out for. That is going to be something to watch out for. Potato. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. I can't believe that's what was said. Oh, Rolling Thunder. That was amazing. Now everyone's saying potato. I know how to pronounce potato. Know how to pronounce potato. Don't be a dumb blonde, be a smart. Well, I am a blonde. I'm actually a dirty blondish, brownish color. I was a blonde when I was young. I was like really blonde. Then I started transitioning to a dirty blonde. And then, now my hair's more brown, which is kind of weird. Which is indeed kind of weird. Look at Twitter, wall cloud over Alabama. What do you mean there's a wall cloud over Alabama? Better not. What? This is in Spain. Spain gets more tornadoes than we do, apparently. Look at this. This is in Spain. Look at that. Doesn't make any sense.
Pero tú fíjate qué remolino. Viene para acá, ¿sabes? Menudo ruido lleva, ¿lo escuchas?
Blame the hat. Yeah, there it is.
Increíble.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. Look at this tornado in Spain.
Que viene para acá. Está por ahí enfrente. Y viene para acá. Estoy en la cochera.
Watch that be the most concerning, tornado of this entire event. For a storm that's not even in the moderate risk. It's not even in the same country. It's in Spain.
Menudo ruido lleva, ¿lo escuchas?
This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. But there you go. How does this translate to? We received another tornado that seems to confirm the presence of a tornado in the vicinity of Pliego, Murcia. Yeah, ow. Ow. How much money for me to keep the hat off for the rest of the stream? I'll keep the hat off for free. Although my hair probably will look weird. My hair will probably look really weird. Let me move my camera. There you go. A little bit better. You think Monroe made a tornado? I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah, that's a tornado. And that's on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground. That's gone. I'm kind of surprised they haven't issued a tornado warning on this thing in general, but there it is. Tornado on the ground. Tornado. Tornado in Monroe. That is on the ground. If you're in Monroe, Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And that's gone. That is on the ground. Ooh, look at this spectrum width spike over here. This turbulence spike. Look at that. It's a heck of a spike right there. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. There's the new tornado warning, finally.
Tornado warning for southwestern Sebastian County in west central Arkansas, east central Leflore County in southeastern Oklahoma.
Oh, wow. Look at the velocities. Wow. This thing just ramped up significantly. Goodbye. 52 on top of 82? That's a 134 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this storm. This thing went. It's gone. It's on the ground. If you're in Monroe, oh wow. Oh no. Oh no. That is big. Ow. Yeah, it's a big CC drop. Oh my gosh, look at the debris signature. Huge debris signature. Huge debris signature. So if you're in Monroe, Oklahoma, you need to get in your safe space. We've been talking about it for as long as we have been. And here we are now. If you're in Hartford, Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space right now as well. Because this thing is going. Gone. Take a look at the correlation coefficient. Yeah, so if you're in Monroe, if you're along the old Monroe Highway near Trestle Ford, as well as areas along State Highway 83, you need to get in your safe space right now, because this thing is, this thing's pretty large. We'll switch this over here, so that you guys may be able to see on Radar Omega. There's the debris signature right within here. There's the debris signature. There is the town of Monroe. And there's Trestle Ford as well. This is going to be moving right over that area. So if you know anyone that lives within this general vicinity, let me turn on my face cam here again. There you go. If you know anyone that lives in that general vicinity of Monroe in Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That is very low correlation coefficient. Oh my goodness. That is very low. That is very destructive. Very destructive. Let's go back over here. Look at the debris ball, guys. It's moving right for Monroe. That's the tornado right within there. Look at how large the correlation coefficient drop is. Very large debris ball. Let's place a marker here. And the debris ball is about a mile wide, maybe a little bit more than a mile wide. In width and in length, it is the same thing there. So it's 1 mile by 1 mile. New tornado watch just got issued in response to it. 40-20 probs. 40-20 probs, which is kind of respectable. New tornado warning, Chickasha.
Tornado warning for West Central Grady County in central Oklahoma, southeastern Caddo County in southwestern Oklahoma.
I think it's for the cement cell. I'm not sure. Either that or it's for the other one that's north of cement. But if you're in Chickasha, you also need to take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's go back to the confirmed tornado moving right over Monroe right now. The velocities still indicate that it is very strong at this time. 55 on top of 49, so that is still over 100 mile per hour delta velocity. And even the scan before, as I said, had some very strong rotation, a 134 mile per hour delta velocity to be specific. And yeah, this thing is still going towards the Monroe area. The debris is starting to fan, so this thing is still starting to spew out more and more debris. This is now a confirmed tornado. The velocities have died out now. That is good. They have not issued a PDS, so it's just a regular confirmed tornado warning. You noted how the red box has turned into a pink box, which is not good. You usually want it to stay as a red box. And that ended up being the case here. But once again, still need to watch out for this very closely. We do have quite the tornado here that is starting to move on through into portions of Monroe, Oklahoma. So if you're past this, if you're over in Hartford or in Midland in Arkansas, all right, this is about to cross over the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. If you live over in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible, because once again, this is a tornado in progress. There is the debris ball right there. That is where the tornado actually exists. I'm actually curious, how high has the debris been spewed up into the sky? And according to this, it looks to be about 8,000 to 10,000 feet above ground level. That looks to be the case. Of course, I'll have to take a look at the new scans here in a bit, but that does seem to be the case to where it went up to about 10,000 feet above ground level, and that not exactly is the best case scenario. So Monroe, Oklahoma, they are being hit right now. I hope that everyone in Monroe, Oklahoma is in their safe space. Now it's the places in Hartford and Midland in Arkansas that need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. The velocities have died down quite significantly, so that's the good news here. Still has some rotation, but it has died down significantly. I'm expecting this tornado to weaken further and further. May not even be on the ground right now, which is the good news, but still something to watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Back to the tornado warning over here in Cement near Cyril. This is a really interesting area. I'm assuming the rotation is right near Cement, near Cyril. Yeah, so this is the storm right here that they're talking about, this area of rotation, right along I-44, heading off towards the Chickasha area. So if you know anyone that lives near Chickasha, anywhere south of Chickasha, near the U.S. Highway 277 area or near U.S. Highway 81, they need to go ahead and take their proper precautions as well, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, because there is something tornadic within this general environment as well. Interestingly enough, the storm is kind of all over the place in regards to structure. Structure is kind of a really weird thing with this storm, especially as to how I'm looking at it here with all the other products. ZDR shows a mess. Velocities show it completely disfigured from the actual storm. And the reflectivity doesn't even show a well-defined hook. The only thing that makes sense with this storm is the amount of hail that is off of this. And that's practically the only thing that really does make sense with this in general. So that is something to note. That is something to note here. But other than that, nothing really too much with that as of this moment. Go back to the tornado warning here. Once again, the tornado went near or over the town of Monroe in Oklahoma. Now it is heading off towards the Hartford and Midland area. So if you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you're in Fort Smith and Van Buren, you guys are fine. All right, you guys are not going to be impacted directly by this particular storm. You're going to be hit by some other storms, and whether or not they produce tornadoes, that is to be determined at this time. But we do have a storm that's over here near Hartford and Monroe, and that is currently producing a tornado. It actually just went over the town of Monroe. So if you guys know anyone who lived over there, give them a call, ask if they are all right, because it could potentially be something that just went over their area. And I hope they're all right. Yeah, it looks like the debris went up to 10,000 feet. Still has a lot of cape, decent helicity too. A lot of lightning with this cell too, so sheesh. 56 flashes per minute with that one thunderstorm there. All right, let's take a look back at the Oklahoma City cell. Could it be recycling? It very well could be. Right now it looks like a mess though. So that's the case. Yeah, once again, this is the tornado warning here for Chickasha. All right, and it looks weird. All right, this thing looks like a weird storm. You know, it's just not really in the best environment to do an extraordinary amount. But still, we got to continue to try and get this information out. So if you know anyone who lives in Chickasha, I highly recommend you tell them to, share this information, or you tell them to get in their safe space, I should say, and to share information with other people. All right, copy the link to the live stream, give it to them so they may be able to watch, or local news, like Channel 9 or KFOR is good across the board, because there is all sorts of activity that is starting to really develop with these storms now. So Chickasha, Ninica, need to get in your safe space, as well as Norge or Norg. I think it's Norge though. And if you live in those areas, highly recommend getting underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So once again, share the information by hitting that thumbs up button down below. You actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. That would be helpful. We just got a picture here from Taylor King, frequent supporter of the channel. So thank you so much, Taylor, for sending us another picture here. This is looking west from the OU campus, looking west. And doesn't look like there's a whole lot, except for the fact that you can notice a couple of things. First off, you see a break in the clouds right within here, meaning that obviously she's looking west. And you have the main line that's on the right side over here, and then you have the supercell that's over near Chickasha, which is down over there. You can see the fanning of the anvil precipitation, the anvil clouds that is spreading out this way here. And so, yeah, she's got the Chickasha supercell down there and the line up a bit further north. So really interesting view there from Taylor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sending another picture in. Oh, wow. This was just in just a few moments ago. That's very interesting. This is from Marcy Gray. Marcy Gray. Look at that. That's from the Chickasha cell. Norier. I appreciate it, Risto. Norier. But yeah, that looks like to me like it probably could be on the ground. And I did even see a funnel there on channel 9 as well. So I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, that is the Chickasha cell. Interesting enough. Yeah, there's the area of rotation there. Now approaching the Norier and Ninica areas. And it looks like it's going to be going just to the south of Chickasha. Just to the south over there near the intersection of Highway 19 and Highway, I would assume this would be 81. Norier. Or Nori. This is really interesting. You mean SVC? Oh, there is an SVC there. Good call, Becca. If that's what you were intending. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Doo-doo-doo. Oh. That does make sense. Wow. Yeah, good call. Good call, Jack Sillin. That is indeed a strengthening in the updraft. There's your updraft right there. There is your ZDR column. Wow, good call. Yeah. Yeah. You even got turbulence in that updraft too. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. ZDR column. Wow. So yeah, it does look like the storm is starting to intensify. It does look like the storm might be trying to intensify. But yeah, this is a huge populace of Chickasha. If this storm is intensifying in the mid-levels, like what some people have noticed, you know, we can take a look at the upper levels of this. Look at that. You can see the rotation really start to gather traction, gain ground over here near the Ninica areas. You can see the greens and blues moving towards the radar, grays and reds moving away, so you have counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere right there. But if this thing keeps gaining traction like that, this storm could potentially try and produce a tornado in the future. Yes, there is a tornado in Oklahoma. There's a bunch of tornado warnings in Oklahoma in general. There's nothing to be scared of, especially since tornadoes happen. And it's a bunch of spinning water. It is spinning water. And that's a lot of ground to carry, too. There's a lot of areas. Hold up. Hold up. Just wanted to listen to something here. I want to actually see, might be able to get a police scanner. Police scanner. Oklahoma. This would be what? LaFleur? Yep. Podio. Alright, let's listen to this, see what we got.
How can I help you today?
As a McDonald's employee, you say those words quite often.
Owning a business.
Don't care about the ads. But yeah, this store might be trying to recycle near Hartford. It does have a lot of high updraft characteristics, so this is something.
And because I'm able to focus on other priorities, my employees can thrive and my business can grow. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible.
Recommend taking a look at Piedmont, Oklahoma. Oh, jeez. Better not. A lot of strong damaging winds. Holy, and that's about to slap Oklahoma City here in a bit.
Yeah, I have pea-sized hail here at 253 and...
Yeah, the cell in Chickasha is trying to recycle. This might be a concern. Especially that right there. That might be the updraft right in here. Might be where the actual rotation might be trying to develop. That's a new area of rotation over there to the north. That's not good. Yeah, that's a new area of rotation. That might be a new... Oh yeah, that's a new hook. Nope, it's right there. It's going straight for Chickasha. From the looks of it, it looks like it's going straight for Chickasha. It is. That's not good. Yeah, that thing just recycled quickly. It's developing a new area of rotation. It's about to go right next to Chickasha. So if you know anyone that lives in Chickasha, if you know anyone that lives in Chickasha, excuse me.
Yeah, 10-4.
I guess just keep me posted and if it's in order to figure out if it's or not.
Excuse me, guys. If you know anyone that lives in Chickasha, I would probably tell them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. We got a good SVC here, good ZDR arc from the looks of it.
Or 15 miles east of Poto, moving east at 35
We have
miles an hour.
a ZDR column. Yeah, survey says that is a very strong updraft ZDR column.
Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for
What does
Southwest
RFD
Logan
stand
and
for?
Northern Scott
Oh,
County
you're
until
asking someone
6:30
else. Never
p.m.
mind.
Rock weather out.
Never mind. Although people might be able to know what RFD stands for. RFD has been used a lot. There's some recent research that's been saying that RFD doesn't exist, but... Yeah, this storm is starting to recycle quite a lot. This thing is really trying to put the pedal to the metal with this thing. What the heck? Did I glitch it out? I think I may or may not have glitched out. There we go. That's fixed.
Exactly where the location where it hit the ground was. Is there any damage or anything like that? Just out towards Gilmore, Midway Road area.
Didn't hear anything about damage. That's what they said. Jeez, yeah, that thing is trying to consolidate. I'm looking at the live feed here. This is in Ninica, and there's a lot of rising scud there. A lot of rising scud once again.
For Sebastian County EOC, go ahead.
That's Huntington 1. Can you give us an update on the location of that tornado?
Yeah, I'm going to 3D this cell in Chickasha.
It should be approaching Mansfield right now. It's tracking in that direction. Possibly just a little bit south of Mansfield. It should be in the between West Hartford and Hartford proper, just about right now.
Yeah, this thing is having issues a little bit, but there is some rotation once again. It would be on the northern side, so not the southern side. The southern side has fell off. There is a new area of rotation that's developing on the northern side, right within here. Very weak inflow notch. This one actually had the original strong inflow notch, but it has shed that off completely. It has shed that off completely. And now we are talking about this cell over here, trying to produce a new area of rotation near the Norier, or the Norier area, near Chickasha. But it looks very linear at this time. At least structure-wise. Looks pretty linear. So we're just going to have to see as to how this thing continues to go. But yeah. Let's go back to the cell in Fort Smith. Emergency management reported trees down across roads, houses damaged in and around Monroe. Radar confirmed, time estimated by radar, which is unsurprising. Hartford might actually put it back down again. There might be a new tornado that develops near the Mansfield area. So that would be something to note. If you live in Mansfield in Arkansas, would not be surprised that there could be a tornado there as well.
Number 4, Public Service Request, 1500 Boston Street, number 14, cross of South 14th Street. Number 4, Public Service Request, 1500 Boston Street, number 14, cross of South 14th Street and South 16th Street.
Interesting. Yeah, this thing is trying to spin up. I see 2 ZDR arcs, very small ones actually at that. Hard to tell. But 1, 2.
We have officers on scene and need to make entrance into apartment number 14.
So, it's something to note. Yeah, I'm really hoping that I can see what's happening in the upper levels here within this next scan here on radar. Jeez. Shoulder hurts. Look at the hook of the Hartford storm at 9.9 tilt.
Morse Creek Road, not Morse Creek, I'm sorry. On
You could just look at the hook at 0.5 tilt and then tell you what's happening.
the east end coming west.
20 seconds into the next velocity scan. 20 seconds into the next velocity scan.
You don't get hold of OG&E for it. The power lines are not on the road. I repeat, power lines are not on the road.
3 seconds, 2, 1 until the next scan comes in. It's still trying.
Be on Photo Mountain Road.
Okay, I'll get the electric company en route. Also, Hal Fire Department is coming to assist as well.
Thanks, me.
It's still trying. It's just not fully there. It's not fully condensed, but it'll probably do it in the next few minutes. Yeah, this cell is pretty meh. It's kind of just not really veering all too much.
Apartment on Route 10 around back.
Yes.
Could it be trying to develop a new area of rotation near Ninica? This storm is on the struggle bus, chat. This storm is officially on the struggle bus. Hop on board to the struggle bus, because this thing is struggling. It still has a heck of an inflow notch on the southern side, so that is something to note. Yeah, I'd have to say there's an inflow notch right here, just like not fully backed with RFD. That's probably where an updraft could exist. Yeah, this storm's definitely on the struggle bus. But definitely some form of hook right within there. Would not be surprised. Let's go back to Fort Smith. Once again, Mansfield, Cawthron, anywhere near Abbott, south of Abbott. Need to watch out very closely for something tornadic over there. Pass near Patterson. Which cell are you talking about with Patterson? The heck is this? That's nothing.
Dispatch.
Look at Sumner. Bookend vortex up there. Look at that. Maybe something tornadic over there near Morrison here in a bit. Would not be surprised, actually. Yeah, that's a supercell embedded in the line. Yeah. Yeah, that could probably use a tornado warning. What was it like few scans prior? Yeah, so bookend vortex more than likely. That's forming over there. Probably a tornado. (22/24). Yeah, that's not doing anything.
Person at wreck already advised me south side is en route.
10-4, do you want the return on that?
That's not going to do anything. It needs stronger winds than that.
Unknown color 2012 Dodge Journey, expiration July 20th, Ogden, carry out a Hackett, furniture and temperature.
Yeah, 107.
It's a giant new severe thunderstorm warning. How often do scans come in? Every like 20 minutes-ish?
Tornado warning for East Central Grady County in central Oklahoma, southwestern McLean County in central Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's rooted. I would have issued the warning for like Norman and stuff like that, but okay. Yeah, this is a new tornado warning here. So the Chickasha cell has now gotten a new tornado warning, Grady and McLean counties. So if you know anyone that lives over there, I highly recommend you tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. I'm going to turn this off for right now. Probably not, Will. Probably not. I mean, this thing is just stagnated. It's been pretty elevated this entire time. 75 on top of 68. So it's got a decent relative humidity. I'm interested. TDWR. Let's see what TOKC says. Meh. That is even more of a meh. There's no displacement between the surface and 1 kilometer. There's no displacement. So everything's just going to be linear. There's no gradual increase. Now that's interesting. But yeah, there's no gradual increase. These storms are linear. These storms are linear. Not a bust yet. There's still hope for the line. Because along the line, there are always going to be significant tornadoes. Always. I want to look at something here real quickly. New mesoscale discussion. More cellular storms moving across northern Oklahoma continue to congeal into a complex line. along an advancing cold front. Southernmost storm within this line is currently moving eastward across Canadian County. Remains the most vigorous severe storm within the line. Diminished in coverage over the past hour. Supercell storm now moving across Grady County. Appears to be producing hail. Could also eventually produce a tornado. That's nice. Likely to merge with an evolving line of storms. From more of an expansive line that should sweep eastward across central and eastern Oklahoma this evening, along with potential for a couple tornadoes embedded with rotating portions of this line, damaging winds and hail. So basically what they're saying is that the big significant tornado threat is over. Basically. Congratulations. You played yourself. Idaho severe has a 70-mile-per-hour warning. Not surprised.
Tornado warning for southwestern Osage County in
They
northeastern
finally
Oklahoma,
issued the
northwestern
tornado
Collier
warning.
County in northeastern Oklahoma.
They finally have issued the tornado warning. Morrison. That's a confirmed tornado north of Morrison, heading towards the Pawnee area. Weather spotters confirmed, huh? Interesting. No, it is technically not over yet. Technically. The significant tornado threat? Yes. But the tornado threat? No. But yeah, that thing's on the ground. Was on the ground, probably. Yeah, if I had to guess, it was on the ground north of Sumner. That's a new area of rotation that developed, so it might be just starting to form a bunch of little areas here along the northern end of the bow echo. That might be what it's trying to do. And if that's the current trajectory, if that's the current path, the current pattern, Sketty and Pawnee could potentially see some brief spin-ups within the line as well. Would not be surprised. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm seeing these spin-ups along the line. So a spin up, and then another spin up. And then it'll just continue to do so, because this line's going to continue to move like south-southeast-ish. Maybe east-southeast. And then along the northern end of the line, it'll just continue to spin up. More and more. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Skitty, Blackburn, Pawnee, need to go ahead and get in your safe spaces underground or lowest innermost part of your building. What do you mean you're sick of these NWS outbreak busts? You shouldn't be. Because if it busts, that means people are safe and people aren't impacted. Don't want death and destruction. We don't want that. What the heck? Large tornado south of us. Samaran Turnpike. Sooner or late. Where is this? I have no clue if that's right or not. I doubt it. But then again, you know, whenever I doubt things. Yeah, I don't know who that spotter was, but they reported a multi-vortex. So that's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, I don't see an SVC on this anymore. Don't see a ZDR arc on this storm anymore. So if it's... well, actually, I kind of do now. So this thing might try and sustain as like a supercell on the northern end of the bow echo. This thing might try to do so. But we're going to probably see more spin-ups. Like over and over and over again. It's probably what we're going to see. Look at Fort Smith again. Looks like it's trying to develop 2 areas of rotation. And it can't really make up its mind. So that's good. That's good. I am feeling better, actually. Yeah, I'm feeling so much better now. I'm not sneezing all over the place, although sometimes I do, because allergies, but right now I'm not sneezing all over the place. So, pretty fun stuff there. Yeah, I'm trying to see if this is correct. 4-inch size tail with this storm. Four-inch size tail. Jeez. Oh, in the upper levels, this thing has like... Oh my gosh, yeah, look at that. Look at how much hail is falling from this storm. And then, of course, the CC values indicating the low CC values up here. Indicating the hail falling. Yeah, that's crazy. Huge amounts of KDP. ZDR is all, well, low. Negative. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Alright, let's go down to, let's go to the cell in Guthrie. Because Guthrie and Meridian looks like it could be the next one to go. Or at least it could try. If you guys have anything that you want to send to me on Twitter, feel free to do so. At Nate_Snyder. Once again, we're trying to share this information with as many people as possible. And if you want to help me share this information on Twitter, please be sure to like and retweet that tweet right there if you haven't already. Any ideas about tomorrow's event? I don't think it'll be as bad, or I don't think it'll be that bad actually. I want to see one thing here real quickly. We're in a good break right now. Not really a break, more or less, but just 2 seconds, please. 2 seconds. I want to take a look at the significant tornado parameter for Wednesday. Not legit. What is this? Why am I logged out? This is stupid. Let me go. Okay. 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 Yeah, sure. 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 Totally makes a lot of sense. So Amarillo seems to be an area to watch. That's a new tornado warning. That's
Tornado
on Thursday.
Southwestern Logan County in western Arkansas, northwestern Scott County in western Arkansas.
Wait. Did he just say northwestern Arkansas? Okay, I was about to say. Extension. Tuesday looks like a Dixie event, but it's in Oklahoma. And you guys know how Dixie events work. Those things usually produce long tracks, violent tornadoes. For no apparent reason. So that's going to be something to watch out for. Looks like Tulsa might be in it too. So that's going to be something to note. Alright, let's go back to the tornado warning over here. That they have indeed extended this thing. For what reason, I have no clue. But I bet it's better. It's better safe than sorry. It's better safe than sorry. Yeah, it doesn't look like this thing is on the ground at this moment, so we should be fine. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, I looked at velocities. I don't see a whole lot. Looking at ZDR, I see a ZDR arc, but I mean, whether or not this thing continues to amplify, we'll see. It is trying to recycle. Does it have a ZDR column? Kind of. Kind of. It's half and half. Truck stop in Cartersville, Georgia. Please let me know how it's looking like for severe weather. Yeah, Georgia's not really in the risk here today. I mean, they're getting general showers and thunderstorms, but they're not in the risk. They'll be fine. And they shall be fine. Yeah, we'll just watch that Arkansas cell pretty closely. Yeah, this Meridian cell I'm more concerned about, to be completely honest with you. Probably could be something tornadic here in the future. So that'll be something to watch. Something to note. So Meridian, Phallus, Kearney, areas near US Highway 177. That'll be something to note. Huh? Is this thing just left splitting over and over again? And it looks like the actual hook here, the actual storm here that's near Dribble and Crinner in Washington. Looks like this is low precipitation. And not organized at all. Hmm. Yeah, this is low precipitation. Very low precipitation. Yeah, that cell in Meridian is going to produce a tornado. That cell in Kearney and Fallis is going to produce a tornado. If you know anyone who lives near Meridian, Fallis, or Kearney in Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get in their safe spaces right now. Fallis. Fallis. Meridian. Kearney in Oklahoma. Probably going to produce a tornado here in a second. So if you know anyone that lives over there, need to tell them to take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Eating on the air? Yeah, I haven't had dinner yet. The heck was that? The strangest thing. Yeah, Meridian. Definitely something to watch. What's this up in Perkins? Yeah, another one in Perkins and Ripley. That is something to note, yeah. Yeah, so I see two. I see Perkins and Ripley as well as Cushing. I see another one near Meridian. And Meridian's probably going to produce a tornado here soon. April Rain Sunshine, thank you so much. Everyone say thank you for the 10. Does mean a lot to me. Constantly provides a lot of support to the channel. Thank you so much. Well, now here we are in OKC. Line is now starting to push on through towards the Air Force. Well, not the Air Force Base, towards the International Airport. OKC. A lot of strong damaging winds. Don't see anything that tells me a tornado formed here, though. So that's kind of the good news. But that's interesting. Maybe. Maybe a brief tornado occurred. Who knows? In some of these spots, but still, a lot of strong damaging winds that are moving on through here now into OKC. If you're in OKC, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I highly recommend you actually stay in a sturdy structure. Highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure and do not go outside because these storms can go all over the place here. All over the place. This is from Aaron J. Jack. He's on the cell in Dibble right now. And you can see the wall cloud that he's on right now. Yeah, it's a heck of a wall cloud he's gone. So the interesting thing I say about that is that I wonder, right? I wonder how that actually transpires to radar, because we obviously have a hook here. All right, we obviously have a hook that's forming here near Dibble. What's happening in the upper levels then? I mean, we're looking up 10,000 feet, and that's when we finally start to see radar, or some rotation on the radar. So that's kind of like... Yeah, that's really interesting. If that's the case, if this is doing what I think it's doing, which is obvious at this point that this day has been doing everything that is the opposite of what I thought it's been doing. People in Washington and Slaughterville, as well as Purcell in Oklahoma, really need to watch out very closely. Very closely. Because this storm might be trying to amplify over here near Dibble. It's currently over Dibble. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
that's the Perkins cell.
Southeastern Payne
Wow.
County in central Oklahoma.
So why do they warn that, but not the Kearney and Meridian cell? Well, no, that's the reason. That's because it's probably producing a tornado right now. Could be producing a tornado in that right now. But yeah, that Ripley cell is starting to really materialize. Does look like it's spinning up over here. It does look like it's spinning up right now. So maybe something tornadic over here. So if you know anyone, oh wow, yeah, that's gone. Yeah, that's producing a tornado right now. That's probably producing a tornado right now. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's probably producing a tornado. That's probably producing a tornado right over Ripley. So if you're near Ripley or Cushing in Oklahoma, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because, yeah, that probably is producing a tornado. You can see the hook as it wraps around just like that as well. I just saw something on the side, and that is pretty interesting. Yeah, I think the cell over here in Ripley probably is producing a tornado, unfortunately. And it's heading straight near the area of Cushing. So if you know anyone that lives in Cushing, Oklahoma, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I just got a ping. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. When's the next scan coming in? Probably in 45 seconds. So probably won't be able to determine something there. I'm looking through Twitter. I'm trying to find stuff on Twitter. Once again, if you guys see anything on Twitter, please be sure to share it. At Nate_Snyder. Yeah, latest scan just came in. I didn't see too much. Still some very strong velocity, so yeah, probably a tornado. Once again, on the ground over there near Ripley. And I would not be surprised. Alright, this cell over here near Kearney is going to form here. I actually think that is the case. I actually think Kearney is going to form a tornado here, and it's going to form in about 5 minutes. I think in Kearney, it's going to be right over Kearney when it finally puts it down. If not, a little bit further to the east of Kearney, south of Tryon, or Tryon. So if you live near Kearney, Tryon, or areas near State Highways 105 and 18, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Huh. Arkansas cell going again? Oh boy. My mouse is starting to not work again. Thanks, mouse. It's not going again. It's linear. Let's look back at the Ripley cell. Oh, that might be a debris signature. That could be a debris signature. That could be the dagger. And Kearney might be producing a tornado on its own. What the heck happened? Yeah, maybe a brief tornado near Ripley and Cushing. But Kearney, what the heck happened with this thing? It's like the CC just melted this thing. Because we had a scan of de-aliasing across the board. But yeah, there's supercells within this line. Interesting enough. Tagged me in a video's tornado. Yeah, it's from Daniel Shaw. This is from Daniel Shaw. Take a look here and you can see. This is from severestorms.com.au. This is over here in the Dibble cell.
Looking into the storm there. Come back to camera. There's your wide shot. Area of rotation, if we're going to find it, funnel tornado would be just in there.
That's interesting. Storm is just kind of meandering.
Okay.
Is that a storm chaser accident? Oh, that's a confirmed tornado. Yep, emergency management confirmed tornado over here in Ripley and Cushing. So there you go. Knew that was going to happen. Unfortunately. What is this storm over here in Pocasset? Or polka set. What in the world? What's this thing doing? Tagged me in a different video? When was this? When did you tag me? And did you tag the right person? I wish I had a second opinion on this. This storm is weird. For all I know, this could be a supercell at the southern portion of the line. But it could also be a part of the line that's just gusty. Speaking of gusty, this storm that had rotation near Kearney is moved off to the north towards the Tryon area. So that's something to note. But not really too much stuff over there. So that's kind of the good news. News 9 reports damage in Riley. Oh, jeez. Jeesh. Yeah, the cell in Washington just kind of looks... It's very low precipitation base, and it's not extending towards the ground. It's just... there. Logan County, Arkansas? Logan County's in a tornado warning, but the tornado warning is not very strong. At least the rotation is not very strong. But if you're in Boonville, highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure. Highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure. If it's the Benjamin Jerkovich thing, I can't share it, unfortunately. Because then I'll get copyrighted. And then I'll go home. Brief tornado south of Wichita? No way. No way. Yes way, it happened. It produced maybe a brief tornado. Yeah, it could have produced like a brief tornado over there. So that's interesting. Lot of hail, a lot of strong damaging winds. I stream on slight risk days when I think 5% are actually going to do something. 5% tornadoes specifically. Yesterday I couldn't because I was sick. So, if you're going off of that narrative, then that's not true. Sunday's gone. That's actually Saturday. That's not Sunday. That's Saturday. And that's gone. Dude, that's crazy. What's this new tornado warning for?
Tornado warning for Northwestern Creek County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Pawnee County in northeastern Oklahoma.
There's the damage report. Damage about 1 mile south of Ripley, so that makes sense. stream tomorrow just because it's a slight risk? Can't, because I actually have to take my little brother to the orthodontist. And then we also have classes for Fate. Now, if tomorrow was an enhanced, even with a 5, I would stream it over the classes. But for the classes, we actually have something productive we're going to do. Like Forecast Wednesday. Could there be a tornado in Muskogee? There could, but not right now. That's a new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for East Central Cleveland County in central Oklahoma, West Central Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma, West Central McLean County in central Oklahoma.
What? Since when does this thing make sense? Well, I mean, you could still produce a tornado, but it just looks linear. It's producing a lot of hail, too. But it just looks linear. It's not doing anything. It's considering the following. There is not a tornado warning in Norman. It's the same county for Norman. So Norman is fine. Yeah, Norman is good. Norman is in the clear. All right, if you have friends, okay, that are in Norman and they're freaking out, there isn't a tornado going for Norman with this cell. That's not what the tornado warning is for. It's for the cell south of you, in Slaughterville and Noble. Vince has a tornado? I doubt it. Actually doubt it. Luckily, I can pull up his stream and hopefully it'll tell me. That's not a tornado, that's a funnel. That is a funnel. Maybe even a wall cloud, too. But yeah, there is a funnel cloud heading towards the Washington and Slaughterville area. Looks like it's rising back up into the sky from the looks of it. I'm looking at the live feed. And it's just very scuddy. Very, very scuddy. Who's my favorite meteorologist? Dr. Greg Forbes. Thought I was about to sneeze, so I muted myself. But yeah, there is... If you're in Norman, alright, you are out of the risk, okay? I know the siren sounded for Norman, okay? There's not a tornado heading for Norman. There's not that. There's going to be a tornado. If it does form, it would be near... It'll be near the Noble and Slaughterville area. Alright, so... If you're in Slaughterville, or if you're in Noble and Etowah, you need to take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. Surprisingly, I do not see any rotation on this cell. Because if someone's saying that there's a tornado imminent, you probably would think that there would be rotation with it. But there isn't. Not looking at radar, you see. What? Little land spout. That's kind of funny. Yeah, Amber might need to be something to watch, but other than that, not really thinking too much. I think these storms are a lot of strong, damaging winds. A lot of strong, damaging winds. Except for the further north you go. Then that's when things start to rotate more. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Payne County in central Oklahoma.
So they just issued a new tornado warning for Cushing. That totally makes a lot of sense. But yeah, if you're near Oilton, if you're near Lawrence Creek, Drumright, you guys need to watch out. Something tornadic can exist within the line here, as well as some hurricane force winds. So please be sure to take your proper precautions if you haven't already. I'm going to go up to Wichita here real quickly. Yeah, a little rotation over there near Rose Hill probably did produce a tornado earlier, as I thought, or as Slippy thought. So good call, Slippy. Wonder if I can take storm motion. Oh, there's even rotation up there near Furley and Benton. That's crazy. But other than that, not really too much. I don't see too much going on right now. Boonville. Still some general rotation here. So right now, guys, the story of the stream here so far is everything's been broad. Everything hasn't been, you know, everything hasn't been congealing. It's just been kind of meh. It has just been kind of meh. It really has been. But that's the good news here, everyone, because we always want meh on this channel. We always want meh weather. Wasn't Lyons a part of the Storm Prediction Center, too? Part of the SPC? For a time, I think he was a part of the Storm Prediction Center. It's so funny. Look at Lawton. Jump back on, getting a bit worried about your family. That's understandable. Hey, that is honestly understandable. Let me take a look. Lawton should be fine for right now. They're pretty far south of the severe weather. Lawton's right here where my cursor is. So right about there. You see where all the showers and thunderstorms are. Now, if there's going to be other showers and thunderstorms, they're going to form along this boundary right here. But it'll be strong damaging winds and spotty hail, if anything. So, should be good. Should be good. You're in Springfield looking at 10 p.m. arrival. It's going to stay violent. You're talking about Springfield, what, Illinois? And are you flying into Springfield? Is that what you're talking about with arrival? If that's the case, you guys aren't really in the main risk for severe weather here today, nor tomorrow. So this is today's risk. You can see Springfield is okay. They're in the light green, and that's good. And you can see tomorrow, they're in the light green as well, almost to the no green. They're kind of in the whites. Which means that you'll get no severe weather. So. Should be fine. Yeah, that cell south of Norman needs to consider the following, because that thing is just dead. It's not doing anything. It's a disappointment. Disappointment in a storm. This other line north of it looks at it and says, "Son, you're a disappointment. Allow me to show you what a real storm does." And then comes in and then chooses hurricane force winds. About Neosho, Missouri? Neosho, Missouri. That's south of Joplin. You guys are going to get a lot of strong damaging winds. Maybe could get a chance for a tornadic spin up, but other than that, meh. Can we talk about the day 4 30% severe weather outlook? Does this mean that we're probably going to get a 4 out of 5 or maybe even a 5 out of 5 on Thursday? Well, seems how today was... What? No. Wednesday was originally a 30%, a day 4 30, and it stayed as an enhanced risk. You know, it doesn't mean that day 3 is going to go moderate every single time. Because as I said, yesterday was a day 4 30 for Wednesday. And now Thursday is a day 4 30. Towanda. This thing is trying to spin up a tornado. That's interesting. Interesting. This is Taylor. Taylor again from Norman. And I bet Taylor is even considering the following too. Taylor, are you considering just like I am as to why Norman is sounding off sirens? This was 11 minutes ago, the funnel cloud on the Noble cell. This is from Chimera. Look at that. Definitely a little funnel right within there. Definitely a little funnel. Lightman is in... Oh, they're saying it's practice. Okay, I was about to say. Then good for you, Lightman. Good for you. Good stuff, Lightman. Yeah, the Towanda cell could try and spin up. Maybe a tornado near El Dorado. That sounds familiar to you all. So that's going to be something we're going to have to watch out for. You were told that a tornado may have been a mile wide. Is this true? If that was for today, probably not. There was a debris ball that was a mile wide, but a debris ball does not accurately represent with how large a tornado actually is. So in short, no. Are we going to get a new scan from this here? Seems as if the Tulsa radar is considering the following like myself, so there's the new scan. Looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit, and that's not good. I mean, this is an embedded hook right within here, an embedded supercell within the line, so that's kind of the reason why I'm like, this is going to do something?
Tornado warning for southeastern Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Pawnee County in northeastern Oklahoma.
Just to the north of it over here in Cleveland. What? Doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, this day has not really made sense to begin with, but you know what? Where's the Tulsa Skycams? We don't have them. If you have Tulsa Skycams, please be sure to share them, but I don't have them. I'm calling both games. Trust me, I've been trying to find Tulsa Skycams since the dawn of time. And, have not been able to find it. That's not a sky camera, that is traffic cameras. That is not a sky camera. Stop. That is a traffic camera. And the traffic cameras are like Monka-esque to use in Tulsa as well. I've used them before and I was like, I can't really use them. I'll use them when I get closer. When they get closer, but we're not going to be able to use them right now. No way, Lisa Spaghetti. No weddy, Lisa Spaghetti. A lot of strong damaging winds across the board, though. That is pretty consistent. Let's go back to OKC. A lot of strong winds and more. Southeast and more. Heading towards the radar site, actually, so that's kind of interesting. This storm in Slaughterville has failed to do anything. The line is going to kill it. Salute. Press F to pay respects. Unless if you don't want to respect the storm, then I get it. 100% get it. There shall be no respects for the storm. Let's take a look back at our good old pal in Boonville in Arkansas, and this thing has not done a whole lot. This thing has went on the emotional journey of what the heck. That is a quote. That is a quote. That is a quote. This storm has went on an emotional journey of what the heck. Oh boy. Yeah, this chat. Does F stand for fail? No, so the story behind that is there's this game called Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, right? And someone died in the game. and they had a funeral service. And so on computer, whenever the thing that you had to press more or less for you know, to pay respects was F. And so we're pressing F to pay respects for the storm. I really should take a screenshot of the storm and put it right here. Boom. And then we can really press F to pay respects. But yeah, respect the polygon too. Mena, Arkansas gonna get tornadoes tonight. Not really looking all too likely. I'll be back here in a second, guys. I need to take a break real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, we're alive and well. And it's hot in this room. It is very hot in this room. I don't know why it's so hot in this room, but it's hot in this room. Okay. Well, we are back. We are alive and well, considering the following while we're doing it. The tornado warning in Boonville has been canceled, unsurprisingly. Tulsa. Oh, that's Cell near Lawrence Creek. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. A lot of strong damaging winds associated with that. Storm motion from warning. Yeah, it's pretty broad. Ah! What's my phone doing? Stop. Stop. Oh, it's because I was checking up on the stream while I was away for a second. Yeah, this thing is, got some broad rotation at the moment, and so we're just kind of sitting here trying to figure out what's going on. Someone sent me a picture of young Nate. I need to go. This is from Alex Spann. He's a storm chaser himself. Look at this, guys. This is the updraft, what he's seeing in Purcell. So that's the tornado warning south of Norman. Look at this updraft here, guys. Updraft, wall cloud, mesocyclone. Pretty crazy stuff. And he's got another picture of it too, I think. Yeah, look at that. Even closer up. That is pretty crazy. But yeah, that's, I mean, these storms have just been showing, like, nice structure on, you know, when you're actually there. But when you're not, then, you know, if you're just looking at velocities, looking at reflectivity, and it just doesn't look good at all, so. Spotters, flash flooding near Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Yeah, so a lot of flooding over there in Kingfisher. Would not be surprised. So is there really... I mean, obviously we're going to keep streaming until this line really moves on through, but still. NATO cast has retracted its high risk, thank God. Look at that. NATO cast's not doing as much anymore. So, that's good. We're starting to get out of the 15% environment of NATO cast. Excuse me. And then the line will continue to push on through. It'll be some fun stuff as well. Yeah, guess it was a storm structure day and not a actual radar day. Because clearly I was just like, what's going on this entire time, you know? But it happens. It happens. Is this day as much of a bust as Josh Rosen was? I think Josh Rosen was a little bit more of a bust than this day, but still. Nah, I'm just kidding. I can't say anything about this day quite yet. We have an embedded supercell right over here in Manfred, Lawrence Creek. And it's heading straight for Tulsa, so... Until this storm passes Tulsa, I can't say anything. But this storm right here near Drumright, Lawrence Creek is very high precipitation based. And very broad, too. Very broad. Now we're hoping that this thing stays broad, stays high precipitation. That way nothing bad happens. But there's a big bow echo right here. A lot of strong damaging winds regardless. What happened? Why did the tornado outbreak not happen? Because there was a bunch more storms than forecasted, so they killed each other off. That's basically what happened. Long and short. And then the storm that did go by itself decided to consider the following. But on the real note, this cell down here near Etowah needs to just go away. It has a hook now, so now it wants to start trying to form a tornado. Now it wants to try and do it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Sure. You know what? This storm needs to really consider. Well, this person's behind. Either that or they're not chasing that anymore, which is kind of funny. Battle Royale for storms, but everyone was equally matched. Yeah, for the most part. That's the best way of explaining it. A Battle Royale for storms, but everyone was equally matched. What does consider the following mean? Okay, so consider obviously means consider. The following means what just happened. So it's basically a phrase that we took from Bill Nye the Science Guy. And now we've copped it ourselves. So there you go. It's now our phrase. Consider the following. It means to consider the following. Someone, that's amazing, Jameson. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's interesting. Sup, SBWX? How do? Educated. That's amazing. I might tell Morgan that. I might tell Morgan that when I talk to him later on tonight. Don't know when I'm going to be able to talk to him either. But that's pretty funny. Yep, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Funny thing on Twitter? There's a lot of funny things on Twitter. Oh, come on. This was an actual consider the following moment. All right, you see this? You see this? I'll turn off my face camera here so that you all may be able to see. Look at this. You see this, dude? That's when my guy decided to dye his hair blonde. That's when he decided to blah. Yeah, this was... When was this? This was an April 10th of 2020. This was the day before... No, this was 2 days before Easter. Bro, this is really far back. But yeah, I did do weather coverage back in 2020. And I did weather coverage in 2019 too, except for May. I started in June. But yeah, never again. Never again. Never again. Never again. All right. By the way, all these live streams are up for you all to witness yourself. All right, because I have a bunch of live streams that I've done in the past. I've covered all the stuff that I possibly could. Sort by... I don't care. Alright, we'll just scroll down and we'll go see what we got. Which, by the way, we've uploaded a lot of videos between now and, like, last year. So that's pretty cool stuff. But, you know, we go into some other stuff, like me live streaming Laura. Hurricane Laura making landfall. Me storm chasing, that was pretty funny. Some of these other live streams that I've done. 20. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was the Alexandria tornado with the tornado emergency. That was the Dallas EF3 in October 20th, 2019. I'm still in this room too. That's pretty funny. You know, you can go even further back than that to some of the live streams that I did. Like, it even says 2 years ago. When was this specifically? July 2nd, 2019. I only had 60 views. I had music in the background, so it was copyrighted to all get out. And I was covering severe weather. That's amazing. I played the Cleveland tourism video. Oh, and there was severe weather in Cleveland. I played it again. The Cleveland tourism video. This is when I actually reacted to videos and whatnot, because I was not scared of being copyright claimed back then. But luckily I fixed myself. All right, so when was the first live stream? When was the first live stream for weather that I've done? It was this one right here. June 28th, 2019. June 28th, 2019. I had my little brother next to me. There was a tornado warning right here. My tornado warning boxes were pink. It's just like Ryan Hall, y'all's. Except I decided to change mine to the National Weather Services and stuff. Did I get copyright claimed in this? Yes, I did. Okay, so I gotta be careful.
I guess we might as well look at the correlation coefficient.
This is when I had the ugly color tables.
Ah, true facts. Alright, I'm gonna look at the correlation coefficient. Not really. And then if I go forward... Oh wait, a new scan just came in. Ooh! Ooh! Look at this. I circled it. Look at the velocities. Look at where it is.
It's right there. It's moving.
No, shut up, Nate. That doesn't look like rotation.
It might be on the ground right now. That's
No.
the reason why they released the tornado warning.
It has to be on the ground.
Why is my little brother trying to back... Go away,
It's
Matt.
still got some sort of debris signature.
No, it does not. No, it does not, Nate. Go away. Go away. You're drunk. You're drunk.
It's on the ground.
That's pretty cute that my little brother is there with me, though. He's not a weather guy, by the way. He's not a weather guy. What's the longest track tornado I've ever covered? Mayfield. Seems how it's the second longest track tornado in all of recorded history. Might as well. Yeah, that is a consider the following moment. If people have not considered the following already. This is Miami. I believe this is what it's called, Miami. This is from Catnip Evergreen. Miami. I don't think it's Miami. It's like Miami. Something like that. But really interesting here. Very ominous clouds in the distance that I see in the second picture. Thank you, Catnip, for setting that in. I won't believe it? What do you mean I won't believe it? It's a bunch of stuff that I don't believe. That is great. Oh my. Miami. No, it's Miami. Okay, Miami. Alright, at least I wasn't incorrect in saying that. There's no more tornado warnings, by the way. No more Fortnite. People don't know that meme. I understand. The Trippy cell is no longer tornado warned. Took it forever. Although it's trying. The funny thing about it now is that it actually is trying to produce a tornado now. So now, when it actually is, you know, doing things and the line is approaching it, now it wants to try and produce a tornado. I'm not complaining, because if it produced a tornado earlier, then we would have a much more serious situation on our hands. But I mean, this doesn't make sense. But on the other hand, yeah, this thing is about to get enveloped by the giant line. So the hope here is that this thing, you know, doesn't do anything. This thing doesn't do anything. There was some baseball-sized hail in Chickasha. Interesting. Nah, that photograph is not legit. Check KSGF radar? Isn't that Springfield? Why? Why would I want to check Springfield? It's all these little storms. What radar would I can just move Vance Air Force Base over. Not that big of a deal. It's the biggest tornado ever recorded, El Reno. Followed by Hallam. And then followed by the Bassfield So-So tornado. Jose with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to Jose. Really does mean a lot. Hope you're feeling better today. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I took some Advil, took some allergy medicine, and surprisingly, I drank a lot of water yesterday, and I think it just flushed out of my system. It just went. I was feeling so much better. Now, I still have pressure in my ears and my sinuses. I still have pressure, so it's like hard for me to hear. But at the same time, I also have these things on my ears, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. But, you know, still, I do feel a lot better, so thank you. What's the biggest tornado I've ever covered? The Bassfield So-So tornado. That thing was crazy. That's always going to be on my repertoire. I covered that thing, and it was the craziest thing I've ever seen live. And I'm hoping I never see anything like it. Which one of my streams playing Minecraft and you were playing Creeper Oh Man? Yeah, my channel probably got copyright claimed. True facts. This me? Unfortunately, this is me. Unfortunately, this is me. Yeah, that was me when I was a lot younger. I look like a punk kid. Like one of those kids that didn't really, you know, listen to people. Like the stereotypical ones in movies. Can I show us the Bassfield stream? I can show you the beginning of it, but the other half I streamed for 24 hours and then it died. Because YouTube does not like it when I stream over 12 hours, so it doesn't record it. I've still been trying to find it to this day. I think it's here? I don't know. Seems legit remix. That's amazing. Yeah, I can't really find it. Yeah, I can't find it. If anyone knows where that video went, then I'll be happy to show it again, but yeah, I can't find the video. Is what it is. Is what it is. It is what it is. Severe potential for Missouri is still on the table, but it's not tornadic. So, good for right now. I know it shows PDS stuff tomorrow, but the thermos aren't they're not exactly the best. Interesting warm front action you got here, Chief. But yeah, the cold front is now slamming much of Oklahoma. Tulsa's about to get hit. If you know anyone that lives in Tulsa, tell them to get into a sturdy structure because you have a huge bow echo surging through now. Best picture of... Oh my gosh. Yeah, that happened. Note the casual bulletproof vest and the chain out, which ironically has a cross on it. Oh boy. Hamilton, Toronto. Should you be worried then? You got school tomorrow? No, you should be fine. How am I not sleep deprived? Or fell asleep on stream? Closest was on was 23 hours. Well, I went on live for 36 hours with only taking 1 hour of sleep. So like a 1 hour break. But I was sleep deprived at the end of it. Like, it was terrible. I was dragging, and my friend was just literally was just carrying the stream on by itself. But we were really going on for more than for 24 hours. We just split the stream up to a 12-hour stream and then a 24-hour stream. We should have split the 24-hour stream into 2 separate streams. That would probably have been the best. Yeah, that was April 11th. I'm talking about April 12th when I did it during the event. Northwestern PA. Oh, that's pretty cool. Good stuff, Primalbot. Good stuff. uh I'm talking to Morgan on my side screen. Him and I are yelling at each other because we're debating on how this day died. This day died tornadic wise. I mean, it just happened. But I still find it funny that the cell in Tribby and Macomb is still trying to rotate. So well, Sarah, you're gonna get your severe weather tomorrow. Look at this. Look at it. This is your severe weather for tomorrow. Ironically, I am barely in the 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Just barely. Nice little baby cell just southeast of Missouri. I'm not expecting those to do a whole lot. Yeah, I've been hydrating for the majority of the day. So I'm fine. Lightning was just super close. In Emporia, Kansas. Sheesh. Sheesh. Ironically, when I tilt my head down like this, I'm able to see better without glasses. I don't know how that's possible. I think it might have to do with the lens of my eyes, the curvature of my eyes. But, I mean, it also could just be me being delusional. Could just be me being delusional. Why did it die? It created too many showers and thunderstorms. So there wasn't enough limiting factor to make storms be by itself. How did I get over my sinus infection? I've got the... I don't know. I've got the immune system of steel or something like that. I always get sinus infections, so my immune system's starting to kind of build up against it. At least the recovery process. Yeah, Tulsa's getting slapped right now. Glenpool's getting slapped right now. Broken Arrow's about to get slapped right now. So, a lot of strong damaging winds moving on through. But that seems to pretty much be the severe risk. So as soon as this kind of passes off, and we'll say... But this storm's just moving due east. So... we'll say when these storms move off into Muskogee, I think after that, we'll call it quits. That's kind of what I'm thinking here, at least. That remix is stuck in my head. Thank you, Morgan, for getting it stuck in my head. You donut. Two News, Oklahoma. Wait, what? There's sky cameras in Tulsa? No way. What? How come I never knew of this? Where even are these? Wade's RV. Tower Cam, Owasso, Renaissance. The more I know. Okay, well, didn't know that there was a sky camera in Tulsa, and I've been trying to find that until Kingdom Come. So that's nice. Apparently I know nothing about sky cameras. That's what I said, Mercy. And then the last 3 years happened, and then I got sick. So. Want to try that real quickly. Look off to the side. That's kind of funny. Send you a video from Twitter. Another one that considers the following. Better not. New mesoscale discussion. Storm coverage may increase with the increase in the low-level jet. Yeah, it could. It could. Not anticipating it to do a whole lot, though. So it should be fine.
Yeah, this one's a good chance.
Oh no. I can't play that on stream. That's amazing, though. That is amazing. Yep, I've been well, Shell. Thank you so much. Statesboro, Georgia. Can I look at the forecast? Yeah, you guys are going to be fine over the next few days. Come in. That's pretty funny. All right, well. Yeah. Good lightning show and broken arrow. Oh, look at this. Yeah, this is from Joshua. Love how I immediately go straight back to weather. You know, just like consider the following some more. Look, lightning over in Broken Arrow, though. That's just to the east of Tulsa. Tulsa is actually an area that Morgan and I considered as a potential spot for us to live in the future. Surprisingly, it's kind of funny, but yes, we actually considered that could have been a spot where we could live in the future. Pretty crazy lightning from Bixby, which is south of Broken Arrow. So just for reference, right here, this is from Tornado Alley. Good chaser. No, we're not moving to Tuscumbia. Go away. Crazy stuff, though. Crazy stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff, Allie. Just have to make sure I can get the Ravens games. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Brooksville cell is trying to spin up again. Supercell looks to be merging with the line. So maybe some sort of spin up over there. A lot of enhanced vorticity within that inflow notch too. So that's interesting to note. There's been tornado potential in Arkansas, Harrison. There was a tornado there earlier. Yeah, this is out in Brooksville. Trying. Go to Arkansas so you can travel to both tornado alleys easy. Well, it's not about traveling to both tornado alleys. I mean, to be completely honest with you, all right, it's about entertainment as well outside of weather. Like, am I near a big city to where I can be able to, say, go to sports games or have a variety of things for me to be able to do? And is it just not just one sports team? Can I go to multiple sports teams? Are they at a high level? Do I want to suffer in the heat? You know, like, because I love the cold, all right? I hate the heat. You immediately heard me after I came back in from taking a break, like literally a 1-minute break. And I said, boy, this room is hot. This is probably like 70 degrees. Well, not 70, like 75, 77 degrees in this room. And I was like, oh boy, it's hot. So, I mean, same thing here. Hot. So if I go to like any area, like one thing that I've already ruled out is I'm not going to Dallas. I'm never living in Dallas unless if I somehow need to. Okay, I'm not living in Dallas. I'm not living in LA. Yeah, sure as hell not living in LA. LA is terrible. And it's not just because, you know, it's not because, I should say, you know, about what usually comes down with LA. It's the weather. There's no weather over there, man. I'm not chasing wildfires. I can go away. Geez, yeah, this Brooksville cell is starting to kind of congeal a little bit more. So that's interesting. But I need a place where we can balance weather and our own private entertainment, like sports and whatnot. I can easily go to a sports game. That's the reason why we were kind of considering Tulsa, but Tulsa was not a main spot for us to go to. Tulsa, OKC was kind of like a spot. Denver, anywhere in the suburbs of Denver, although that costs a lot of money. We were thinking of the suburbs of Minneapolis. Minneapolis is a good idea, specifically South Minneapolis. Kansas City, although Kansas City is, once again, you know, there's only a few amount of sports teams there. You'd have to travel to St. Louis as well. But all in all, what about Nashville? Nashville is a little bit too far east for us. Nashville's not a bad spot, but it's a little too far east for us. We have said that we wanted to go into some form of area near Tornado Alley, and Nashville is kind of close, but Nashville also kind of just reminds us of what New Jersey and Pennsylvania is. So we want something that's kind of new. Look like an Eminem wannabe? Yeah, that sounds about right. What about Paducah? There's no sports teams that are in Paducah. So probably no. That's a new tornado warning. It's for the supercell.
Tornado warning for Central Seminole County in east central Oklahoma, Central Pottawatomie County in central Oklahoma.
Well, if you're in Seminole, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There's a new tornado warning for Pottawatomie County, as well as Seminole County in Oklahoma. If you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. And Seminole, there's a lot of people that live in Seminole, too. So underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, so once again, you know, we're trying to spread information out. You know, we may have been kind of idle for a little bit, but we've been trying to get information out to more and more people, especially with the storms as this grows over time. So if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. There is some rotation with this cell, too. Note the green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away as well, right in the middle. Right about there. Maybe another area down here, too. Probably that's where it's at. And that does seem to be the case. So right about here is where the tornadic rotation would be. A lot of turbulence in that inflow notch, though. There's a lot of turbulence. This thing is sucking in everything it can get. Very well pronounced ZDR arc. very well pronounced ZDR arc. So this is a bona fide supercell. This thing is trying to sustain, but it's the same story of can it reach the ground? Survey says probably not. But the National Weather Service is going to warn it anyways, because on the off chance that it does do something, you're going to want to make sure people know. Nope, Dallas is too hot. Can't live in Dallas. It'll be too hot, I'll melt. Kansas City's not bad, but then again, we'd have to travel to St. Louis for the other sports teams that we may want to go to. But we are thinking about Kansas City. We also mentioned Dallas. And we also mentioned Minneapolis. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Of course, nothing is ever set in stone. Jeez, that's perfectly outlined, too. Wow. But yeah, it's just elevated. Just elevated right now. I mean, it's got very good rotation in the mid-levels. Just can it extend down to the ground? Unlikely. Yep, good for you, kitty. Looks like the weather in Tulsa has finally passed on through, so Tulsa's now in the clear. That's pretty funny. What? Excuse me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, we still have a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Yes, we do. We still have a 45% chance for strong damaging winds, as well as hurricane force winds within the area. We still have a hail risk, but our... our tornado risk is not there, Chief. That's hilarious. I mean, we still got a giant 5%, but that's all because of the giant line. There's no supercells besides the one north of Ada near Seminole. It's just... That's amazing. Hey, we still have a shot, though. The storm over here in Earlsboro and Seminole probably could try and produce the only tornado from a supercell of the day. No. let's put it this way. All right, we've considered Tulsa, OKC, Kansas City, Joplin, Denver, and the suburbs around that, and Minneapolis. Maybe even the areas even further south of that, near like Rochester or Winona. But we take into heavy consideration our own private lives as well. So overhyped for what? I don't know. The thing of it is that according to the Storm Prediction Center, which apparently, I mean, they do. They clearly know more than I do, but no, not going to Huntsville. Go away. Yeah, this thing could be trying to produce a tornado. This is the closest we've gotten to a supercell like really putting down a tornado. So if you're in Seminole, you need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, Seminole, Oklahoma. You guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground and low cinemas part of your building. Am I dating? Nope. I don't really have a significant other to consider when relocating. Although, the one thing about that, excuse me, stuff's just been going down the wrong pipe. If I ever do get one, all right, which I hope I will, all right, I'm already gonna tell them that the plan is for us to move in with Morgan and his girlfriend. Because let's put it this way, all right? They are probably at the top. They are at the top in regards to A, who I trust, and B, who I talk to. So they're practically my best friends for the most part. And we've already kind of said together that, hey, if there's a chance that we do end up living together, which we easily could live together. We're going to be able to run the YouTube channel together. We'll have our own studio in the basement and whatnot. All sorts of cool stuff. No, that is not a debris signature. Line up the low correlation coefficient, if you will, with the reflectivity. And poof, you don't got anything. So, no, there is not a debris signature. The storm is trying to produce a tornado, though. You're starting to get a left flank velocity enhancement, ironically, and then you're getting a convergence band on the bottom side, too. So this thing is trying to produce a tornado, and it probably could be producing a tornado here relatively soon. Kansas City is perfect, storm, sports, and more. The thing of it is, as I said, it really depends. Now that is a debris signature. That is a tornado in progress. So Seminole, if you're in Seminole, you need to get in your safe space right now because the tornado is currently in progress and doing damage. This is Seminole, Oklahoma. Tornado in progress. Nate getting a girlfriend? Eventually. Hopefully. Who knows? Ideally, I would like to have a girlfriend who could talk about weather with, because I don't want to feel like I'm the only idiot that's going around talking about clouds in the sky. But who knows? But yeah, there's a tornado in progress here approaching Seminole. If you know anyone who lives in Seminole, Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. Share this live stream if you need to with them. But it looks to me... Yeah, it looks to me like it's on the ground right now. It looks to me like it's a tornado in progress. There's the confirm tag. Broadcast media confirmed tornado. So Channel 9 probably got it, or KFOR. That's a big debris signature. Yeah, so this thing is on the ground. This thing is on the ground. This is confirmed. This is not a PDS, but it is producing a tornado right now. Velocities are going to update here in 2 seconds. Oh yeah, that thing's going. Oh boy. Yeah, if you know anyone that lives there, you need to tell them to get in their safe space right now. You need to tell them to get in their safe space. Big time CC drop. Big time debris signature. ZDR verification is true. So if you're in Seminole, you need to get in your safe space right now. Need to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If anyone has a picture of the tornado, send it to me on Twitter so I may be able to relay it. But yeah, that is a debris signature. How high is the debris? They haven't went through a new scan. Oh wow, there's the new scan though. Yeah, this thing's going. Is Channel 9, does Channel 9 still have the feed? Does Channel 9 see it? Channel 9 does not see it. Yep, PDS. 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 Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Seminole here in Oklahoma. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. At 7:56, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 4 miles west of Seminole, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard damaging tornado. Source radar confirmed. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and complete destruction is possible. So once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Seminole in Oklahoma. If you know anyone who lives in Seminole, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions and get to shelter now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, we got to share this information with as many people as possible. We've been thinking at the back of our heads that this thing probably could try and produce a tornado. Broadcast media. Yeah, this thing is still going. It's starting to become more rain-wrapped, a lot more rain-wrapped. Velocities have been very strong. 68 on top of 71. That's a 110 mile per hour delta velocity, give or take. Yeah, this thing is very rain-wrapped at this time. And it is producing a tornado right now. So if you know anyone who lives in Seminole, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest and most part of your building. Once again, all right? To repeat, at 7:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 4 miles west of Seminole, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So Seminole, Lima, Wewoka, areas near State Highways 9 and 56, and U.S. Highways 377 and 270. All right? If you live over there, if you live north of State Highway 56 in Oklahoma, you need to tell people to take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. Yep, big debris signatures still. Look at that. Very well pronounced hook, wrapping very deep within the inflow notch. This is a heck of a storm. Very much so rain-wrapped. But yes, this is now approaching the Seminole area. Still has some good rotation within it. I mean, this is insane, guys. Once again, it's up to you guys now. It's up to you guys. There's only so much I can say. All right, we got to try and continue to share this information with as many people as possible. It's up to you guys to help spread the word, because this is a significant situation right now unfolding. A damaging tornado, a large and extremely dangerous tornado here approaching the town, or the city of Seminole. And just for reference here, the city of Seminole and its population is 7,200 people. 7,200 people in this city right here. All right, so there is a tornado in progress that is heading off towards Seminole. Still has a debris signature here. So it is still a tornado in progress right now. It is very much so rain wrapped, so it probably has probably is in the process of occluding itself. But there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is now moving very close to the city of Seminole. So once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Did it hit over areas that were populated? These might be houses. Oh, these might be houses. Just got updated. Still a PDS. Still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. What county is this specifically? I'm assuming. So yeah, Pottawatomie County has been canceled. Now it's just Seminole. So let's pull up Seminole on the side. Unfortunately, Seminole does not have a thing. That is unfortunate. Does not have a police scanner. So we can't hear what their what some of these reports are. But yeah, Seminole, areas near State Highway 59, U.S. Highway 377, towards Seminole, Pleasant Grove, the Seminole Nation, as well as Bowlegs. You need to get in your safe space right now, because the potential for this thing to be producing a tornado, let alone a large and extremely dangerous tornado, is possible. And it's relatively high, too. Still a good turbulence drop here. This thing still tells me that this thing might still be on the ground. That's at least what I'm gathering here. Probably still could be a tornado in progress right now. This is a shot here from Zachary Hall. He is looking north, so he's south of the storm right now. You can see the big mesocyclone. This is the southern portion, so on the opposite side of this rain would be where the tornado is. That's what I'm guessing, at least. Either that or this is the wall cloud here, but I see the big rain on the right-hand side, and that kind of tells me that there could be something on the opposite side of that rain. So we do have quite the storm here that is starting to fire off now. Don't see a debris signature anymore, so this kind of tells me that this thing might be starting to fan out a little bit more. And this tornado is starting to fan out. It became very much so rain-wrapped, but still, in the off chance that this thing is still trying to produce a tornado, the people of Seminole, the people of Lima, the people of Bowlegs, you need to stay in your sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You need to stay in your sturdy structure. So underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So just to repeat here real quickly. At 8:02 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 2 miles west of Seminole, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So if you're in Seminole, Wewoka, Bowlegs, and Lima, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because there could be a significant tornado behind all of that rain. You won't be able to see it. You won't be able to see it because it has surrounded itself in rain. And because of that, because it has surrounded itself in rain, you won't be able to see the tornado until it's literally on top of you. So yeah, it looks like the velocities have displaced itself just a little bit more. But I still see a little bit of a consolidation to where there could be some areas of turbulence, meaning there could be an area where a tornado could reside. But other than that, luckily the trend is starting to surge into a good fashion, good way. But there is still some strong winds here. Still some good rotation. So we are going to have to watch out. Because as I said, this tornado is rain-wrapped. Very much so rain-wrapped. You won't be able to see this thing coming. So guys need to really monitor this very closely, as there still could be a tornado. News 9, they had a picture of it before it got rain-wrapped. That makes sense. Yeah, if someone had a picture of it, I'd be able to kind of know what I'm dealing with. But yeah, people are saying it's a large cone. Interesting. So this is a storm, once again, that has a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Oh, it might have just re-intensified. This thing just re-intensified. Yeah, this thing really did re-intensify. Wow. Wow, this thing recycled very quickly. This thing recycled very quickly. Yeah, stay in your safe space, ATR. Stay in your safe space. This thing may not be gone yet. This thing may not be gone yet. There's a reason why you're not supposed to get out until the storm has passed. That's kind of the case here. I'm seeing a new rejuvenation of the inflow. And a new resurgence of the rear flank downdraft, indicating that there probably could be a tornado here soon. Oh my gosh, that is a new report right over Seminole of 4-inch size hail in the city. Velocity died again, so maybe it produced another brief tornado right south of Seminole. But it produced 4-inch size hail. In Seminole. Jeez. This storm is doing it all. It's doing it all. Yeah, if you're in Seminole, you need to stay in your safe space once again. All right, the storm is not done. You have about, I would say 5 minutes until the tornado threat is over with, and then another, I would say, 15 minutes until the storm threat is over for you guys. So stay in your safe space if you're in Seminole. I know the rain is starting to sound like it's veering off. All right, just stay there for a little bit. Oh, that was the picture. That was the picture that Channel 9 had. Yeah, that's a goner. Ow. Yeah, that's a big one. News 9 mobile home flipped and destroyed. What? Oh, the mobile home flipped and destroyed. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Mobile homes are not a safe spot to stay in. There's a reason why we say mobile homes could be destroyed completely. Because it's not safe. It's not safe. It's not sturdy. That's not a way for you to be able to stay safe. And it's very unfortunate. Yep, the rotation in Seminole has started to deteriorate a little bit. That is the good news here. I still can't believe that we had a 4-inch sized hail report. 4-inch sized hail report in Seminole. That's one of the craziest things I would have anticipated for this storm. Yeah, even a mobile home on a foundation isn't safe. All right, it's not. Yeah, there's another picture of the tornado here. That was crossing into Seminole County from Potawatomi. Look at that. I mean, that's huge. It's a big time tornado. Here's damage from Chopper 4. And you can see, I think that's a mobile home. You can see how flat that is. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Wow. But yeah, there was damage. And back in the cement areas in Cyril and Fletcher from the other tornado warnings that occurred way earlier. That was a tornado in Enid a while back. Sheesh. So now all we need to do is just hope that there wasn't any more damage done. That's the best thing to hope for right now. Could be... Oh, wow. What is this? Yeah, this cell that just developed right here, south of the tornado warning cell, approaching the Holdenville area. If you know anyone that lives in Holdenville in Oklahoma, they could potentially get a tornado warning. That's something to note. There is a bit of rotation here. Tornado warning just got updated. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. So yeah, they're not saying that the tornado is on the ground right now. The one that currently has the tornado warning. They're just saying that it has a history of producing tornadoes and it still has a tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But yeah, south of the warning, there's a little bit of rotation right here. You can see grays and greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away right in the middle. Yeah, there's a definitely another storm that's trying. Interestingly enough, Supercell up in Wewoka isn't really doing all too much. Very much so rain wrapped. It's kind of killing itself off. That's kind of the good news. Let's go back to Tulsa. I want to see what this line is doing up here. It looks like it's deteriorating more and more, which is more good news. Believe it or not, guys. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. All right. This line here. This giant line right here. These are all the severe warnings we have. We have only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. Yeah, that thing is starting to become starting to get a more prominent hook. that is a cause for concern here. This new area of rotation is Holdenville, Oklahoma. I would say now is your turn to go and get into your safe space now. On the off chance that we can catch this before the National Weather Service does. I'm sure they are watching very closely. Oh, wow. I don't know if this is true. They're saying this is damage near Seminole. They're saying this is damage near Seminole. From News 9. You can clearly see the houses and whatnot. Being impacted severely, so I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that that isn't from Seminole. But, jeez. Look at that. Look at this, guys. This is in Stillwater. This is in Stillwater. And look at all the mammatus clouds there that are back behind the showers and thunderstorms. Look at that. Little bubbly clouds. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Thanks, Brittany. But yeah, that cell on the southern side here, south of Wewoka, approaching the Holdenville. This is the next one to watch very closely. A huge hook right within that cell. Huge hook. And of course, the velocities do back it up as well. You have a lot of greens moving towards the radar. You have a lot of reds moving away. So we have some broad rotation at this time, but what could be broad rotation in 1 second could be something confined in the other. So that's kind of what we're trying to predict here, more or less. We're trying to figure out as to when or where the next tornado could particularly, form. And the best way to do that right now is to look at the signs of what we're given. So in this instance, yeah, it kind of tells me that we have something tornadic here, south of Wewoka, approaching the Holdenville. Speaking of which, that's a new tornado warning. Unsurprisingly, there is the new tornado warning for the cell that we've been talking about. So Hughes and Seminole County, you're in a tornado warning. You are indeed in a tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That is not a debris signature. Not a debris signature. Yeah, that's all inflow if you outline it here. So outline the low correlation coefficient. Put it back to reflectivity with the actual radar. No. No, CC stands for correlation coefficient, not closed captions. Yeah, guys, as I said, if you want to determine as to whether or not it's inflow or debris, please outline the correlation coefficient or eyeball it. Either way, stare at it for forever, switch it to reflectivity. You'll be able to know. You'll be able to know. Wednesday, hopefully, will be something similar to this, to today, where we don't get a whole lot. Yeah, this thing could be trying to produce a tornado on the southern end of the hook. Right here. Kind of to the south and west of Holdenville. It's west-southwest of Holdenville. So if you're in Holdenville, if you're in Spalding, there is a new tornado warning for your area for the potential of a tornado to form. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation. How come your voice thingy didn't come on? No clue, to be completely honest with you. I'm hoping that fixes itself. But yeah, we do have some good rotation there. But yeah, Holdenville, Spalding, Horntown, Calvin need to get in your safe space right now. Yeah, sure, it's Weast. Looks to be kind of gusting out a little bit more, though. Looks to be kind of gusting out, or at least it's trying to gust out. And that might be the saving grace that could, you know, be the determining factor between whether or not it produces a strong tornado or whether or not it produces a weak tornado. Usually when stuff gusts out very significantly, it becomes outflow dominant and produces a lot of strong damaging winds, and then you have a brief spin up on the northern side. Or if it doesn't gust out, you know, it just juts its outflow and wraps around completely, then we could be talking about a stronger tornado that can sustain for a little bit longer. But right now, it seems as if things are starting to kind of gust out a little bit more. Not debris. That one's a little bit harder to tell, but if you circle the area right here, go back to correlation coefficient. Even though it's a lower correlation coefficient, it's a lower reflectivity too. So you'd need high reflectivity, low correlation coefficient in order for you to be able to determine as to whether or not it's debris. But it's not debris. So that one was a little bit harder. Fort Smith looks really interesting. What's Fort Smith doing? What are you? What are you? Go home, you're drunk. The storm in Fort Smith is drunk. That's what I saw. Cell near Porter and Muskogee is starting to kind of amplify a little bit too. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's a lot of strong damaging winds. Holy, that's about to slap Muskogee. So if you know anyone that lives in Muskogee in Oklahoma, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Because there is some very strong thunderstorm activity right within that environment. So I would make a note of that. What environment is this in as far as Cape? Let's find out. 2,000-ish. So it's still in a good enough environment for it to sustain. Storm relative helicity is pretty high too. Upwards of 200. Williamsburg, Kansas has rotation. I swear. That? Look at key? Jeez. K-E-A-X. Watch this load. Not on my screen. Doesn't look like it has rotation as of right now, but I'll watch it. I'll look at it when I can. Yeah, Cell in Holdenville is really considering the following. This thing is gusting out significantly. Very strong damaging winds, regardless if it is producing a tornado. That is some big stuff right there. Look at this, guys. Look at how large this hailstone is. Big hail. That is a baseball. It might even be larger hail than that. Holy. Yeah, that might be a baseball. That is insane. Mammatus clouds in Norman. Holy. That's a new tornado warning. It's for the cell that I called out for, unsurprisingly.
County in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. New tornado warning north of Muskogee. How's Branson looking? They're probably going to get some strong damaging winds for the most part. But yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Looked like it could have even produced a little brief tornado, hypothetically. Hard to say. Tulsa's in the clear as of right now. So if you have any friends that live in Tulsa, I would tell them that they're in the clear. It's areas near Muskogee and north of Muskogee that is not in the clear. You have a tornado warning north of Muskogee, and you have a severe thunderstorm warning that is for areas from Prague all the way over to, like, Tahlequah. So, yeah, we have a new tornado warning north of Muskogee. If you live in O'Kay and Wagoner, as well as areas near Halbert, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It's a perfect size for a snowball, not hail. Yeah, true. True. Yeah, OK, Oklahoma. Yeah, for real. Whose idea was it to name this town OK, Oklahoma? Because they're not okay. Whose idea was this? Tahlequah. Isn't that what I said? Maybe I emphasized the A little bit more. A? Tahlequah. It's probably what I did. I emphasized the A. So Tahlequah. But yeah, this thing still is kind of rotating here. You can still see the hook with it. Trying to see all the different stuff, get different opinions of it by looking at the scans over and over and over again, looking at the products over and over and over again. A lot of lightning with this here, according to the hypothetical products. Take a look at Holdenville again. What? Yeah, there's probably a good chance that Holdenville is producing a tornado. There's probably a good chance. Yeah, there's probably a good shot that this thing near Holdenville is producing a tornado. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, I would not be surprised if this thing was producing a tornado right here. Would not be surprised if that was producing a tornado near Holdenville. So I'd watch out for that very closely. If you know anyone who lives in Holdenville, Oklahoma, they're in immediate danger of a tornado, a damaging tornado. So they need to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of their building. But yeah, they are in immediate danger. Latest scan, velocity scan came in. Still a little displaced. Still a little displaced. But this does seem to me that it still is trying to produce a tornado. Very rain-wrapped at the moment, but the rear flank downdraft is just surging a lot. Way too much almost. So it's not really gaining a consistency. Where's the PDS? There isn't a PDS, because this thing isn't on the ground as of right now. At least not according to radar. Velocities are even more displaced. Is this thing recycling? That's what it looks like it's doing. I think it produced a brief tornado that was south of Wewoka and due west of Holdenville. I think it's recycling. I think we might be able to see a new tornado that is north and east, if not due east of Holdenville, heading towards Horntown. I think that's what we probably could be seeing here in a bit. And if that's the case, Holdenville and Horntown need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. As I said, my head would be all weird and messed up if I took off my hat. But yeah, Holdenville is getting slapped. And yeah, new area of spectrum width here. North of Holdenville, north and east of Holdenville. So I think this thing might be recycling. Yeah, Horntown in Oklahoma, they need to seek shelter right now. Take the proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of their building. So once again, this is a tornado warning here. All right, we have 2 tornado warnings. All right, so we have one that's for Holdenville and Horntown in Oklahoma. This is for Seminole and Hughes counties. Seminole and Hughes counties. So now it's starting to get into Hughes County. Seminole is kind of out of the risk at this moment. And then we have another area of rotation here with this other tornado warning that just got canceled, surprisingly. Diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. So there you go. So now we only have 1 tornado warning. But the other tornado warning did have a little bit of rotation before. Now it doesn't. So we should be good on that note over there. But let's go back to the storm over here in Horntown. And this thing is still going. I see a lot of strong damaging winds with this. I see this thing gusting out a little bit more within the latest scan. I also see the new area of rotation that could be developing on the northern side. So that's another thing to note. But everything is just embedded within this giant whirl of rain, this giant mass of rain that clearly has enveloped this entire storm and became it difficult to not just even see, but chase if there was storm chasers. This is still a supercell within this storm. There is still a supercell within this storm. So that is something to note. New severe. There is a new severe thunderstorm watch. It just got issued. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings too. Wonder where the severe thunderstorm watch got issued for. Yeah, very strong damaging winds approaching the Calvin area. Very strong damaging winds. I mean, just look at this, guys. Big bow echo here. Big bow echo. Very strong across the board. Yeah, I have no clue where the severe thunderstorm watch would be. I'm assuming it would be out over here. That's where I would assume the severe thunderstorm watch would be. Have to be a new update with the GR Earth, though. Is that going to slide north at all? There's already some showers and thunderstorms that are up north. Depending upon how far north you are, can determine as to what type of risk you could get. So if you're, say, in Missouri, you guys aren't really going to get a whole lot of stuff. Besides some strong damaging winds and maybe some spotty hail. But tornadoes, unlikely. What about Tahlequah? So Tahlequah, looks like there's a lot of strong damaging winds with this still. Don't really see anything tornadic. Yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds. Don't see a whole lot of rotation except for maybe the northern side, something that could form near Wagoner, heading towards the Hulbert and the Lost City areas. But other than that, I see some very strong damaging winds. We'll look at Fort Smith, see what they got with this little storm here. And it looks like a mess. It looks like a mess. Branson is getting rain right now. They sure are. Sure are, Sauce Boss. Tornado warning has now expired. So that is the good news. The line is caught up with the supercells. The line has indeed caught up with the supercells. Jeez. Where is Mountain View, Missouri? Southern Missouri, specifically southwestern Missouri. No, it's just southern Missouri. It does have upper level rotation, but it's just, there's no cape. No capes. A lot of hail, though. Damage over in Holdenville. Shed just west of Holdenville, so geez. Strong damaging winds tore through that. I agree, Bob. Yeah, I kind of knew that today the event would mainly exist in Oklahoma, so I just put something up there. That way I don't have to remind people. That seems to go over well with more people. Yeah, this thing is just bowing out significantly. Holy, very strong winds. 80-mile-per-hour winds within the storm. This could qualify as a severe destructive. This could qualify as a severe thunderstorm warning destructive tag. That'll head towards the Stewart areas and then eventually near McAllister and south of McAllister. So this is a storm to watch very closely. From the tornado perspective, yes. From a wind perspective, no. Fort Smith. Last time I checked Fort Smith, it was not doing all too well. Still is not doing all too well. Yeah, it's not doing all too well. It's still considering the following. I see a little mini elf, maybe? I don't know. Doesn't look like an elf. What's going on with that Ada cell? An Ada, there's just a lot of strong damaging winds at the moment. It's just a TVS tag. But usually they do that. It's the algorithm. The algorithm can mess things up. Yeah, don't worry about Ada. Don't worry about Ada. How does Alma, Arkansas look? Alma, Arkansas. Well, that's north and east of Fort Smith. Yeah, you guys need to stay in a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Because that storm's dumping hail. Or at least it's about to dump hail. So, please be sure to stay, once again, in the sturdy structure. That's a little elf that's trying to develop there. On the backside, and that's kind of funny. But yeah, if you're in Alma, I'd stay in a sturdy structure for another 15, 20 minutes. And then you're going to get hit by another line of storms here. In like an hour and a half to 2 hours, something like that. At least nothing bad happened today. Well, there was a significant tornado that occurred over near the areas of Seminole. So that was not good. But at least it wasn't much worse than that. SPC outlook for tomorrow. There's the SPC outlook for tomorrow. That's not in Oklahoma. 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 2%, 15, 5. There's a little 5%. What? What? There's no marginal risk. It's just a bug. It's a bug. Congratulations, Storm Prediction Center. You played yourself. I should probably put the C text thing in there. Hold up. C text. There we go. Only true champs know. Or remember the C text thing. I'm not chasing tomorrow, A, because I can't do anything. Like, I've got things to do. And B, it's crap. Yep, C text. I'm not going to be able to be on tomorrow anyways. I got stuff to do. I'll be able to upload a video, and it'll be uploaded by tomorrow night. But an actual live stream, nope. Can't do it. Nope, not chasing tomorrow. Not gonna happen. Would you rather me chase tomorrow for the people who are in my class? Or would you rather have the class? And Slippy, you're in the class, apparently. Wait, are you in the class? I don't even know if you're in the class. You may not be in the class. I don't know. But other people are in the class. No, you're in the class. Yeah, see, people are saying class. Chase with the class? That's not how that works. Not how that works. Yeah, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Yeah, forecasting Wednesday is greater than chasing. I'm glad you agree. Yeah, I would have to be night chasing. I'm not doing that. That thing is trash. And I'm not chasing in West Virginia either. I hate chasing in West Virginia for a reason. And that's as a former West Virginian. There's supercells in Northwestern Ohio. That thing could actually surprisingly produce tornadoes. But I'm not traveling to Ohio. I'm not traveling to Ohio. And I'm not traveling to West Virginia. Specifically Western West Virginia. To go chase a wall cloud. No, not happening. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. Go away. Rather forecast Wednesday. And that says something. Usually I want to chase. No, not doing it. Just drive around downtown Baltimore at night? Bruh. It is the same risk as an F5, to be fair, but you'd have to be on the northern side of Baltimore. West Virginia Alley will not surprise me. I do gotta say, I do plan to go to more Orioles games this summer. I want to catch a home run. I want to catch a home run. That's my bucket list. Alright? That's a part of my bucket list on life. I want to catch a home run in an MLB game. And I know exactly where to do it. So... You have a question? Go for it. How's St. Louis looking for storms? They're fine. Not that big of a deal. Minute Maid Alley when? Bruh. If I can get that sponsorship from them, I'll be sitting pretty. Holbert, Oklahoma? The heck is Holbert? Oh, it's the Tahlequah. That's the aliasing, my friend. Very strong bow echo, though. Holy, look at that. Look at that, guys. Huge bow echo. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a bunch of de-aliasing there. So, I wouldn't take those wins at face value. Ah. At Camden Yards, yep. Go to PNC Park next week when they play the Dodgers. Should be a little peoples there. A lot of home runs. I could, but Baltimore's closer. It's not Tahlequah. There's no way that is, because everyone else here has been saying Qua. Or Qua. No way. Seems legit, Nikki. That seems legit. Who's yelling? No clue. You wonder if okay is okay? Who knows if okay is okay? Slippy, I swear. Radars don't have. What? Hmm? Who? The National Weather Service in Salt Lake City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Weber County in northern Utah, south central Box Elder County in northern Utah, western Davis County in northern Utah, eastern Toole County in northern Utah until 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 7:58, showers producing severe outflow winds were located along a line extending from 13 miles northwest of Great Salt Lake, south of the Causeway to Dell, to near Dugway Proving Ground Test Range, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Source weather station observed. I'm gonna say this again. Who? Is this the outflow boundary they're talking about right here? I don't think they know where they're issuing this warning. Yeah, it's making me consider the following. Check out the velocity, it's no joke. And yeah, there's the outflow boundary. Yeah, it's making me consider. That is making me consider. I'm going back. I'm going back to the storm that's approaching McAllister. McAllister, by the way, you're gonna get a pretty strong storm here in about, oh wow, in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're in McAllister, you need to stay in your, not stay, because it's not like I've told you anything. You need to go into a sturdy structure. Salt Lake City is the weather. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? They are the weather. Next Monday is very scary looking at models. You sure it's not Saturday or Sunday? Appreciate it, Chester. Appreciate it. Yeah, we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 severe considerable warning, so that's another thing. Yeah, things can change by next Monday. That's the funny thing. Check the Fort Smith cell. This thing again. What is it doing? It's doing absolutely nothing. Got some spotty hail. Other than that, I don't really see all too much. So should be good. Should be good. Oh, it's probably because I was looking up pretty high in the sky, though. So let's try this again. It could be trying to rotate. Maybe, maybe. Would not be surprised if we saw a tornado warning over here for Mulberry in Arkansas. Would not be surprised. A part of Arkansas, Fort Smith. Specifically Mulberry. How fast are the winds in the Bow Echo? Pretty fast. I'd say 70 to 75 miles per hour. They're racing across, so that's kind of my general assessment for it. 5,700. Man, I hate that de-aliasing. Don't go away. Yeah, come on. Bruh. Bro, this is stupid. This de-aliasing just casually ruins what I'm looking for. That's very nice. Does it though, OKT? Does it though? What? Wait, what? What? Hold up, time out. I need to see something real quickly. I'm gonna burst out laughing if I find it. Seriously? That is hilarious. That is very funny. That is very funny. Oh boy. Will Wednesday be worse than today when it comes to tornadoes? More than likely. Although then again, there's been a bunch of other instances where we've been wrong, so. We'll see. Do I think it's going to be bad during the night in Arkansas? Besides some strong, damaging winds? Probably not. Probably not. No, I'm not showing you the funny. Not showing you the funny. I still find that really funny, though. Oh. That's funny. That's very hilarious. Ah. Yeah, Toronto is beating the crap out of Tampa, 5-0. Yeah, I know, sports. I know some people don't care, but for me, I didn't expect that game one, but then again, what was I expecting? Will Dallas, Texas be hit hard? Not in particularly. Yep, McAllister's about to be slapped. A lot of strong damaging winds if you're in McAllister. Highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure now. Highly recommend you do so. What is it I've been laughing about for the last 3 minutes? If you DM me, I'll tell you. Oh, so that's the severe thunderstorm watch. That makes sense. And it just excludes Dallas-Fort Worth, ironically. That's pretty funny. Adamson, Oklahoma. What's happening over there? Yeah, let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got you. You guys still have a lot of time before these storms move on through your area. A lot of time, actually. So Adamson is like right here. There is Hartshorn. And then there's McAllister. And then there's the showers and thunderstorms that are starting to approach McAllister. So you have a lot of time. You have probably about 15 minutes before these storms really get to your area. But even then, I'm not anticipating them to be super tornadic. I think it's going to give you a lot of strong damaging winds, more or less. So. Clouds look odd. Well, a lot of clouds typically look odd, but you know, here we are. Sulfur, might be a little something there near Raft or Roff. Yeah, it's Roff near Hickory and Mill Creek. But other than that, that's also an interesting supercell. If that even is the supercell, and that's not a supercell. It just looks like a random thing. Yeah, a little bit of rotation over there, so that's going to be something. But yeah, McAllister, a lot of strong damaging winds here. A lot of lightning, too. 188 strikes per minute, extending from Sulphur to Lamar and McAllister. Wow. How bad is it going to get from north central Arkansas? Well, north central Arkansas right now is actually in a flash flood warning. So first off, if you guys have any areas of flooding, turn around, don't drown. But on the other hand, I'm expecting these showers and thunderstorms to continue to move on through and to produce some strong damaging winds throughout much of the night tonight. Let's actually pull it up here. There we go. Put that down, boom. You can now see the satellite, and the satellite does not lie. Oh, jeez, the wildfires. Wildfires in New Mexico are still going. That's insane. Anyway, so here you go. Line of storms continue to move on through. By the way, the timing is above me in Eastern, so that happens. But there you go. A lot of strong damaging winds that are expected to move on through your area. Notice how it's all a giant consolidated line for the most part. Giant consolidated line. And then, you know, it doesn't really break off with it either. If we move over to Arkansas and see how it continues to progress, the line continues to hold its ground all the way through to about 3 or 4 in the morning before it finally deteriorates as it moves on through into places like the Mississippi River. So, interesting stuff. HRRR does the funny. Oh yeah, that's right. It is the 0Z. We gotta see it. Does the HRRR forecast doom on Wednesday? What? What? Hold up. What? What? Hold up. No. Stop it. Do you forecast doom? Oh no. Excuse me? Excuse me? Hold up. Excuse me? Luckily, this is in the middle of nowhere, but... Excuse me? Yeah, northern Texas, southern Oklahoma seem... What is this over here in northwestern Oklahoma, too? Yeah, excuse me? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I know I've been saying hold up a lot. I just... Let me consider the following. Let me consider the following. What's the environment like? That is a Dixie event. That is a Dixie event in Dallas. Ow. That is a Dixie event in Dallas. That's linear. That's also very contaminated. That's not okay. What about over here in southeastern Oklahoma? That's not okay either. Very weak lapse rates from surface to 3 kilometer, but it's a 6.5, so if it could just go up by like 0.2 degrees per kilometer, you're gonna be fine. Gonna be fine. What about this over here? We saw the big supercell over to the side. What does this thing do? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's very nice. Yeah, that's very nice. Very nice. Very nice. A little elevated. Little elevated. Not really a whole lot of cap. LCLs are over 1 kilometer. So it is a little elevated. Oh, come on. That's some weak lapse rates there. That's some weak lapse rates there. So basically, it is a Dixie event, right? And it has the same concerns as a Dixie event, okay? We could hypothetically have long track tornadoes, or we can hypothetically have no tornadoes because the lapse rates are garbage. That sounds about right to me. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. What does the NAM 3 kilometers say? I gotta see. Slip in. Oh, it doesn't go there yet. What about 18Z? What about the 18Z? Wednesday. Oh. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Gonna cherry pick. So basically the same as the HRRR 0Z. So the NAM isn't an outlier for once. And there's a boundary moving on through. So there's going to be... Is this prefrontals? Are these prefrontals? What am I looking at? Why is this... Load! Load, you fadoodle cake. Yeah, there's prefrontals. There's a literal boundary. There's a literal boundary. What? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No, it doesn't. And then there's the cold front and the dry line behind it too. Yeah, there's a prefrontal showers and thunderstorms before the dry line and or boundary. Because there's another boundary that moves on through. So basically what I'm getting here is that Wednesday's gonna happen because there's another boundary that forms these showers and thunderstorms. At least the NAM 3 kilometers still wants wind, so that's not different. When in doubt, believe the rap. Let's go on rap. What are my parameters here? What are my parameters? That's not terrible, but it's not good either. That's also not terrible, but it's not good either. It's over here in the triple point. That's not terrible. It's actually pretty good. Only issue is, can you actually get that environment? Who knows? Who knows? It's not terrible. If it actually can break the cap, that actually is a really good environment. LCL of 243? You serious? So basically what I'm getting is Oklahoma and Texas is the place to be. Specifically, southern to western Oklahoma and northern Texas, ranging from the Panhandle, at least the eastern part of the northern Panhandle, all the way over to North Texas, north of Dallas-Fort Worth, near the Sherman area. That's a really good environment too, actually. It's a little too capped, but that's a really good environment. What is this? Why did this fire off here at 22Z? That's actually really good for the surface. But the only reason why it has a 7.2 lapse rate is because of the 1 to 3 kilometers. So from 0 to 1 kilometer, it's not going to work. What about in Oklahoma? What about southern Oklahoma? What's happening here with the lower values? So it's just not enough veering from 1 to 3. Okay. What about here in northern Texas? Weird veering linear component. Very linear component from 0 to 3. Oh, that's a new tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for North Central Johnston County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma.
That's not very nice. So that's a new tornado warning. This is Connerville, right? Yeah, that's a new tornado warning. Well, there you go. If you're in Tupelo, Clarita, and Colgate here in Oklahoma, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So Connerville, Clarita, Tupelo, Colgate, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. Let me look at this, a 0.9. I think they're thinking, what the National Weather Service is thinking, is that this outflow boundary right here allows this storm to jut out its rear flank downdraft along with the outflow boundary, and in turn then does create a tornado that would be near the Clarita area. I think that's what they're thinking. And so, yeah, that kind of tells me that the Clarita area could be the area to watch. If you live in Clarita, if you live in Colgate, if you live in Lehigh, Tupelo, even eventually towards the Stringtown area and Atoka, north of Atoka, actually, highly recommend you all go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. But yeah, I think what the National Weather Service is thinking is that this thing wraps around and produces a tornado that would be in line with it heading towards Clarita. But yeah, Colgate, you have a lot of time. I would go ahead and just tell friends and family that are in the area that there is some severe weather possible. That's what I would say. So if you know anyone that lives within this general area, I would kind of just nudge them. If you live in these areas, Slippy and Aiden, I just sent it to you. I didn't know that that would be a thing, but it is apparently. I really did not think that would be a thing, but it was just funny to me. And I would just imagine Jared's voice in the background. Actually, speaking of Jared, I gotta DM him. Look at Twitter. What am I looking for on Twitter? May 8th OKC moment. Yeah, that's probably the GFS. Yeah, usually when the HRRR says 2 days out that there's death and destruction, it's usually right. But on the off chance that it's not, I'm going to kind of pair my forecast with the RAP model a little bit more. RAP typically is more accurate in regards to environment rather than specifics. And usually the environment is kind of the best way I'd try and forecast things. So, but the one thing that I can say for certain is that prefrontals are going to happen. Prefrontals are going to happen for the most part. From the looks of it, there's this boundary that develops. If we go over... you know what? You know what we have, chat? You know what we have? We have something that is legendary. It is crazier than all things known to GR Earth. Behold, we have models. Look at that. HRRR model. Go all the way 46 hours out. Yeah, it is allergies. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. The HRRR puts down a tornado. The HRRR puts down a tornado right next to Dickens, Texas. What? This is the stupidity of this. The stupidity of this is beyond my comprehension. Yeah, it even shows a debris ball. That's the funny thing. This, by the way, all right, I just want to emphasize, I hope this doesn't happen, but usually models don't do this, and it's kind of funny, and usually when they do this, it's stupid, and they don't know what they're talking about, so that's kind of what I'm implying here. This is pretty stupid. But these storms here near Mineral Wells and Jacksboro all the way up to Atoka, these are not stupid. These storms could probably do things. And that's pretty concerning. Because if they do, then they're over a populous area. I'm not muted. Go away. Go away. Yeah, it's allergies. Every single time. Allergies. They're not my friend. You know what else isn't my friend? These supercells also over here in northern Texas, western Oklahoma. The Woodward, Spearman, Canadian areas. That's not okay. What about the NAM 3 kilometer? What do they say about this legendary event? So 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. Okay. Does the ARW... Okay, so it only goes out to like 48 hours. That's not really too helpful. What about the NAM 12 kilometer? That's a supercell. According to the 12 kilometer. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Jeez. Yeah, that's not legit. Alright, I think I got everything back up. Yeah, Wednesday does seem like a Dixie. Wednesday seems like a Dixie Alley event, and that's pretty volatile. If that is the case. Let's go back to Fort Smith. Can I show the model runs for tomorrow? I sure can. U.S. regions, not Midwest. We want Ohio Valley. There we go. Do that. Bing, bang, boom. All right, so this is what we got here for tomorrow. Note how the heck? There we go. Fixed it, finally. All right, so note how you have a lot of showers and thunderstorms that are over much of Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. The areas that I think probably have the highest probability of producing a tornado is over here in northwestern Ohio. This is really weird. Why does this keep doing that? There you go. Fixed it again. But it's a lot of scattered activity. Just a lot of scattered activity that continues to exist for the most part. And moves on through as a bunch of boundaries. So I'm not really too concerned about tomorrow. Probably will stay as a slight risk. Might see a localized 5% chance for tornadoes in northwestern Ohio. Probably could. But otherwise, I don't really see too much with this event. Besides strong damaging winds, maybe some spotty hail. Maybe. But yeah, interesting. What else is interesting is I'm going to take a look at the shortwave IR. I'm going to look at a spot. Wow, so those fires have expanded. They're still not done. Yeah, look at this, guys. I mean, that's one of the craziest things. It's one of the craziest things I think I've seen. I mean, haven't these wildfires continue to sustain for like a week and a half? Hasn't this thing like been here for like a week and a half? Yeah, Josh, he should be fine. Mina isn't really expected to get too much. Strong damaging winds for the most part. Although there is a storm that's nearby your area, so that's kind of interesting. I think I'm going to keep live streaming, until the tornado warning expires, which should be here soon. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's in effect until the top of the hour. But unfortunately here, guys, we're starting to get some range folding, which means that the storm is going to start to kind of mess up a little bit. But I do see a little appendage here that is approaching the Colgate. So if you know anyone that lives in Colgate, Oklahoma, all right, Colgate, Oklahoma, right here, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and take their proper precautions because the storm is now bearing down on them now. It's starting to approach them here from the west. It's getting there. So I highly recommend sharing this information with them. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people on social media. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, believe it or not, that actually helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already as well. But yes, we do have a tornado warning. We do still have a tornado warning here. We were talking about models and what was going to happen on Wednesday earlier on. But we still have this tornado warning. And we need to continue to watch out for that very closely. But yes, there is an appendage. A little bit of turbulence, but we also have this giant area of purple, which means there's a bunch of corrupt data. So we're kind of stuck at the moment. Kind of stuck. If this were to clear up here, it would be great. I think we might be able to, if we get Dallas's radar online, it could be able to work. How's Springdale, Arkansas looking for the next few hours? Yeah, let me take a look. Springdale, Arkansas. That is Fayetteville. So that's northern portions, or specifically northwestern portions of Arkansas. You guys are getting a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. I can anticipate you guys to get a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. But yeah, you guys are going to get some activity in another half an hour to 40 minutes. Severe warning near Kansas City? Yeah, there is a severe thunderstorm warning south of Kansas City, isn't there? All right, let's see if this Dallas radar is going to tell us anything different. Ooh, it does. Wow. We're looking up 17,000 feet to get it, but yes, it does tell us that there is rotation. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Okay, well, red's moving away, green's moving towards. That's all we needed to know. All we needed to know. Does it still rotate? And survey says it does. There is still a little bit of rotation, too, even through the corrupt data. You can see green's moving towards, red's moving away. So that is something to note. But yeah, this range folding here is not helping. But once again, we still have a tornado warning here for Colgate. If you know anyone who lives in Colgate, Oklahoma, highly recommend you tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or maybe even tornado as possible. I'm going to put this off to the side. There we go. Fix that. Yep, see you later, JL. See you later. Thanks for coming out. There seems to also be a little bit of rotation towards the central Homa area, too. Might be a little bit of activity right there. I'm seeing some identifiable factors such as a ZDR arc that usually tells me that there's a very strong updraft within that area. Also seeing, of course, the rotation. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. A little bit of turbulence there, too. On spectrum width, we have higher values of spectrum width indicating turbulence, so that is something to note. I'm using a GR2 analyst. Poor cats are traumatized. That's unfortunate. Wonder why News 9 is no longer streaming? Probably because the storms are out of their area to where they cover. That's my guess. But I don't know. This was from Neosho, Missouri. We had a viewer who sent this in to us. And if my mouse can cooperate with me, I'll be able to show you guys too. But here you go. See? Yeah, we got a couple lightning strikes that they're driving through as well. You can see in the background over there, it just keeps flashing over and over and over again. Crazy stuff there, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff indeed. And then we also had another viewer here from Eufaula in Oklahoma. Look at this. I'm assuming they're seeing a lot of lightning here too. Seems to be in slow motion. I wonder if they catch like a lightning strike within this. I could just be blind. Oh, there's the lightning strike. It's in the beginning of the video. Watch this again. Jeez. Wow. That's a heck of a shot. Go back. I want to see that one more time. Reminds me of the lightning strike that I caught when I was chasing. I wasn't streaming it, but it was just like, it's pretty crazy. Man, oh man. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff, Kelly. I've... That's pretty funny. That's still pretty funny. I'm looking at something on the side and it just keeps happening over and over and over again. Did I ever see the wall cloud you sent me earlier? I don't think it was sent to me because I didn't see it. I did not see it, Chief. Tornado warning has been canceled from the looks of it. I wonder what their wording for this would be. Diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. I wonder if that's because they can't see anything down here. Like, there's no radar nearby. Look, guys, there's a radar up in OKC. There's a radar over here in Fort Smith, in Lawton, Dallas, Shreveport, Little Rock. This is where the tornado warning was. It's in the middle of like 3 or 4 of them. Thanks for the subscription, Gary. I appreciate it. You're in Coolgate, Oklahoma? That's not Colgate, so now I don't know where that is. Let's go find out. Coolgate! No, that's Colgate. I want Coolgate. Pretty sure that's not Coolgate. Oh, that's a meme. I just got juked. I just got juked. There it is. Got your Colgate toothpaste. Why is there a rotation on this cell in Arkansas still? Why is it still here? Why is it trying? Can it just not? Yeah, I didn't realize that until like later on. So don't look at me. Don't look at me. Take things too literal. I take things too literal. Happens. What do you mean? Oh, over here. Oh, that stuff. That doesn't look like a wall cloud. But, you know. Maybe McAllister gets a radar. Who knows? If they do, I'd be ecstatic, to be completely honest with you. Because, you know, for an area like that gets so many tornadoes and whatnot, I mean, you need coverage. You need coverage. And you're lacking it. Lacking and slacking and... Yeah. Having a blonde moment? Always. I don't think I can classify myself as a blonde anymore. Very high winds and pea-sized hail in Wichita Falls. Yeah, Wichita Falls is currently getting a bunch of activity at the moment. Can I move any of these radars over? Do I need OKC anymore? No, I still need OKC. Dallas-Fort Worth will be able... No, it won't. That's stupid. I don't think I need Springfield anymore. I don't. So let's move Springfield. Jeez, that's a big bow echo that just slapped McAllister. It's now starting to go to the Wilburton and the Red Oak area. Huge bow echo. I'm kind of surprised they haven't upped this to a damage threat considerable tag for severe thunderstorm warning. Gonna be completely honest with you. Yeah, I am moving the radar to Frederick. That reviver. Wichita Falls got 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There it is. So yeah, that thing did get slapped with strong damaging winds. That is a true statement. New mesoscale discussion concerning the tornado watch in east central Oklahoma into central Arkansas. Greatest risk for damaging wind gusts and QLCS tornadoes will exist along and just south of the warm front this evening. So basically it's saying the bow echo. They are saying the bow echo and areas along the bow echo could have the tornadoes. Hey, it's outside the range folding, so now we can actually tell if it's rotating or not. Although we are looking up like 7,000 feet above ground level, so that's not very helpful. Tornado formed right over his backyard in Seminole? That's crazy. I mean, that supercell, it took its time, but it did produce the tornado. It did produce the tornado. And it was a large one at that. That is the truth. Even produced a pretty strong debris signature on radar. So... you know, all we can do is just hope that the people impacted were not hurt in any way or form. That's all we can hope for. Since the risk is now decreasing, the stream can now end. Nah, I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. I still see a couple areas to watch here. So if anything, another 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I think the two bow echoes could create some bookend vortices. So you have a bow echo right here. And then you have potentially another bow echo right here, but you know, it's trying to become a supercell and produce rotation near a Toka as well, so flip a coin, if you will. Flip a coin. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, if I was watching hockey, would have got an amazing goal from Connor McDavid. But you know what? Don't care about hockey here. I don't. Not right now, at least. How long is this stream, man? I've been here the whole time. Feels like 6 hours. No, it's 8 hours. We've been alive for 8 hours. Specifically 8 hours and 8 minutes. We started streaming. It was like 2:50. We started streaming at 2:50. And now here we are. Streaming for quite some time. So yeah, we've been existing. And considering. So if you're on the Missouri-Kentucky border... What? Why? Can we get 1,000 likes before the stream ends? Bro, that would be nice. Not gonna lie. That would be nice. How many likes do we have right now? We have 947 likes. That might be a pipe dream, but you know what? That would be nice. Hit the like button if you haven't already. True facts. I don't know why this storm in Missouri is doing things, but it has some lightning right over here, and it's about to approach the I-55 corridor. So that's something to note. It's 11 o'clock, my dudes. I need to turn off my thing. Alarm will go off at 11:05. Well, that's not good. No, I'm not doing another 48-hour stream. Well, technically, it's another 36-hour stream, but I'm not doing it. No, can't convince me anymore. Not doing that, unless if it's a high risk, like April 12th, 2020. Unless if it's like something like that, then... yeah. But yeah, we do have a pretty well-pronounced severe thunderstorm. Velocities. Why does the range fold just cut out on Omega? That's weird. Oh well. Is what it is. Yeah, we still do have that area. Lot of... Hey, let's take a look at ZDR. Differential Reflectivity. There are some high amounts of ZDR within the area here. So there is a strong enough updraft. Lot of lightning once again with this. How do I go live for a 48-hour live stream? So I actually went live for 36 hours before, straight, with only 1 hour of sleep in between. And it was just, it contained a lot of coffee and a lot of drive. And you just hope to survive. Can I check Jonesboro? Jonesboro should be fine. They should be fine. They're just gonna get strong damaging winds, and that might not even be severe. It might start to deteriorate at like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Something like that. But yeah, differential reflectivity, a lot of stuff over there. Not seeing too much. Is there any other things that I need to know? Severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas City has been canceled. How come tornadoes don't get human names like hurricanes? It's because there are too many tornadoes. It's because there are too many tornadoes. Now, the thing of it is tornadoes get named based off of the town that they hit, or the city that they hit. So, for instance, the Moore 2013 tornado, it got its name because it was Moore. It hit Moore. It was the EF5 and whatnot. Same premise for the other storms, too. It's typically either the first city or the largest city that it hit. So, for instance, as well, December 10th, the Mayfield Dawson Springs tornado. All right, so it hit Mayfield and it hit Dawson Springs, and those were the two largest populous areas. And of course, it hit other cities even before and after those two cities, but because those were the largest cities that the tornado hit, it became the 2021 Mayfield Dawson Springs tornado. Unsurprisingly, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Fayetteville. Can't say that I didn't warn you about that one. Jeez, we did just hit 1,000 likes. There we go. I'm kind of surprised. We were at 940 what? 947, so somehow we managed to get 53 people to like the live stream. I'm kind of surprised. Gonna be completely honest with you. Derek, with the membership, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You became a weather watcher, and that really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. The fact that we get members and whatnot, because that's the best way to support my channel. It's all the memberships. It's either $5 a month or $10 a month, and we all know that monthly payment, monthly subscription, monthly support adds up over a while. So I appreciate all who do that. Stop it. Go away. I need to go feed my animals later on. Yeah, there it is. There's the severe stuff. Right in there. But yeah, thank you so much, Derek. To make it to 2,000 likes, we're not going to get to 2,000 likes by tonight. We're not going to get to 2,000 likes by tonight. No way. Yep, like Joplin. So other people are getting the other examples. You have Joplin, you have El Reno, you have Bridge Creek, you have the Bassfield So-So tornado, you have Dalton Ashby, you have Katy Wynnewood, you have the Sulphur tornado, the other tornadoes like Canton. Nope, it happens a lot. Whenever I change between screens, you can see that it sometimes... Look, if I go really fast, you can see the background. So, you get it. It happens. It happens. Yeah, like Rowlett. Yeah, so there's so many examples of tornadoes being named after the cities that it hit. All right, but the big thing there is that it also has to include the date as well. So, like, for instance, you have the May 20th, 2013 Moore tornado. All right. But then there's like the other Moore tornadoes, like the Bridge Creek Moore EF5 in 1999, the May 3rd tornado. So there's just like, you know, all sorts of stuff. All sorts of examples of that. Catch me now, fools. Wait. There we go. Catch me now, fools. There you go. It happens. Pull that back up. Can't catch me in 4K if I caught myself. I still can't believe these wildfires are still going. I still can't believe. I mean, just look at how far the smoke just expands. Does it expand in any way with a shortwave IR over the day? Kind of. You can see it get a little bit bigger and then it gets smaller. And then there's a new fire that develops over there. But yeah, these fires in New Mexico still going. Yeah, like Tuscaloosa. There you go. Yeah, you can't... The thing about tornadoes is that you can't really compare them in regards to damage. You have to compare them in regards to characteristics in the environment. All right, so for instance, the Wichita tornado, the Andover tornado that just occurred a couple of days ago, that environment was similar to stuff like Dalton Ashby or the Katy Wynnewood tornado. All right. You can compare those tornadoes because they were in a very similar environment. You can't compare the damage, but you can compare the environment and be able to correlate between the two. But if you were to take something like Joplin and Moore, you can't compare different environments. You know, if you were to compare, you know, we'll even make this even more abundant. Tuscaloosa and the El Reno 2013 tornado. All right, you can't compare because they are two complete opposites. And, you know, when I mean complete opposites, I mean they're complete opposites. Like one is in an environment driven by wind shear. The other one's an environment driven by energy. And, no, they are not both the same thing. But any tornado threat this week in northern Alabama? Potentially on Thursday, maybe Friday. Yeah, we still have a lot of strong damaging winds across the board here. And that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. A huge new severe thunderstorm warning, too. So they made this severe thunderstorm warning that went near Colgate a damage threat considerable tag for severe weather. So that's something to note. That is something to note. I really appreciate the turnout here, guys. Take a look at this. Gaining our subscribers slowly but surely. 31,371. That's pretty cool stuff. I'm not going to end the live stream until probably about 15-20 minutes from now, but I do want to mention that if you are new, you probably should subscribe and turn on notifications, because we have a multi-day event of numerous severe weather that is expected to continue from now until the mid to late stages of next week, okay? I will make a video about it tomorrow evening. So make sure you turn on notifications, all right? Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and turn on notifications by hitting that notification bell. And I will be talking about these events here. We have one on Wednesday here, where we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. We have one the next day here, which is on Thursday. We have another 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And then what isn't shown on the Storm Prediction Center at this moment. So that's day 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 8 goes all the way up to Monday. So day 8's Monday, day 7 is Sunday, Saturday, Friday, and then of course Thursday and whatnot. But I will be able to tell you guys what is going to be happening here relatively soon. And that includes the threat of another tornado outbreak. One that is very different from what we had today. Very different from what we had today over portions of Oklahoma. And I personally think Northern Texas. I think Northern Texas is a huge sleeper in this event. Huge sleeper in this event. And we probably could get some tornadic activity north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Maybe even in the Dallas-Fort Worth area as well. So that's something to note here. There's also another... What? Come on. Why? Why does this always happen? OKC still has some very strong damaging winds with that. I don't think I need Tulsa's radar anymore, so I'm going to move Tulsa, KINX, to the classic Utah. What? 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts? 67-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Salt Lake Airport. So they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Salt Lake City because of 67-mile-per-hour wind gusts from this gusty shower. Yeah, that's classic. What does NATOcast say for tomorrow? Essentially what I said for tomorrow. Ohio is the place to be to chase. If you were to chase. Yep, crazy stuff. Aaron with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Try to give the local guys coverage a chance. Pales in comparison. Stay in live more as it moves into Dallas tonight. Yeah, I just don't think the storms will really be as significant as they could be going into Dallas-Fort Worth. So I don't really have a huge concern for them here this evening. You guys could get some strong damaging winds, but other than that, meh. It says Del Rio's the chase. Yeah, I do see that too. But the area of higher interest is over in the portions of Ohio. Yeah, big bow echo. Big bow echo. Huge bow echo. That's pretty funny. What about Cheat Lake, West Virginia for tomorrow? You guys can get some severe weather yourselves, but it would be more of an overnight threat. True facts. I've been to Cheat Lake a couple of times. Not like in Cheat Lake, but around it. I drove over it. It's pretty easy to. I mean, when you have an interstate, like Interstate 68, you know, you drive over it. It happens. It happens. Jeez, what a shot from Brandon Clement. That's crazy. Is there any warnings? There's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. If you guys see these yellow boxes, these are warnings. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't think I can show this on stream, but there is an amazing shot here, drone footage from Brandon Clement. All right, I posted it in the chat. If you want to watch it yourself, feel free to do so. But this is insane drone footage that this guy got of the Loyal, Oklahoma tornado earlier on today. That is a heck of a shot. That is absolutely absurd. I did hear about those strong thunderstorms that moved on through. I did hear about that. Tornado watch until 1 o'clock in Van Buren. Yeah, I'm expecting as soon as these storms to pass on through that would be the end of your threat, and I don't really anticipate you guys to get a whole lot more even during this threat, so. But yeah, Van Buren is right north of Fort Smith, for people who don't know. Yeah, these big storms, as I said, I am going to be ending the live stream in like 10 minutes. Stuff like that. So if people have any final questions before we go, skedaddle, whatnot. As I said, these strong damaging winds are approaching the Fort Smith area. So as soon as they pass through Fort Smith, that's when I plan to end it. But other than that, it's kind of what we're doing here. Is it going to be bad over the next 2 or 3 hours? No, hypothetically, people can go to sleep. Hypothetically, people can go to sleep. If you want to go to sleep and you're still watching this, you can go to sleep. And whatnot. But I just want to make sure. Just want to make sure everything's good. How bad will the lines of storms be for Revel, Arkansas? Not expecting you guys to, not expecting you guys to get some very strong storms. At maximum, I'd say about 60 mile per hour wind gusts. There are reports of broken tree limbs along not United States, Interstate 540. 2-inch hailer going into Kentucky. What? 70 mile per hour wind gusts, $50 size hail. Am I really gonna have to put a radar over there? How's Branson, Missouri looking? They're looking fine, to be completely honest with you. I don't see a whole lot of activity over there besides some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Yeah, this is really gonna make me wanna... Wow. Yeah, large hail over there. Oh, okay. Okay, buddy. Make me want to consider the following even more. Let's go to Omega. We haven't used our drawing pad in a while, so let's go do that. Let's do that. Yep. If you are going to bed, please be sure to be aware that I'm going to make a video tomorrow night talking about Wednesday, Thursday, and this weekend, because we have some significant weather events coming up. And we also will be live streaming on Wednesday and Thursday. So please come back. Please come back. But let's go on through. Let's start drawing. A lot of hail over here with this storm, from the looks of it. Also got a new storm near Ridgely in the Dyersburg area, north of Dyersburg in Tennessee. Just some general showers and thunderstorms, to be completely honest with you. Not really too much of a concern. But these storms will be heading off north of Union City into Kentucky, heading off towards the Hickman and Clinton areas. Not exactly in the general area of I-69. I think I-69 will be a little bit too far to the east. I think it'll be more, as I said, towards Clinton, U.S. Highway 51, maybe south of Arlington. Actually, maybe even in Arlington, Kentucky. Could get some stuff over there. And basically from the Mississippi River and further east towards U.S. Highway 51. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. How's San Antonio looking forward? I'm seeing just a lot of severe weather, but not really like significant aspects in regards to tornadoes. I'm seeing more of hail and strong damaging winds for you all. Let me erase this. Erase. Fun stuff. Let's take a look at the velocities. Interesting thing to note. There's a lot of surging winds on the southern side of this stuff. And then some slower winds. So maybe some overlapping characteristics is possible within this. Will I release a video tomorrow covering Wednesday's risk for North Texas and Southern Oklahoma? Yes. Yes, I will. So please turn on notifications to stay up to date with that. And the one thing that I also may ask is that if you do come to the video early, well, actually, if you do come to the video at all, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button so that we can continue to spread this out with more and more people. But yes, we'll be making a video tomorrow night. Please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. And if you can, get there early, because the more people that get there early, the more this reaches out to more and more people, because YouTube will think that, hey, this video is doing pretty well. So do that. Hit that thumbs up button down below. and even comment, say hi, or whatnot. That'd be nice. That would be nice. How big do I think the hail will be? I am not sure. I'm not sure. I can't give you an answer with that. Differential reflectivity. Got some high ZDR values north and east of Tiptonville, so really interesting. What about Jonesboro? Jonesboro should be fine. They should be getting their stuff at around 2 to 3. And even then, the storms may start to deteriorate by then. So you guys should be all right. You guys should be fine. I'm really excited. I'm going to be completely honest with you about the new studio that I'm going to be making. Super excited. It'll be about 2 weeks before it's like around or almost completely done. Go to sleep. Yeah, it is starting to get that time, isn't it? It is starting to get to that time period where we go to sleep. Do have quite a bit of subscribers. We're close to 31,400 subscribers. Hopefully, by Thursday, we'll have 32,000 subscribers. Hopefully. I'd love for us to get to that point. If we can continue to grow, and that would be very good. I'm also probably going to live stream more often from now on. I'm probably going to live stream more often. Now, keep in mind, some events will not be as active as others, okay? So, that is just going to be something to note. So, pick your spots as to whether or not you want to come watch the live streams, but yeah. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Like every 5% I stream. Well, there's some instances where I can't stream every single 5%, but yeah, I'll try to. Tomorrow I can't. Tomorrow I can't because I actually do have some I do have some things I need to do that will take up the majority of my time. So instead, I'll just make a video. There it is, Coral. There it is. Thoughts on the severe risk for Ohio tomorrow? Conditions seem favorable. Yeah, for strong damaging winds and hail, I think the localized threat for tornadoes would be near like Wilmington, maybe even northwestern northwestern Ohio, something like that. That's what I'm kind of thinking. That is what I'm thinking, though. That is what I'm thinking. Alright, so yeah, I do think that's going to be it here, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. We hit over 1,000 likes, which is pretty crazy. I did check out NATOcast earlier. I did check out NATOcast. But yeah, thank you guys so much. It didn't seem like anything happened in Miami. Miami. Or Miami. I think it's Miami. I still can't get that pronunciation correct. But, yeah, that's going to be it for me, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you are new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family on social media. As soon as I say that, there's a new area of rotation that develops, so maybe that's not it yet. Maybe we're not done yet. Maybe there's one more thing. New area of rotation. Do I just stay on for an extra 10 minutes to see if this rotation dies out or not? Because this thing just kind of formed out of thin air. Timeout. Wait a minute. Do I stay on for an extra 10 minutes to try and see if this thing dies or not? It won't do a thing. This is a bookend vortex. Bookend vortexes do a thing. It always does. It's the stupidest thing known to man. People are... Rotation deteriorated as soon as I said something about it. The rotation deteriorated as soon as I said something about it. That's classic. There could be the potential of something tornadic over here near the Panama and the Bocashi areas. Areas south of Spiro, near Pocola. People are saying 9 more minutes. Alright, we're doing it. We're staying on for another 10 minutes. We're staying on. We're gonna see if this thing does anything or not. And if it doesn't after 10 minutes, then we're going. So, 11:45 Eastern, 10:45 Central. That's when we're going off. That's the set date. That's the set time. That's what we're doing. Curiosity killed the cat, though. Yeah, it still has rotation on the northern end. It still does indeed have rotation on the northern end, so that is something to note. That is something to note. Go back to Frederick, Oklahoma, see what these other storms are doing. If you know anyone that lives in Bowie, Texas, there's a severe thunderstorm with golf ball-sized hail heading off into your area. So I'd highly recommend you tell people over there, if they're still asleep, to stay away from windows and bring their valuables indoors, because there could be some very strong activity out in that general area. You're in southeast Missouri. How could it be looking for you? You got kids, want to be prepared if something goes down. Radar only seen shows within a few hours. Yeah, I'm not expecting you guys to get a whole lot overnight tonight. You guys should be fine. A lot of strong damaging winds is what I anticipate, but that's pretty much all I get. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. We're kind of just meandering around. Let's go back. There's actually some reports of damage over here in southern Oklahoma now that have came in. One in Tishomingo, in Oklahoma, of power lines down on a home over there. Also have a plethora of quarter-sized hail reports, and we have some damage in Atoka of a tree down in a carport. So a lot of strong damaging winds have existed across much of Oklahoma. And we still have this big bow echo with the bookend vortice. It's trying to develop on the northern side, but it's also not developing on the northern side, so we're kind of just like there. What is that thing doing? That's not legit. Podio. Got some strong damaging winds over there for you all. Might even see something tornadic there. Who knows? But I do see two areas to watch here. That is a little concerning, I will admit, these two areas. So we have one area right here, and then we have a bow echo that's developing. Could have a bookend vortice at the top end of that. So that is a little concerning. Maybe a brief spin up that could form within that environment. Something that just really congealed. So I'm very interested as to how this thing does progress. But yeah, if you guys are new, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button to help me get this information out to more and more people. And even subscribe if you're enjoying the content, because the more people that subscribe, the more people can be built around our nice little community here, so that we can continue to spread information with as many people as possible. So if you hit that thumbs up button, if you hit that subscribe button, you know, if you hit that notification bell and whatnot, you're helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, surprisingly. But yeah, I'm watching this very closely. Once again, there's a bunch of other storms. We're actually getting some reports of damage over here in Springdale and Johnson. Spotter reported small limbs and branches down by thunderstorm winds estimated to be 60 miles per hour. So that's interesting. Am I streaming tomorrow? More than likely not. I have actually stuff to do in my private life. Yeah, Fort Smith is getting slapped right now. Fort Smith is indeed getting slapped. Yeah, there's just two areas of rotation that's pretty interesting. But we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes until we go. If this thing does not amplify, I'll give the all clear. We all may be able to go. We should be fine. Should be fine, but we're gonna see. We still have 5 minutes. Anything can happen. Anything can happen within that time period. So we need a new radar scan. When will I be live again? Wednesday. Wednesday easy. All right? If you don't want to pay attention to my video tomorrow night, because I will upload a video tomorrow night sometime around 8 or 9 o'clock. If you don't want to pay attention to my video tomorrow night, which talks about things in depth and why I think events could do what they do, then you come out to the live stream that I'll have on Wednesday, and then I'll have one on Thursday, and then I'll probably have one on Sunday again. Who knows? We could even have one on Friday. We'll have to see. But our next live stream will be Wednesday. Wednesday. It'll be in the afternoon. Whether it's early afternoon or late afternoon, it's to be determined as of right now. But it's Wednesday, all right? So look for me to be live on Wednesday. I'll inform you guys on Twitter. I'll actually post a link to it on Wednesday if I have the live stream up and ready. That's a new severe thunderstorm watch for portions of Arkansas, so that includes Little Rock. Barely any tornado watch left. So right within here would be the tornado watch. Right in there. That's the leftover, the tornado watch. And then, of course, the new severe thunderstorm watch, which includes Little Rock and stuff like that. So cool stuff, cool stuff. Yep, see you, Mercedes. But yeah, I highly recommend tuning into my video tomorrow night. And if you could, if you can, turn on notifications so that way whenever you get notified, you can just click onto my video. You don't even have to watch all of it in the beginning. Just hit that thumbs up button, come back to it a little bit later, and then rewatch it. But whenever you hit that, see that notification, try and go to the video, hit that thumbs up button, and then, you can either watch it, you can either watch it a little bit later, whatever suits your fancy. But the more people that hit that thumbs up button at the beginning of the video, typically the more people that come to see it, so that we can continue to get this information out to more and more people and whatnot. And that's the same thing for liking the live stream as well. If you hit that thumbs up button, it gets out to more and more people as well. So that happens. Yes, I know. There's a little storm that's over here near Worcester, and Podio, it's having a whale of a time. There's a little storm right over here crossing over 271. It has a little bit of rotation, and it has a little bit of spectrum width too. This thing could try and become tornadic, and it's kind of funny. So that is something to note. There is potentially maybe a little weak tornado that's right along US Highway 271. If you know anyone that lives near US Highway 271, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure, especially if you live in Oklahoma near Podio. All right, if you're in Podio in Oklahoma, highly recommend you take your proper precautions, get into your safe space, because there is a little bit of rotation right within there. Yeah, this thing just developed out of the blue, so I'm going to stay until this rotation dies, and then once this rotation dies, then I'm gone. Oto. That's how it's pronounced. Poto. Odio. Lamau. Yeah, Poto. Or Poto. Odo. Good night, VLIF. Good night, Vlif. What? Excuse me? That thing is gonna try and develop right there? That's not legit. Go away. Go away. Listen, alright, this rotation's almost dead. These two rotations are almost dead. Once I see them dead, then we'll get out. We'll skedaddle skadoodle. Yes, the turbulence has died. I'm gonna wait for it a little bit more to die out. Just a little bit more. Three miles west-northwest of Muskogee, there's several reports of floods. So I would not be surprised if there was a flash flood warning that was issued over there. Maybe a little bit too late, but who knows. I wonder if the next scan will come out here. 46 did come out. No debris signature that I can note. What? Yeah, Poto is still rotating a little bit, so we're not done yet. Estimated time of stream toaster bath is 11:51 Eastern. $11:51 Eastern. Do I have my outro song still? I do have my outro song still. Why? Do you guys want to listen to the outro song? The old outro song? But yeah, I do have the old outro song. Just ignore it? No. You want the old outro song when we end... Jeez, when we end it. Alright, put it up. Got family in Holdenville, Oklahoma. Lots of damage being seen and reported. Uncle said few buildings on fire, no power. Or the supposedly tornado touchdown. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. What's the Mountain View, Arkansas future cast looking for tonight and Thursday? Tonight, you guys aren't expecting to get a whole lot. Maybe some, scattered damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. But other than that, not really too much. Thursday, you guys are expecting... Well, I would say there could potentially be the chance for you guys to get quite the activity. Especially overnight. I do think you guys can get a lot of activity, so... Oh, I will. I'll tell him about it. Because the HRRR... Dude, the 0Z HRRR came out with a bombshell for tomorrow and on Wednesday. Alright, that's not legit. I'm not going to be on stream tomorrow, but Alistair, who knows? Yeah, Shady Point's also starting to try and rotate. That's kind of funny. But the one in Poto is kind of dead. So that's the good news. I see a left leg velocity enhancement. $5 says this thing tries to tighten up and then it doesn't do anything. $5 says that. No, I'm not chasing tomorrow. Go away. It's not happening. We're not chasing tomorrow. I've got stuff to do. I have stuff to do. I would chase typically. Typically, I would chase, but I'm not doing it. Not tomorrow. So go away. Go away. Get that thought out of your head. No, there's under no circumstances am I chasing tomorrow. I can't. I can't. Do I think the Storm Prediction Center overplays a lot of these storms? For instance, putting an area in a 3 out of 5 in an area that's not receiving anything other than rain? I mean, I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say it overplays. Mainly because hindsight is 2020. So it's very easy to criticize after the fact. But before an event, everyone seems to be in agreement. So no, I'm not. if there's a 10 sig tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to make it anyways because they would issue it for like 1630Z and it would take me 5 hours to get out there, and by then the storms would be over. I'm not chasing. Not chasing tomorrow. It's not gonna happen. Guys can go away. Go away. You're in the heart of Poto? Really? Yeah, you're just getting a lot of strong damaging winds. Wait another 5 or 10 minutes and it should be over for you all. Should be good. We got over 1,100 likes. Nice! We're also 19 subscribers away from 31,400, so that's good. As I said, all right, if you're new to the stream, we will be uploading a video tomorrow night because there is the risk for a outbreak of severe weather, maybe even tornadoes in central portions of Oklahoma and northern portions of Texas, all right? Northern portions of Texas is a sleeper in my honest opinion, but I will be uploading a video tomorrow night. Okay, so please be sure to hit that notification bell right next to the subscribe button that you hopefully have pressed already. So that way, you may be able to stay up to date with all the information that I provide, all right? And for tomorrow night's video, all right, you can turn off notification after tomorrow night's video if you want to, but if you could, please be sure to come to the video early tomorrow. As soon as you get the notification, hit that thumbs up button, and that would be great. You don't even have to watch the video entirely. You can put it off until like a little bit later if you have something important. But that's the one thing I will ask, is that if you could hit the thumbs up button as early as you can whenever you get the notification. If you can't, that's fine. But I'm going to be uploading it tomorrow evening sometime around 8 or 9. And you guys may be able to get all the information you may need for this event. But yes, I will be uploading a video. And it's going to talk a lot about Wednesday and Thursday. A lot about it. All the rotations have died. Don't look at Monroe. What do you mean, don't look at Monroe? What happened in Monroe? What are you? Looks like it kind of died out a little bit, I will say. But the spectrum width is congealed a little bit more, so that's concerning. All right, one more scan. And if this thing doesn't do anything, then we're really gone. You know, because you have some other areas in like Shady Point. That thing is considering the following some more. You have Cameron. And then you have some other areas along the line. But it's just been the consistent, I'm going to try and form a tornado. Nope, I'm going to die out. That's just what's been happening over and over and over again. No. Listen, all right? If I didn't have anything tomorrow and it was a 10 sig for tornadoes, I'd be out there in the field. 100%. All right, I got all the cameras. I got all the cameras that I may need. I could even live stream me chasing. But I can't. I can't. That's pretty funny. It's still going. Yeah, I'm thinking the top of the hour is when we skedaddle skadoodle. I'm thinking the top of the hour. I am indeed thinking the top of the hour. What about a 15 sig? Well, if it's a 15 sig, then I'm already out there. All right, if it's a 10 sig, I would usually be out there. Okay? Even if it's a 5% chance for tornadoes, I'd usually be out there. All right? 2%, flip a coin. Okay? But 5%, I'm usually out there. 10%, I'm out there. All right? I was 2 miles away from an EF1 tornado that was rain wrapped. And I'm so upset that I couldn't catch it on camera. Like, I did catch it on camera, but I caught the rain. I didn't catch the tornadoes. And that was pretty stupid. So I want to catch my first ever tornado on camera without me seeing the damage afterwards. Alright? I want to see it fully condensed onto the ground and it's doing damage on the ground. Once I see that, then boom. We're done. We got it. Yep, see it, Diana. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow or on Wednesday. Hopefully. So 55, 57, this is probably the next area of rotation. Dude, Cameron's not really doing a whole lot, though. Like, I don't foresee... There's a little teeny little area that's trying to converge. I don't see it. I don't see it doing that. Alright, the Monroe, I could see it. Just based off of the way it's going. But the Cameron one, bookend vortice, not gonna... Wouldn't be strong enough. And that just proved my point. Everything kind of died out there. So that's good. Alright, that's it. We're done. We're going away. We're going home. I'm already home. I'm going to sleep. Yeah, otherwise, once again, that'll be it for me, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family on social media. Also follow me on social media. Links will be in the description down below. If you want to become a member and support the channel, please be sure to do so. It's hitting that join button down below and either becoming a weather watcher or a tornado tracker. So it's either $5 a month or $10 a month, but it helps my channel a lot. Especially since I'm going to be creating a new studio in the hallway down the, the hallway, the room down the hallway, whatever. You get the point. Pretty cool stuff. And yeah, it's just all the stuff that you guys put in, all the money that comes into the channel, all gets put out into the stream and whatnot. So it'll be pretty cool. If you're not going to be in my video tomorrow night, or if you don't come to my video tomorrow night, we have a live stream on Wednesday. Please come out to that as well, because we have a lot of activity that is anticipated there. I need you guys' help in trying to help spread information like you guys did here today. And we got our information out to a lot of people too, so I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. Specifically, we got our live stream, we got our information out to almost 19,000 people here today. That's pretty good, especially for a 9-hour live stream. That's pretty good for our channel. So once again, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me, guys. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. There you go. There's your classic outro. No, you guys said you wanted the outro, so I'll give you the outro music. I'll give you guys what you want. And yeah, that's gonna be it. I will see you guys on Tuesday.
I'm waiting for the rain. I'm bracing for the thunder. I tweak the wooden sway in the wind. Hear my yearning. See the crimson flame like a ruby. Is the hope in my eye? If you go away, and I don't see you anymore, I'm still this way, but I've been missing you. Then don't be afraid. You can fly what couldn't sting. You can hide in my shade. Oh, maybe I could have been safe in your arms. I'm waiting for the rain.
Welcome. Ah, crap. Go away. Anyways.